o'clock. It appears that we have Superintendent Degenfelder online, the Auditor, the Treasurer, and the Secretary of State are here. It appears we have, for the record, a full quorum, and so you may begin. And Matt, I wanted to just take off the top. Today probably has several fairly challenging issues to walk through. So running this
I don't
different than we have normally run it. But I want to make sure we get through the material and allow people to have their point of view expressed. So, Madam Director, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This meeting today has been publicly noticed as a regular meeting for the State Loan and Investment Board and the State Board of Land Commissioners. I would recommend that we first convene as the State Loan and Investment Board.
I would say without objection.
Okay, the first item on the State Loan and Investment Board meeting agenda for December 7th are the approval of the meeting minutes. We have minutes from both the October 5th regular State Loan and Investment Board meeting. We also have some meeting minutes from the State Loan and Investment Board special meeting, which was the TEA meeting. And so I'll leave it to you to decide if you want to take them together or individually.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I'd like to take them separately, so
That's fine.
do you want me to make the motion?
Sure. If everyone has had a chance to read them and there are no corrections, please proceed.
Move adoption of October 5th minutes.
It's been moved by the Secretary to adopt the October 5th minutes for the board. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The Secretary is a no. And I am an aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
would like to move the second, what is it, November 2nd? The minutes on November 2nd?
For the TEA, yes?
Yes.
Okay, those that, is there support for the Secretary's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Auditor. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That passes.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything further on them at this time, but we do have staff here to stand for questions should the board have any.
Are there any questions on the matters behind tab B? Any questions? Hearing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting to the board in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Why don't you propose the consent list?
Mr. Chairman, the following items on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda for December 7th, 2023 appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. F1 through F3, G1 through G3, J1 and J2.
Members of the board, you've heard the director's suggested list for a consent list. Would anyone like to move that?
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list as enumerated by the director.
Those would be items F1 through F3, G1 through G3, J1 and J2. Is there support for the auditor's motion to form a consent list? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move director's recommendation on the items on the consent list.
The auditor has moved the items on the consent list for the director's rec. Is there support for the auditor's motion? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda are the D matters, which are the state investment matters. So with that, I would yield to the treasurer's office.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We've got a couple of investment managers that we want to onboard here, and we've got, should have our staff coming down here to, oh, I don't see him, so why don't we just, Josh, are you ready to do the performance report then? All right, we'll have Josh do the performance report, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Keevan, good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, great to see you too. So I'll jump into the performance summary. I'll plan to be relatively brief. We have two things for you. We have the October performance estimate, which gets us a little bit more up to date, but candidly, November was a very good month, so these October numbers will be a little stale at this point. I probably won't spend too much time there for that reason. Probably a little bit more.
Mr. Keevan, before you proceed, do they include the private equity numbers?
Mr. Chairman, the October numbers will not include any updates for your private equity investments past June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'd ask you in our performance report, the October update, to start on page 4. This shows you in the table, or the graphic on the bottom half of the page, you see the fiscal year-to-date numbers. Generally, the markets through September and October were characterized by pretty weak markets for stocks and bonds. It was a little bit of a repeat of the market dynamic that we saw through much of 2022, when the market appeared to be a little bit more concerned about persistent inflation and the prospect of higher interest rates and tighter Fed policy for longer. You can see that U.S. equities were down about 5% the first 4 months of the new fiscal year. Small cap equities, much more challenged, down about 11. But you once again, just like you did see in 2022, you saw the benefits of diversification in your portfolio. You had MLPs, which tend to benefit in that environment, up about 7. You had some write-ups on infrastructure investments that were up 11%. And so for your total fund, in a period of time where stocks and bonds were both down in the 3 to 4%, or I'm sorry, 5% for stocks, traditional bonds down almost 5% as well, your total fund is down 1.7 net of fees. That is about a little over a half a basis point better than the total fund benchmark. And over the past year, so the trailing 12 months at this point, you've got well over full percent, 1.3% net of fees above the total fund benchmark. I'll just quickly comment on the individual fund performance through October 31st. If you turn to page 6, that total fund, remember, it's a mix of funds with very different purposes. You've got long-term endowment funds, you've got short-term cash funds, starting with permanent mineral trust, fiscal year to date down about 2.2. So again, in an environment where stocks and bonds are both down 5, your portfolio is holding up quite well. Common school, even a little bit better in this period, down 1.4. Workers' compensation is where you do have some longer interest rate exposure, but it's intentionally squared off against the liabilities of similar duration. So down about 5.5% there. As you go to the next page, the LISRA down 1.8 in total, with the short-term reserve providing the best performance. So you can see they're just keeping interest rate exposure short was a real positive. So far up about 1.3 on the short-term reserve. Pool A down about 2, and state agency pool up 1. The second item that we had for you is every year we do a look at what we would consider to be the closest thing to a peer data set for your permanent funds. And this is looking at other US states that have severance tax funds and land grant school funds, as Wyoming does, and just putting together for your benefit a comparison of things like asset allocation, how are those funds allocated, and performance. And so I'll get to, that's the second document we have under the performance agenda item. I'll start on page 5 of that document, just to give you a quick snapshot of who those funds are. Probably not a surprise to see a lot of other states that have mineral-oriented, energy-oriented natural resources, such as Wyoming. You can see on page 6 at the bottom, just gives you a sense for the size of the funds in other states and how Wyoming's 2 funds compare to that. As you probably know, Alaska has the largest fund at just under $80 billion, followed by the Texas Permanent School Fund, the New Mexico Land Grant Permanent Fund, and Wyoming's Permanent Mineral Trust Fund is actually the 4th largest of these funds. And then you can see where Common School Permanent Land Fund is as well. From an asset allocation perspective, I turn you to page 8. This board has done some heavy lifting along with the IFC and the Treasurer's Office over the past 4 to 5 years to really diversify your portfolio away from what used to be a lot of exposure to traditional fixed income. And you can see, looking at the Wyoming Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, for example, the allocation actually looks today quite similar to some of the larger comparator funds, such as Alaska, Texas, New Mexico, Utah. New Mexico has their severance tax fund there as well. Generally, what you see here is diversification across equities, both public and private, real assets, which includes real estate and other real assets, such as MLPs and infrastructure, fixed income, which includes both public and private. And then the last page I'll turn you to is the performance results on page 11. Very, very pleased to see the continued improvement in the relative standing of Wyoming's trust funds on this page. In fact, for the 1 year ending June 30th, Permanent Mineral was the 3rd best performing fund with a 9.6% and median at 6.7. And if you look at the other funds that had well above median returns, Wyoming's is the only one of those that didn't benefit from a very large allocation to public equities, and in particular, US equities. The Arizona, Idaho, and Minnesota funds, if you look at their asset allocation, you'll see a much simpler, just pure stock and bond mix. But as you go out over longer periods, you see that some of the best performing funds are funds like Alaska, best performer over most periods, which does have an asset allocation structure that looks at a high level very similar to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my formal comments on performance. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Thanks, Josh. One quick question. Do you have any sense of cash coming in? Because, North Dakota, obviously, Alaska, New Mexico, Utah, Texas all have significant cash infusions. Are those picked up in any of these data?
Mr. Chairman, it will be obviously reflected in the market value of the funds.
Yeah.
When you do the performance calculations, usually those calculations are designed to neutralize the impact of cash flows. So the performance numbers won't be better or worse because of cash flows. It does influence asset allocation, though. States that have positive cash flows into the funds generally are in a better position to take risk in the portfolio.
And I'm curious about New Mexico because they're a Democrat state. They have the Permian, they have lower lift costs, and they have a administration that's probably more favorable to them. Do you have any idea what their cash flow is?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not personally as familiar with the cash flow situation in New Mexico. Some of my colleagues do consult to those funds, but I'd be happy to get back to you on that. Patrick.
Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, Patrick Fleming, CEO for the Treasurer's Office. Yes, speaking with Vince Smith, who is the CIO of New Mexico, and Steve Moise, who is the CIO who is just recently retired, they have a problem in the sense that they are bringing in approximately $4 billion a year into the fund. They are forecasted to be close to $100 billion by the end of the century. And so when you're thinking about that with our fund, we support the government, a third of the government budget. We're talking about not only are they supporting the government budget, but in excess, an additional $4 billion per year coming into that fund.
Nice problem to have. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the 1 year's return there, and you see where the Common School Public Land Fund is, that's one of the funds that's going to go to the total return over the course of the next couple, 3 years. And so the Common School Land Fund should be just right beside the Permanent Land Trust Fund. So, you know, we'll essentially, that looks like you're going to be going from about 6.5 to about 9.5. So probably about a 3% return, higher total return over the course of the next couple of years from what we've already got, I guess, moving forward in the implementation. And that's why it's important on these privates that we have a lot of diversification going forward. And that's what I think that we're going to bring today, are some really quality, specific, specialized funds.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Good work. Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you, Josh. Oh, Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, just a really brief comment. When you first hired me, if you look at that lower right, that's where we were. And the goal when we first started, you know, years ago, and with Treasurer Meyer now, our number one goal is to be, you know, far left and to be the
Not
best.
far left.
The best return. I'm sorry. Very good point. Our goal is to be the highest returning sovereign fund in the United States. And we've had that, you know, Treasurer and I, we talk about it. Everything that we do is focusing on that. And it's only 1 year, so we have ways to go. But it's so important to everyone to realize that it's because of the Slib, because of the IFC, because of the legislature, the rules that they're allowing us to make these investments. And, you know, looking at our investments that we're looking to try and get the highest risk-adjusted return, that is allowing us to do that. So I think it's really important that this has been, you know, a long-term process, but, you know, so far, knock on wood, it is bearing fruit. And so it is something that we're striving to do, and we want to continue to be there for the long term. So I want to thank the board, the IFC, and the legislature, and especially our investment team for the hard work and everything they've done to achieve these goals.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank
And
you.
the managers.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer.
I guess if there's no more further questions for Josh, thanks for coming out and doing a great job on the report here. And we appreciate the work that RBK does, and commend you for a job well done.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess we're going to get into some of the new managers that we're looking at here. Byron and Patrick have brought forward. Our first one up is I've got A&M Capital Partners 3.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, thank you very much. Before we start on that, I just want to kind of reiterate a little bit about our asset classes and make sure that everyone understands. I know we had some comments at some of the previous managers in the private credit, but it's very important for everyone to understand that every manager and every asset, every investment has a certain bucket or asset class that they fit in. So private equity has an average maturity of approximately 13 years. Our first investment in a private equity fund in 2003 will not mature until 2025. We're talking 22 years. In that type of a long term, it is extremely important that when we look at those managers, what we're looking for is someone who has a really strong, a big moat. They have an expertise in a certain area. The assurity of cash flows that we know what's going to happen is there. Under a regulatory framework, that we don't have regulatory concerns that would impact that. So in private equity, it's really important that there are certain assets that they're not investing in that do not fulfill that requirement. So if we have a manager who says that we are going to be investing in real estate, E&P, early stage biotech, we would never invest with that fund. So when we go through here and there's comments about what they will and will not do, it's very important to know that there are certain things that we look for and other things that we don't. And so, for instance, let's take E&P. E&P is so volatile. The average well life is 2 to 3 years or whatever. We're talking 12, 13. We would never put that investment in private equity. A coal investment, we wouldn't put that in private equity. Pipelines, we wouldn't put that in private equity. Where do we put it? We own, 6 coal companies in our equity book, not private equity, daily liquidity, whatever we want to do. If you remember, I mentioned before the pipeline company in Wyoming that we invested in, Meritage, $110 million we invested into this pipeline. 6 months later, someone bought that pipeline out for a 1.8 times multiple. Those are the types of things that's an opportunistic bucket. We're currently looking at an E&P company, a service company for that same investment in that sector. That is where we put those type of investments. So it's really important to understand that we're not looking at jack of all trade here. It's very specific in each one of these investments. So with these 2 managers, we're looking for a certain area of expertise of what they have done, why they're doing it, and looking for that assurity of payback. So I just wanted to comment before we get into it. The next one is, as we normally talk about, and Russell Reed, Vice Chair of the IFC, is going to comment as well about what the comments and so forth with the IFC were about these 2 managers. It was a unanimous decision from the IFC on both of these managers. There are many questions, which Russell will get into, and we went into a deep dive on this. And for everyone out there to know, this time that we're going to go over these managers is a very truncated view. We've already spent significant time with RVK, with the IFC, and with each of you to explain in detail more of what we're looking at. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if there's not any questions, I'll pass it over to Byron.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I do want to say on our briefing, and this is all I was asking for at the last meeting, I wanted to be briefed on all of the provisions in these contracts that could have ESG implications. And I will tell you, there was a change in this briefing that I just received here yesterday. So I do appreciate that. I wish that there'd been a little more receptiveness to the comments when I made them. But, since we're in sort of broad ESG matters, and in your preface, I wanted to ask you about the KKR contract. The treasurer has alluded in multiple speeches that I've been at that those offensive provisions were removed. So I have a couple questions. I'd like to get a copy of that if that has been executed. And 2, since it is a change in material terms, why, in your view, did that not need to come back to the board? Certainly, I'm very happy this happened, but I think that it was a change in the material terms. And so I have a question on why we didn't see that, both of those things. Thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, with apologies, that's not relevant to this matter that we're discussing here. So,
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just note here, if you're not going to accept it, that I sent a letter that has not been responded to. It was to you and also the treasurer's office. I'd like to see a copy of that contract and then also have an answer regarding the material terms issue, because we just want to make sure we're following state statute. So thank you.
yeah, thank you, sir. Mr.
I don't want to
Treasurer.
get into tit for tat, but I responded verbally to the secretary about why it was in our thing. Basically, KKR was approved by this board, and after it's approved by the board, then it falls to the treasurer to make the changes that are necessary in relationship to our investment policy statement. And that's the long and short of it, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's a longstanding tradition of both your time there and my time there, that we use our advisory board positions to influence the way investments are made. And in this case, that's exactly what happened. So I appreciate very much the conversation. I do not want to get off on this. I recognize that this is a very important point to you, Mr. Secretary. You missed it in the meeting that we had. You want to revisit it, and I appreciate that. However, we need to move forward on these matters.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. 15
Okay.
seconds, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to note that I think a change to the material terms, if that's not going to come before the board, the question is, why are we approving the material terms in the first place? And so that's a question I have, and I'd like to engage with that via letter or formal correspondence or verbally if that's where the treasurer wants to go. But I think we need to have that conversation. Thank you.
So for the record, I want to start to consider moving these investment matters out of the time when we have people here to testify on a lot of other things that are important, because, we tend to get sidetracked. And so Madam Director, maybe we can consider that. Thanks. And I would note that we have a working session coming up in March, and it might be appropriate to discuss that then. Thanks. With that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pass it over to Byron to give a quick overview, followed by RVK, and then the managers are here to present. With that, I'll pass it to Byron.
Good morning, Byron Bean, Senior Investment Officer with the Treasurer's Office. As Patrick alluded to, we spoke on this yesterday, so I'm just going to give a very brief introduction. A&M Capital Partners focuses primarily on investing and controlling interests in North American middle market companies. AMCP is closely associated with Alvarez & Marsal, a privately owned independent global professional services firm with more than 8,000 professionals and 79 offices globally. They're going to assist the fund in sourcing, due diligence, as well as asset management. The returns have historically been in the first and second quartile versus a very difficult benchmark to beat. And both the founding partners, Michael Odrich and Jack McCarthy, are here today and at their appointed time are looking forward to coming up and speaking with you.
Great. Thanks, Byron.
Mr. Chairman, Josh is going to give a quick overview on RVK's write-up and view of the company.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll be brief here, and I can actually speak to both managers at once here. You see our memos in your packet. I believe you've all had that with an opportunity to review. Just want to state for the record that our private equity research team has had the opportunity to conduct due diligence on both managers, and we do support the recommendation to invest with both managers. I think there's actually a lot of similarity in what we like about both managers. First of all, both have exceptional performance track records with very consistent results. And we also think both are uniquely situated to invest in areas of the private markets that aren't as heavily trafficked in due to some unique advantages they have, either through who they are or connections that they have. And that's allowed them to produce these top-tier results with lower levels of leverage. And we also observe that both have been able to enter into investments at lower price points than most of their competitors. So that's all I had to add to it. Just wanted to note for the record that RVK does support the recommendation. So happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Very good.
Mr. Chairman, per your request, now I'd like to have Russell Reed, who is joining us from New York after ringing the bell this morning on the exchange, to comment on the IFC's view.
Mr. Reed.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Russell Reed. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Investment Funds Committee, and the my background is as an institutional investor. I've worked as the Chief Investment Officer for the Alaska Permanent Fund, the Chief Investment Officer for CalPERS in California, the largest pension system, and also I've worked with a number of Middle Eastern funds, including leading the development investor for the GCC countries called the Gulf Investment Corporation. We've heard the analysis and recommendations from the staff, the analysis from RVK. The IFC recommends recommends to you the Slib that you approve these two manager recommendations. Some highlights are that from a big picture perspective, as Josh pointed out from RVK, our funds in Wyoming have been achieving two objectives. One objective is that they've been achieving better, more resilient returns. So higher returns. They've been achieving that in a more diversified way. So this diversification is actually fairly helpful. Strength with diversification, it gives us the foundation for a healthier program for years to come. So there's both better performance and resiliency. And part and parcel of that is the allocation to the private markets. Private market allocations are important. They take years to build up in terms of internal expertise, also external relationships. We have but it's not something that can be done well overnight. It takes a period of years in order to accomplish this combination of better performance with diversification. If you allocate into the private markets too quickly, there are plenty of opportunities out there, not necessarily the best opportunities. And there's a very important lesson that we have, which is that the public markets are all about allocation, but the private markets, success in the private markets requires finding the best managers and the best long-term relationships. It takes time, and so we have a pacing model for acquiring new mandates. So the importance of this also is that not only do we believe that these are two excellent managers, but they also fit in with our targets for pacing. Namely, as we gradually increase our allocation to the private markets, we think these two recommendations are in sync with the portfolio objectives. They are top managers. They are ones that we believe can perform well for our plan over a period of years, and they are a diversifier to not only our other private market investments, but our public market investments. So we are pleased to recommend to you these two managers for your consideration.
Russell, could you just from a perspective of diligence on these funds, could you characterize kind of the discussion that you had in the IFC? I mean, obviously deal flow, where they relatively are placed in that sort of thing.
Yes,
I guess I'm rather than just a IFC supported it. You've got a number of really quality investment professionals on that board, and I'm assuming they asked some fairly significant questions.
They did. We like to think that we source things well. So the questions that arose were of, I would say, in three categories. One was around the growth of these funds. One thing that we have noticed is that any successful private equity manager has an incentive to grow their business. However, there's always a concern that is raised that what made a private equity firm successful as a smaller firm, where they achieve a value added, what we call alpha, can go away as they become larger. So one aspect of the conversation was around size, namely, were these mandates and these funds, were they growing faster than what they could maintain their value-added advantage with? So one aspect of the discussion was, these are great firms, are they getting too large? So that we spent quite a bit of time on the size aspect, as we again, as they grow too, is a good example of this, which is not the case here, but to give you a good example, there are some venture capital firms, and it's a much smaller market, that have grown from around $1 billion in size to more than $50 billion in size. And that raises a significant question. If they were successful over a period of years or even decades as a $1 billion manager, their ability to be successful as a $50 billion manager comes into question. So there was a great deal of time spent on the size of the funds, and would these funds that have been so successful, first and second quartile historically, would they be able to maintain that advantage going forward? The view from the IFC's perspective after the questioning was that these firms have been growing, are growing at a pace which makes their value added sustainable. So the sustainable value added was one of the most important pieces to this. The second, and I know this is a topic that arises at the IFC, as we had in Alaska very, very frequently, was we are in we're in an environment where sometimes ESG concerns can start becoming more important compared to just focusing on delivering pure investment returns. And I know the Slib as well as the IFC is very focused on delivering best performance. They are not looking at ancillary other factors. Investment performance is the most important objective for this portfolio. So we were also satisfied that the investment team is focused on delivering the right returns. Again, they're not looking to get too large too quickly. And the third is that we believe that we can we'll be able to work in tangent with them, potentially even including having the potential for co-investment opportunities in the future. So this had the making of sort of the right type of partnership. One of the things we found at the permanent fund was that the very largest investment funds in the private markets didn't really need us, and they couldn't really be great partners with us. It was really sort of the medium-sized funds that we had the best relationship with, that we could add the most value for, and that they could add the most value to us. And I think that's what we have with these funds as well. Namely, they're sort of right-sized for our plan. We believe that they will, be excellent performers. And also the other dimension is scaling. That is, the allocation recommendations were in keeping with the pacing algorithm, the pacing targets of how we're seeking to increase our private market allocations over a period of years. So these two recommendations are not they're not pushing either too fast or too slow, but are in keeping with our pacing targets in our overall asset allocation. So overall, it was a spirited discussion, and we had a unanimity in our recommendations after diving in, determining whether they thought these excellent funds could remain excellent in the future and whether they could be the right additions to our portfolio.
Thanks, Russell. And to the Secretary's good point, I would hope that the ISC considers carefully whether these funds have any ESG mandates to them. We've taken a very strident stand on that, thanks to his leadership and the treasurers. So it's a good opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll pass that to Byron for our managers.
Sure, thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Odrich and Mr. McCarthy. They can sit down. Would you like to sit or stay? Okay.
Welcome. Good to see you both here today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. Chairman Gordon, Secretary Gregg, Auditor Racinas, and Treasurer Meyer, thank you very much for your interest in A&M Capital Partners Fund 3. Jack and I'm Michael Odrich, Jack McCarthy, and I are the two founders of A&M Capital, which we started about 14 years ago. We want to thank you for having us here. We also want to thank Byron and the investment team and RVK for completing a lot of work in a very short period of time in terms of their diligence on our fund. And we're very much hoping and looking forward to having you all as our partner and also a member of our limited partner advisory committee. I think there was a deck that was sent around here. It's a short thing we're going to go through very, very quickly. Page 2 is just the overview of A&M Capital. As I mentioned, Jack and I are the two founders. We both came out of affiliated models. I spent my entire career at Lehman Brothers, built and ran the private equity business there, had that to 35 billion of AUM. Almost all of our funds were first or second quartile. And we really figured out how to bring the resources of Lehman into our investment process to give us significant competitive differentiation. Jack also spent his career at B of A Capital Partners, effectively doing the same thing, generating top results in his buyout investing activities because of that affiliation with that bank and how that affiliation was used. So we bring a lot of experience to that. When we founded the business in 2009, we built this business with a partnership with Alvarez and Marcel, which Jack is going to spend a couple minutes talking about, as the leading operationally focused advisory firm in the world. And this partnership that we have built with them, and we've created significant economic alignments for them to help us in our activities of sourcing deals, screening and diligencing those deals, and then once we buy them, really helping them be more successful through operational improvements, is the very core of our strategy and gives us significant competitive differentiation across the economic cycles. So to page 2, we are in the process of completing the fundraise for A&M Capital Partners Fund 3. We have a $1.75 billion target on that fund. We are likely to exceed that probably to about $2 billion. I would note of significance, the investment team and the partners, about 450 to 500 partners of A&M, are putting up about $170 million of our own money. So almost 10% of the target size of the fund, which we think creates significant alignment with our investors. Flipping to page 3, we do believe that our fund is very well positioned for continued success. Our strategy is very simple. It's not easy to execute, but we have these significant resources through the association and the partnership with Alvarez and Marcel that give us this competitive advantage. But we're focused on effectively capturing value at each stage of our ownership in these businesses. We start small. We build platforms as opposed to buying platforms. And we're focused on businesses that are good end markets, that are typically growing 3 to 15% organically, that are recession resistant, where we can combine businesses very quickly to create market leaders from much smaller companies. So there's a lot of operational expertise that's needed to do that, but we've become very, very good at doing it. And Fund 3 is a well-seeded portfolio already, which is the fund that you would be investing alongside us with. And there's significant value that's already been created in the 4 deals that are there. The 4 boxes on the bottom here really represent what's differentiating about us. The first is deal flow sourcing. Because of this relationship with the 8,000 plus advisory consultants at A&M, gives us tremendous flow of opportunities. Half of our platform deals have been sourced with A&M involvement. So we wouldn't have seen those deals except for this unique affiliation that we have with A&M. The team has been together for a long time. We've been experienced. Most of us have been together, working together for over a decade. And Funds 1, 2, and Fund 3 is off to a phenomenal start. So our performance has been very strong and consistent. The third box is focused on value creation. And this is really where we do differentiate ourselves here in terms of our ability to look for operational improvement opportunities in our investments, typically 3 to 8, sometimes more opportunities that we have a high degree of confidence in our ability to execute to drive significant change and value. And the last piece here is the thoughtful and creative business model. This is the experience that Jack and I brought in to develop this business model with the right incentives for the 8,000 plus people at Alvarez and Marcel to work closely with us and give us this competitive advantage. Page 4 is the team. I would say there are 23 dedicated, experienced investment professionals on the AMCP team. We've had extremely low turnover. We have a very collaborative culture, and we require unanimous approval to do a deal. So there really is very much a team orientation, and that's worked very, very well for us. Jack, I'll turn it over to you.
Jack McCarthy, co-founder of A&M Capital. Mr. Chairman, and to the board, thank you very much for having us today. A few comments here on page 5 related to the A&M advisory practice, our partner. They've been around since 1983, tremendous growth there. It's a very, very unique firm. It is the only operationally oriented advisory firm at this scale globally. There are other firms that compete with pieces of A&M, but it's a very, very unique organization. It's not to be confused with a strategy firm like a Bain or Booz Allen Hamilton or McKinsey. The core of A&M are about 2,500 C-level executives, serial C-level executives that are permanent employees of A&M, but we can use as either value-added advisors to our capable management teams or in effect as an interim manager. So these are CEOs, COOs, CFOs. Underlying those roughly 2,500 professionals are about 3,000 functional specialists. Think of that as your L2 or level 2 management, CTOs, CIOs, head of lean manufacturing, head of supply chain, and also back office on the finance, the tax, the IT side of things. So you can see how we can use these individuals to really help us build world-class organizations from local or regional companies. We've got an incredibly unique relationship that cannot be replicated. We're the only firm originating transactions out of A&M that's contractual with A&M. They're not in the business of doing M&A the way that Mike's and my former institutions were. So we're the only firm receiving deal flow out of a 8,500 individual organization in that. So very, very unique capabilities there. Onto the next page, page 6. This page really reflects what we talk about at our investment committee or on Monday pipeline meetings. We are very, very focused on capturing value creation at every stage of an investment and also having multiple value creation levers. The way to think about the way that we take risk, we de-risk the end markets that we're willing to focus on. So we only focus on recession-resistant businesses, providing essential products and services, stable to growing end markets, typically growing at 3 to 15% per annum, contractual protections, competitive barriers, asset-light models. These sound like very good industries, and they are. Where we are willing to take risk is more on the operational and the managerial side. Performance improvement, complex carve-outs, integration, build-ups. Those are the areas where we can use our partner, A&M, to help us solve those operational issues. We can throw all the A&M people in the world at a market issue, and we're not going to fix that. So we avoid those market problems. We focus on conservative markets. So that's how we make our money at the end of the day. Those next 3 bullet points in value creation with regard to organic growth, with regard to operational improvements, with regard to fragmented markets, and focusing on the integration. Page 7 gets into a bit of what we've accomplished in A&M Capital Partners 1 through 3. We are able to identify very, very attractive buy-in opportunities, proprietary opportunities. Our average buy-in multiple is 8.5 times LTM EBITDA. This is 2 to 3 turns below U.S. mid-market averages. We tend to over-equitize deals, meaning we don't rely on excessive amounts of debt. You can see our average debt-to-equity ratios here, 4.2 times, which is a good half a turn to a turn below U.S. mid-market averages. We focus on having access to cash flow and debt capacity to execute on those platform builds and the buy and build. Very, very proprietary deal flow, 89 deals here of 146 with no auction process around them. 11 of the 22 platforms were sourced through that involvement with A&M. So it's a very important sourcing angle and sourcing source for us. On the realization side, as was referenced before, upper quartile to upper decile realizations, 3.2 times realized gross MOIC across the portfolios, 42.5% gross IRR, and all in a relatively short period. There was a reference before with regard to the length of private equity investments. We've been able to achieve some incredible results in relatively short investment periods, which should provide some very attractive returns to the state. Page 8 shows our blended returns across our 3 portfolios, MCP 1 through 3. This includes realized and unrealized investments, including all fees. These are net returns against the Cambridge U.S. Private Equity Index. These are as of June 30th, and also the Cambridge Adjusted Russell 3000 and S&P 500. So overall upper decile returns across our funds. Page 9, and really we would focus on, this is the development of our funds across Fund 1, 2, and 3. We'd have you focus in really on Fund 3. There's details here for you. AMCP 3 is a well-seeded portfolio at this point. We've got $434 million of invested capital to date. That's about 25% of our target investment size already in the ground. Your investment team and RBK had an opportunity to review these deals. They're incredibly consistent with where we've been successful in Funds 1 and 2. 3 of the deals have been in the ground for over 18 months. Arcticom, we've already increased EBITDA from $24 million to $60 million. That's marked at 1.7 today. You're investing at cost plus a small ticking fee. P2P Inspire, $13 million up to $50 million in EBITDA already. You're investing at 1.9 times as far as the gain, and again, investing at cost plus a small ticking fee. UMP Novum, $17 million is now $70 million in EBITDA, marked at 1.4. So this is a wonderful opportunity for you to look at a seeded portfolio that's already there. See the value creation, see the consistency of our investment strategy across our funds, and that we're continuing that into Fund 3. Mike, I'll turn it over to you on page 10.
Yeah, just to wrap up, Jack and I and the investment team and the partners of A&M are extremely excited about this fund. These are just the market terms for the fund. We are excited for Wyoming to join our LPAC. On that LPAC is the state of Oregon. is a $200 million investor. New York State Teachers is a $200 million investor. Illinois State Teachers is $125 million. Abu Dhabi Pension Fund is $100 million. New York Life Insurance Company is $75 million. And the Texas Permanent School Fund is a $50 million investor. And that's the core of our Limited Partner Advisory Committee. So those are our prepared remarks for today. We want to thank everyone again for having us here and for your interest in A&M Capital Partners 3.
Thank you, Mr. Roderick and Mr. McCarthy. Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer, any comment? I do have one question, just because the relationship with Alvarez and Marcel is terrific, a great opportunity, but there's also potential for conflict. How do you deal with that?
We have a really well-formed conflict clearing process. So we ride on that process. Immediately when we identify an opportunity, we submit that name into a conflict clearing group. We will immediately know whether there's any pre-existing or existing relationship with that company. Normally, if there is a relationship, if there's any issues there, it can be solved by a waiver, just their knowledge that we have a pre-existing relationship in that. There's only one hard area that we can't focus on. We've run into this only probably 4 or 5 times in the last 13 years, and that's where A&M is playing a fiduciary role, acting as CEO, CRO for a company. They can't be seen as self-dealing and directing the company to us. Again, we've only run into that a few times. We've seen thousands of deals and hundreds out of A&M, and we've had a couple situations that we've had to step down from because of that single conflict. But other than that, very simple process, very efficient process. We run it on every deal, and it basically tells us what we need to do.
We do report any conflicts like those to our Limited Partner Advisory Committee on it, which meets semi-annually. So there is transparency in terms of the relationship between A&M and A&M Capital. And if there is any economic relationship back and forth, that gets disclosed as well. So if we use A&M for services, we get a discount that no other client gets, which is 20% discount. But we report that when we use them and what they're paid and how they do for us.
Great, thank you. Further questions? If there are none, Mr. Treasurer.
Well, thanks for coming out and doing this for the committee and letting us get to know you a little bit. We appreciate that. We appreciate the success that you've had in the past and hope that it carries on, because we hope to be one of your LPs. So at that, Mr. Chairman, if there's no further questions by the board, I would recommend that the board select the fund A&M Capital Partners 3 as a state private equity investment manager, conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
A no from the secretary, and that motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Now we will have a quick discussion on material terms.
Very good.
Thank you. We went through this as well yesterday, so I'll quickly go through what Lisa, our legal, put together. Fees, very standard. Not too much to talk about there. They do have 2 clawbacks, which market standard is only 1, so that is an LP-friendly term. The investment guidelines are in line with markets. We have a whole list of things that we as Wyoming State require for any investment. I'll go through them once for an A&M. It's the same for Arlington. They've also approved those, so I'm not going to say them twice. Sovereign immunity approved, Public Records Act. They agree to most favored nation clause, limit the liability of the state, no indemnification. They've accepted our investment policy, no arbitration clause, and Wyoming this is a place of jurisdiction. So again, Arlington approved those as well that we're going to speak about in a few minutes. Yes, and that's pretty much it from my side. Happy to give any more details or answer any questions on that point.
Are there questions? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks for the briefing yesterday. It allowed us to kind of walk through in detail any of these material terms. So appreciate that. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, seeing that there are no questions, and I like the 8% hurdle there, that will certainly meet all our objections as far as investments. So I think they did a good job in negotiating these material terms for the state. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the fund A&M Capital Partners 3.
Is there support for the treasurer's motion? It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
An amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, on page 5 in the ESG and extractive industry policy section, I'd like to, after the word industry, insert a comma and say, and add, and the advisor will strictly adhere to section 3.5 of the Wyoming State Loan and Investment Board Master Investment Policy and Sub-Policies as it relates to environmental, social, and governance, ESG, or subsequent non-pecuniary based investment criteria by refusing to pursue any element of an ESG-based investment strategy.
Okay, the motion's been made by the secretary. Is there support for the motion? Is there support for the motion? Is there support for the motion? Mr. Secretary, that motion fails for lack of a second. With that, further discussion? Hearing none. The matter goes to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And a no for the secretary. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think our next one here is D3, but before we go, the general partner, just so everybody knows, the general partner has to apply to all of the investment policy and subs policies of the investment policy statement. So singling one policy statement out has no potential effect. It just puts it in another place in its redundancy, so it's not necessary. So people know that we're not voting against ESG. It's already in the contract. So, Mr. Chairman, our next one would be the hiring of private investment manager, Arlington Capitals. And I want to congratulate you guys for catching all the hurdles and jumping over them, and look forward to our relationship.
yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Quick overview on Arlington. Arlington invests in founder-owned companies in the sectors of aerospace and defense, government services and tech, healthcare, and business services. These sectors are generally quite resilient to market cyclicality risk. They have a history of success in these verticals that goes back for over 2 decades. Their performance since 2005 has been either in the first or second quartile of Preqin. One of their managing partners, Matt Altman, is here. And can I invite him to the front?
Of course.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the entire board. It's a privilege to be here this morning. Just jump into the slides here. A little bit of my background before we start. I've been with Arlington as a managing partner of the firm. Started my private equity career with Merrill Lynch Capital Partners in 1996 and Stonington Partners, which was an independent fund. Been with Arlington for over 22 years now. We've got a tremendous amount of longevity and consistency in our firm's leadership. The managing partners have worked together for over 20 years. We were formed in 1999. I'm on page 2 at this point. As a middle market private equity firm focused on government-regulated verticals, and that includes aerospace and defense, government services and technology, and healthcare. We operate from one office in Washington, D.C., and we sit at the center of an ecosystem that includes our portfolio companies, our target acquisitions, add-on acquisitions for those platforms, operating executives, a network of advisors, and the key decision makers, which is very important as we walk through our investment strategy to note. We are the epitome of what was referred to earlier in this discussion as sector specialists. We focus on these verticals exclusively, and we are very deep in our investment theme development and grassroots research within those verticals, which is where, as Mr. Reed said, we feel we can drive optimal alpha in our investments. We look to accelerate value creation in our investments through significant organic growth, as well as add-on acquisitions and operational improvements. Our firm has 30 employees today. The partners, as I mentioned, have worked together for over 20 years. We have completed over 150 acquisitions. That includes both platforms as well as add-on acquisitions. And our firm is supported externally by a network of operating executives that we bring to bear in each and every investment that we make. Move to the next slide and go through our investment strategy, which really starts with and is predicated on, as I mentioned, a fundamental focus on these regulated verticals. We are thesis-driven, and we have deep domain knowledge in these verticals. They are large and growing markets where regulation can create significant barriers to entry and minimize competition for our firm. We seek to invest right, buying companies with potential for significant franchise value. We are very disciplined in our utilization of leverage. We average about 4 times debt to EBITDA, which is 33% below the overall market. And we're seeking to utilize our network of advisors, as I mentioned, to source deals on a proprietary or differentiated basis. Once we have made an investment, we're looking to build and improve that investment, both through accelerating strong organic growth, completing operational improvements in partnership with our operating executive, and then enhancing both of those functions through add-on acquisitions. We average about 3 add-on acquisitions per platform, such that when we're ultimately looking to realize our investments, we have significantly scaled the companies that we've invested in, and they are viewed as strategic must-haves that command a premium valuation on exit. All of this investment strategy is predicated on who we are. Our brand is very important. We've had a tremendous amount of consistency in our firm and our market position in these regulated verticals. We have a deep network, and we take a partnership approach to our relationships with our management teams, our founder, owners, and recap partners. And I mentioned the consistent leadership within our firm is critical to the execution of our strategy. In the next slide, I'll get into a little bit of an overview of the verticals that I mentioned that we focus on. We feel these verticals are significant in that they present a multitude of compelling opportunities, and they are large and growing verticals themselves. As I'll talk about on the next several slides, we seek to identify themes within these large addressable markets that are growing even faster than the overall verticals. So within aerospace and defense, at a high level, 3 core tenets that we invest behind. One is our businesses improve mission effectiveness. Secondly, they take costs out of the system. And lastly, they save lives. Government services and technology, we focus on IP-rich technology providers rather than more commodity-based service providers. Healthcare, an emphasis on technology and service providers that seek to reduce costs and improve outcomes and compliance both in pharma, medtech, and the clinical segments. Next slide. I mentioned a thesis-driven approach to investing. These themes and these theses have great longevity and continuity. You can see across our 6 funds, we have continued to invest behind a number of the investment themes highlighted here. I'll just touch on the top row for a second. Regulated precision component manufacturing with within both aerospace and defense has been a key theme of ours for now over 20 years. I'll highlight some of the differentiated manufacturing technologies, just a few to mention. TSI was a brazing company, CPP a casting company, United Flexible, precision tubing, Carbon Aerospace, composites manufacturing, so on and so forth. Almost just continuing to branch off the coaching tree, to use a NFL analogy. But great consistent DNA across our themes, across our funds. We see great opportunity going forward as we're executing those themes in Fund 6, which you're contemplating an investment in today, and we'll continue investing in those themes in Funds 7 and 8. Next slide, digging a little deeper into the strategic priorities and themes that we're executing on within aerospace and defense today. Again, looking in commercial aerospace to capitalize on the resurgence in build rates and the strong growth trends therein that has been demonstrated coming out of the COVID depression in the building of new aircraft. We're actively building platforms focused on specific themes, including engine components, aerostructures, as well as specialty manufacturing. I mentioned composites, but also forgings, so on and so forth. On the defense side, really focused on investing behind companies that are helping our nation address near-peer threats as well as asymmetric concerns. And that could be both domestic manufacturing businesses as well as defense electronics companies, RF businesses, software companies, unmanned systems platforms, so on and so forth, as highlighted here. Next slide. Within government services and technology, we're focused on investing in the fastest moving streams within these three subsegments of that overall vertical. On the defense and intelligence side, a key focus these days on space superiority, offensive and defensive cybersecurity. Counter-UAS has been a huge theme of ours in a number of companies, including those we've invested in Fund 6, as well as digital operations to ensure our nation's defense. On the civilian side, federally, we look to improve the constituency experience and government efficiency by modernizing legacy IT systems, investing in next-gen technologies, which reduce fraud, waste, and abuse, a key theme of ours, and also pursuing some of those themes in the state and local environment, investing behind cost-effective workflow technology that automates repetitive processes, how to optimize fee and tax revenue through analytics and other technologies, and then improving the efficacy of constituency touch points, and that includes the DMV and other licensing environments. In the healthcare environment, a handful of themes that we're pursuing here to highlight. There's a clear need for critical domestic healthcare, both med tech and biopharma manufacturing capacity to ensure supply chain resilience. We're pursuing that. This is increasingly critical following the supply chain disruptions of the pandemic and the rising global and geopolitical uncertainty in today's environment. We're investing behind personalized medicine and technologies that support that, a growing emphasis on the development and commercialization of complex therapies and complex biologics and innovative biologics, as well as new modalities. And then within the clinical arena, next-gen technologies and innovation that improve patient care while lowering the cost to patients and providers and ensuring compliance in that care delivery setting. How are we investing? I'll jump to the next slide. Meaningfully investing in employees, capabilities, technologies, advanced facilities, all here in America. Our portfolio has grown to over 16,000 employees. It's growing at 4 times the organic growth rate of the overall economy. And we're very proud of the composition of that employee base. Our veteran composition is double that of the overall marketplace. We're also investing meaningfully in critical domestic manufacturing capability and technologies. That's both on the aerospace and defense side, as well as the healthcare side. We've invested over $500 million into facilities right here in America. And we're doing so in partnership with the federal government. Over the last year, we've invested and partnered with the government to invest over 60 or approximately $60 million of federal funds in these facilities to support growth across our portfolio. The outcomes of which are highlighted on page 10, the next slide. Very attractive risk-adjusted returns, approximately 4 times gross cash-on-cash returns on our realized investments over the last 20 years. A tremendous breadth of returns you can see both by deal as well as by fund. 90% of our deals have resulted in north of a 2.7 times gross cash-on-cash return, and we have not lost money in these sectors. We feel we're generating very attractive and top decile, top quartile risk-adjusted returns for our investors. We look forward to continuing to do so, and hopefully the opportunity to partner with the state of Wyoming in Fund 6 and beyond to execute on these strategies. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Questions for Mr. Altman? Questions? I do have one, and I know this is sort of self-serving, so I apologize. We're working on trying to figure out how we can use coal to derive carbon fiber. You know, obviously one of the challenges, but we're getting there, is how do you make long chain carbon molecules that can be derived? As you look at this, if you could keep an eye out to somebody that we could perhaps partner with in research to kind of build that aspect. It's been a long-term dream of mine that we could do things like build wings for UAVs or any of those things that could be made from carbon from Wyoming coal.
Thank you for that question. And we have a portfolio company in Fund 5, actually Fund 4, I apologize, called TexTech, which is focused on advanced materials, including carbon fiber. And I'd be happy to provide a contact to the appropriate person to explore that opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any further questions? If there are none, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board select the fund Arlington Capital Partners, I guess this is 6, as the state private equity investment manager conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Second.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And the secretary records a no.
Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, board. Well, hopefully the material terms will go quick, and I got a whole lot of self-serving questions, but I didn't want to do them in burn committee time. So
Happy to follow up.
Hopefully we can follow up on some things. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you all.
Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, matter D4, material terms. Mr. Chairman, I guess we'll have a presentation on these material terms from Byron, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you. Again, very similar to A&M fees, very standard. They also have 2 clawbacks versus only 1. The investment guidelines are in line with the market, and all the Wyoming required clauses that A&M accepted, Arlington accepted as well. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Hearing none. Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, to get back to the correct page here, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state investments for the fund Arlington Capital Partners 6.
Second.
Been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Are there any discussion? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, the first amendment I'd like to bring is on page 6 on this ban of investing in terms of the exploration of oil and gas. So in that section there, on real estate assets, would like to first change activities to activity, and then change consist of to consists, delete the Romanet itself, Romanet 1, and then delete the words or Romanet 2, the exploration of oil and or gas. And then, because it's no longer needed, to delete the last sentence, the limitation would not apply to private investments in the oil and gas industry in a capacity other than exploration, ... So it would read now, the partnership shall not invest in individual real estate assets unrelated to a portfolio company or in a portfolio company whose primary and predominant activity consists of investing directly in undeveloped land unrelated to an operating business. Then you have the sentence starting the partnership, and then the last sentence is removed, starting the limitation. So it removes this ban related to the investment in the exploration of oil and gas. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. With your leave, Board, I wonder if, Mr. Treasurer, was it Ms. Spillman who kind of worked through these issues? It strikes me that these material terms are negotiated to start with, and then the contract is negotiated. And I realize the Secretary is new at this, but it strikes me that there's a significant amount of conversation that's happened so far. Is that, would that?
Mr. Governor, I take a little bit of umbrage at you saying I'm new at this. I'm trying to, we have a vote before us, and I have the right to amend it and respect your point, but would appreciate if you could just keep it respectful. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess if there's a second, then we'll have some discussion and go from there.
And
Yeah. And I'm not planning on seconding it, so I don't know
Okay.
who may.
All right. Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a quick comment because, I had somewhat of a similar initial reaction, but I've actually worked in the oil and gas industry. And so I understand, some people may or may not be aware that exploration, companies have a separate exploration side and a separate production side. And so I can see where if a company such as this is risk adverse, then they would want to avoid the riskiest part of the oil and gas business, same as they're doing with real estate. That part of business, you need wildcat wells to evaluate geologic theory. And while it could be great, most of the time we see in the business that they're failures, whereas production has a clear revenue stream. And I just want it to be on the public record that this company is still open to investing in production, just not exploration, which is inherently more risky. So I wanted to just make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Further discussion, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly understand that risk varies across all lines of business. But what's really questionable to me is this continued call out. And of course, in the KKR statement, it was placed with comparing it to pornography and chemical weapons. But even in this one, why does it need to be called out? The solar industry has a great deal of risk. The wind industry has a great deal of risk. There are risks in all sorts of businesses. And this continued call out in these contracts, I do not view as in line with our values and appropriate. And I don't think it's needed. And I don't see why they wouldn't just accept this deletion. I think it's, the valuation of risk reward occurs at that level in the boardroom, but it does not need to be done on the front end with this call out of a key Wyoming industry. So that's all I'm trying to do here. I have a great deal of respect for everybody here. I'd ask that it just, let's have it both ways. And I've worked a lot on these amendments. So, and I think that's the reason it's coming before the board is so we can debate it and amend it and have that discussion. Thank you.
Very good. Well, your next
Yes,
amendment, sir.
Thank you. One more. On page 24, in the ESG and extractive industry policy section, removing the first sentence, that's the first section of this amendment. So it removes that first sentence. The general partner maintains an ESG policy pursuant to which it integrates consideration of ESG into the investment process, subject to its fiduciary duty and any applicable legal, regulatory, or contractual requirements as further described in the PPM. So first we would delete that, and then delete the words in the second sentence, have the opportunity to, and then also delete the words in the second sentence, pursuant to a side letter excuse right negotiated between the general partner and the state in good faith. So it would read, the general partner confirms that the partnership does not specifically pursue an ESG-based investment strategy, and the state will be excused from ESG-driven investments. So it won't be contingent to the side letter. They will be excused from ESG. We will be excused from ESG-driven investments. That's the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there support for the Secretary's motion?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that that type of language and what it gets at, that's already included in our ESG statements, correct? Mr. Treasurer?
As far as I know, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, that our ESG policy, all of our investment policy is all of our managers are subject to our investment policy.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, can I
Mr.
ask a
Secretary.
question? You know, in my view, the ESG policy that was passed here is very cryptic. And I think it really has very little teeth in it. And so I think bringing this language in the contract, I think it's a continued work in progress. We're going to get another round at it next year. And I'm sure the legislature is going to debate again this issue. Looking forward to that. And I think we'll get another round when we do the IPS. But I'm really thinking about language to strengthen it. In the meantime, I think with the crypticness of what it actually does, I think we should be very clear that we're just excused from any ESG related statement. And it shouldn't be subject to a side letter. Why would the side letter be after the approval of the material terms by the board? That doesn't make any sense. And it should be negotiated on the front end, not on the back end before once all our leverage is gone. I mean, that's not the way you negotiate. Our leverage is now at the front end, and we shouldn't say that it's contingent to a side letter that'll occur after the material terms are approved. So that's all we're trying to do here.
Very good, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. I'll ask for support again. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? That motion fails for lack of a second. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your, and a suggestion, because I know you have put quite a bit of work into this, is to put this forward to the negotiating team to see if there's a way in these preliminary matters to be able to incorporate that early on in the process. So, and I'm sure the treasurer would be happy to accept your suggestions. So, thanks. With that, we'll move, if there's no further discussion, we'll move to the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And a nay?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a couple comments on.
Yeah.
I know.
And that motion carries, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just this
Congratulations.
provision on the oil and gas, that call out in not having oil and gas investment, that to me is just not appropriate. So that's a huge part of why I voted no. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess from my perspective, this company is doing a lot of different things. Their area expertise is I guess the relationships that they have with their partners within the government in the DC area. And that's what they leverage. They don't leverage relationships with oil companies in Houston or anyplace else. And so if you're asking a, one of our basically private equity partners to get into an area that essentially they don't have an area expertise or any competitive advantage, I frankly welcome that they're not trying to get outside their area of expertise. Now, at some point in time, they might want to run the strategic oil reserve, and they probably have an area of expertise about who to contact to run the strategic oil preserve. But necessarily in these other areas, they don't, especially in exploration. That's the riskiest thing in there. I think if the people in Wyoming thought that we were going to invest in wildcat oil wells, I think they'd probably throw us out to the curb. And that's just ridiculous to think that we should invest in wildcat wells. And so, I mean, there's a reason that we put these portfolios together, and that's so we get areas of expertise and basically have a diversified portfolio that has a competitive nature that's going to outperform. And that's what we're looking at. And so you can't expect us to say we're going to put something into material terms that says go wildcat oil production. That's something that is just, for me, Mr. Chairman, is a waste of our time.
Okay, I will allow 2 more comments.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that was a little bit of a straw man. What that provision does is explicitly calls out an exclusion on oil and gas investment. And the question is, why would you call out that exclusion? They have no relationship to wind investment, no relationship to solar investment, no relationship to all sorts of industries that they're not calling out explicitly that they're going to have an exclusion on. And so that's one of the questions that in our office, I'm telling you, there's no good answer, in my opinion, to that question. And so it's not calling for investment in any particular industry, the fact that we would try to remove that exclusion. It's just preventing them from clearly saying that there will be no investment in oil and gas exploration. And nobody's been able to answer that question. Why wouldn't wind be there then? Solar there. I'm sure there's a ton of other things they don't have expertise in that are legal investments, but they don't call them out there. That's the question.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there further comment? Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a real quick comment concerning ESG language or ESG comments from companies. The most recent data I found was from July 21st, but of the S&P 500 companies, 494 of those 500 have ESG statements.
Yeah, and we need to fix that, but I appreciate that. I think this matter is at an end. So, and will, Madam Director, thank you, Mr. Fleming, thank you, Byron. Thanks, Mr. Altman, if you're here still. Great, thank you very much for being here. I think you can understand our concerns and very much appreciate, look forward to having a chance to talk about potentials for Wyoming coal. And I've had a request for 5, and that's probably appropriate. So thank you. Secretary here. The treasurer is in the back there coming up. So the auditor is here. The superintendent is online.
Okay.
Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to J3 on the Slib agenda for today, and J3 is to consider one application for funding from the Chapter 42 Local Government Project ARPA grant program related to infrastructure for affordable housing. This is for the town of Jackson. You may remember that this matter was tabled at the November 2nd, 2023 Slib special meeting. Just by way of introduction, obviously, should the board wish to consider this matter, it will first have to be taken off the table. This is part of the $5 million that was set aside in the local government program for infrastructure related to affordable housing. We did have an application period for this, June 20th through August 4th. We only received 2 applications. The town of Jackson is one. The matter was tabled at the November meeting based on concerns expressed about the terms of the ground lease. The staff, we were able to obtain a copy of the lease, which was provided to the board members prior to the meeting. Again, this application seeks $1,250,000 for the Flat Creek apartment project. Staff has recommended approval of the funding, but with that, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it back over to you in the event that the board would wish to take this off the table.
Yeah, thank you. So I would entertain a motion to take the matter from the table and put it back before us.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Secretary is a no. Madam Superintendent?
Aye, to take off the table, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
You are, she is an aye, so that the matter is now before us. And Madam Director, I guess just sort of heads up on how I hope to cover this. We heard quite a bit of testimony the last go-round. Taking a page from our Oil and Gas Commission, we tend to try to limit duplication of comments. So I will try to be generous, but also strict. So if there, I guess, Beth, do you want to lay the issue out and then we can go from there?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, board members, the town of Jackson has submitted an application requesting $1,250,000 to help fund the Flat Creek apartment project. This project will provide 48 affordable rental units specifically aimed at serving households earning 30 to 60% of the annual median household income. There's deed restrictions set by the town and Teton County Housing Authority for this project to ensure that the rental rates stay at an affordable housing rate. And the project is a joint partnership between private and partner. This is exactly the kind of projects that these ARPA affordable housing funds were set aside for.
Thank you. I would note that I had occasion to go by the property and saw that it was being constructed, just as a note. Members of the board, any questions you have for Beth? Ms. Blackwell, thank you. If there's anyone that wants to approach the board, I do have a hand up, but I want to make sure that let's go in here first. So, and just again, if we start covering old territory, we will cut that short. Advance warning. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tyler Sinclair, Town Manager for the Town of Jackson. Thank you for the opportunity to address you again on this matter regarding an application from the town for affordable housing project in the town of Jackson to address our imminent and ongoing affordable housing crisis in our community. We appreciate the opportunity to address you again today, to address some of the concerns and issues raised last month, and appreciate the tabling and opportunity to be back today to address those. I'd like to start by saying that we're here today to demonstrate the significant importance of this grant to the town of Jackson. Although we have access to other resources to fund this project, we would be incredibly grateful if we were awarded this funding to help us further leverage the dollars in this project and invest back in our community and other housing projects. Every dollar we have for housing is critically important as we struggle to maintain the heart of our community, our teachers, plow drivers, Little League coaches, volunteers that are struggling to call Jackson home every day. We believe our application is exactly the type of project the legislature had in mind when they determined $5 million of the American Rescue Plan Act funds should be approved for housing in Wyoming. Specifically, the legislature directed that the funding, quote, shall be for the purpose of providing grants to cities, counties, and tribal governments in Wyoming for unmet affordable housing needs, and that additional points should be given for projects already underway. We've provided a project that meets exactly that. You've heard that the Teton County Fairgrounds are being threatened by this project. I assure you they are not, and that this application is not about the fairgrounds, but is instead about workforce housing in our community. There's no choice to be made today. We can have both. We can have a thriving, successful fair and rodeo, along with a federally, state, locally, and privately funded housing project to create a win-win for our community in both housing and maintaining our Western heritage. The Teton County Fairgrounds lease was recently renewed and extended to 2030. We have an excellent working relationship with the Fair Board and the rodeo concessionaire who represent these community interests. Let me repeat, there is no threat to the Teton County Fairgrounds or the Jackson Hole Rodeo as a result of this application, but there is a real threat to our community, our lack of workforce housing, and our ability to house our workforce. Today, I've brought with me our Housing Director, April Norton, our Town Attorney, Leah Colswano, and our Mayor Pro Tem, Arn Jorgensen, to further discuss this project with you. Again, I appreciate your time this morning. I'll be happy to stand for questions at the end if that's appropriate with you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Norton.
Sure, the secretary has some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your comment that we can have both and the fairgrounds are totally protected. Now, I want to dig a little bit deeper into what you're talking about, because I just had a meeting yesterday where we kind of had this discussion and become very familiar with this issue, working on it the last year and a half or so, and protecting our Western heritage and making sure that our rodeo and our county fair is going to be protected and out there. And I don't know if you saw I just got an email the other day, another city in California banned rodeo, and it's just really very disturbing, this trend around the country and in some of these blue states. But one of the things I've noticed is there's kind of this disconnect, right? One side says, look, we want the fair and rodeo to continue at that site. And then the other side says, well, no, there's nothing to worry about. The fair is going to continue no matter what. But then you dig deeper, and what they actually mean is it will continue at a different site. Okay, so when people say we're going to continue the fair and rodeo that come from this perspective, and I'm in that perspective, we mean at that site. We don't mean that, and we're not saying that the perspective we're concerned about is trying to do away with the county fair entirely. It's that it will be done away with at that site. Okay? So my question to you is, are you saying that it will be continued at that site? Not that it will, I understand that it will continue no matter what, but will it be at that site?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, yes, at that site until 2030 when the lease is up, and I anticipate we will have discussions on extensions of that lease at that time. So when I say a win-win, a continuation of the fair, a continuation of Jackson Hole Rodeo, it is at its current location at 400 Snow King Avenue in the town of Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I'll allow a little bit of latitude here, so please go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask about this 2030 point, because the next question is then why don't we just kind of resolve this issue? You know, I think the county, why wouldn't you want to resolve this issue? It's been out there, it's caused a lot of concern, and that's one of the questions. Why would you say that you don't want to resolve it until the lease is up for expiration? Why wouldn't we just extend it to, you know, pursuant to the Wyoming Constitution, another 99 years after 2030, and everybody will be really happy. I mean, even 75, 80, I mean, why wouldn't we just extend it now and not just say, well, it's going to be done in 2030? Because that seems, that raises a lot of concerns to people.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, it's a good question. You know, I think it's something we could take up sooner. We haven't felt a need up until now. Our partners, Teton County, the Fair Board, and Jackson Hole Rodeo have all not asked us to extend it past 2030 at this time. So we've not done that. Certainly there's something there that we could discuss and would be open to, but our partners in those agreements have not asked us to extend it at this time, so we haven't.
And so just to be clear, the matter at hand regards a building across from the fairgrounds, and whether ARPA funds can be used to, or should be used. The rodeo conversation, while it is somewhat attached to this, is a separate matter, and obviously of great concern to members of the community and members of this board. But I don't want to get confused talking about the future of the rodeo, which is really not represented either positively or negatively by the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I know the Secretary has an answer to that. So, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to, I understand people can have different opinions, but the opinion of those that are raising this concern is that this site was part of what was considered the fairgrounds, that it wasn't just across the street. It was part of a contiguous sort of relationship. And so I understand your contention, but that I don't think that's the contention of the other side on this issue.
No, I think your contention of the other side quite correctly is let's make sure that we don't lose the rodeo, and let's not fund this because that's our way to keep the rodeo in place. And I only mentioned that I don't think those things are as connected as some might contend. But I very much appreciate the conversation here. I want to try to keep it focused on the matter that we have.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is April Norton, and I'm the housing director for the town of Jackson and Teton County. I won't go into, our need for housing. I think that that's well documented. We certainly need local workforce affordable housing. The ARPA funds we've applied for will be highly leveraged by local funding, home funds, National Housing Trust funds, and low-income housing tax credits. Right now, our department has over 2,600 people looking for safe, stable, affordable housing. Of those, 700 are in households that could qualify for Flat Creek apartments. Additionally, we have over 150 critical services providers looking for housing right now. Hundreds of education employees, and that's everyone from support staff, bus drivers, up to teachers and administrators have lived in our housing. More than 100 state, local, and federal government employees have lived in our housing. As you know, these homes will serve households that are earning less than 60% of median family income. But I think it's important to know who these people are, who they look like, right? These are people like Anna and Gwen, both single moms working for Teton County School District. Or Annie, another single mom who is a daycare provider, watching after children of local working families. Or Alex, who's a medical assistant and a local fireman. The folks that are going to be served by this development are not here today to comment because they're working. We know that they support this program because they've stayed in our community, they stayed on our list, And they are the people that are advocating for housing. They are the people that are among the local voters who overwhelmingly supported $80 million for local affordable workforce housing in last year's election. And that included $20 million for community housing. Our community supports housing. Every dollar that we're able to acquire for housing goes to support our essential workers. And that's really important for the livelihood of our community. We really appreciate you considering this funding request, and I'm here to answer any questions right now or later. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just, could you repeat that number, the total number of houses, if you could snap your fingers and put them in Teton County you need?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, we had a housing needs assessment that was completed in 2022. It stated that we needed 2,000 affordable workforce housing units in the next 5 years.
Okay, another thing, Mr. Chairman, has your organization at any time, I guess, after the 30 years or whatever, allowed the developer to upgrade and, I guess, upsell or up-rent the original affordable housing units?
Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have
I think the secretary has a question for you.
now, and if the attorney is a better person for this, let me know. But I want to dig a little more into I have the full lease here. This whole 30 versus 50 versus 99 year provision on the guarantees on affordability. So in the ARPA application, it says 50. Okay, if it's going to be yours, maybe you can present first, and then if that's the better venue for it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. I'm the attorney for the town of Jackson, Wyoming. My name is Leah Calaswano, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. My comment is brief, and it does focus on the ground lease. So I'll just open up by saying, first, the term for the ground lease is 99 years. That is the term. The term cannot be shortened. The federal programs that are being used to attract and leverage the private dollars that are constructing this project, they come with low income tenancy requirements for 30 of those years. The state agency, the WCDA, through whom those federal dollars pass, which is an important partner in the realization of this project as well, and we appreciate them very much, their additional restrictions for a subsequent 15 years for low-income residency. Thus, there are 3 layers of protection for the first 30 years of this project: the ground lease, the federal rules, and the WCDA rule. For the subsequent years 31 through 45, there are 2 layers of protection: the WCDA and the ground lease. And for the remaining years, the ground lease for the term of 99 years, so that's year 46 through 99, which cannot be shortened, that is the last layer of protection that survives. Second, other relevant highlights of the lease I want to just note are that it's for residential use only. So the language of the ground lease is that the project shall be used, the real property, the land we're leasing, shall be used for the development and operation of affordable and low-income multifamily residential housing. It is affordable, it is low income, it is multifamily residential housing. It cannot be any other use for the entire 99 years. Third, as for transfer, if there's an attempt to transfer it, the town of Jackson has the right of first refusal to purchase the improvements on the property, because we're not leasing the land, it's a ground lease. So if there's an attempt to transfer improvements, we have the first opportunity to purchase that. If we choose not to purchase it, then they can still only sell it with our written prior approval. That includes approving the party to whom they're selling it. And third, excuse me, it can only be sold up to a maximum resale price, even to us. So that, again, with the intention of this document, all of these documents, keeps the rental rates protected as low income for the entire 99 years. Because if it were to be transferred, the lease survives, the same terms survive. So those are your primary layers of protection. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer, and then I'm sure.
I guess a little clarification as far as the survivability of the lease intact. Can a subsequent city council change the terms of the lease or vacate it in any way?
They are not allowed, there are certain provisions in here where you are not allowed to shorten this lease, and that survives termination of this lease. And if it were to be transferred, you would also not, a new lease would have to be entered on the same terms and conditions as this lease.
Yeah,
So
well, I know the legislature can do anything they want to a previous
Yes.
legislature.
That's true.
Yes, but I didn't know whether city councils had that authority.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Treasurer, Secretary Meyer, Treasurer Meyer.
There you go, you got it.
Sorry. The provisions in here survive, so it has language specific, I believe it's Article 10, but I'd have to check my notes if you would want to give me a minute. It specifically says that it is an independent, as if that provision is an independent contract, not in this document if this were to be terminated.
Okay,
So hopefully that
and-
helps.
And Mr. Chairman, as a policy, I guess, a full disclosure and transparency, that both you and I are members of the WCDA board, and either us or our designees sit on that board.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple things. I want to dig into each piece here, but let's start with the ground lease. Can you lay out all the provisions that protect affordability in your view in the ground lease?
Thank you for the question. Would say the first and primary, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. I would say the first provision is probably sent throughout the recitals, the incorporated recitals, about stimulating the supply of affordable housing. I think additionally, there are provisions in here for the change of owner and the purchase, that if it's transferred, it doesn't terminate, that the residential use only provision also states affordability and low-income housing, that is section 3.1.
Yes.
I would say, in addition, section 3.51 talks about how the execution of the lease is consistent with the state statute and the Constitution, in the sense that it is consistent with the resolution forming the Teton County Housing Authority, which is an authority formed specifically under the housing statutes of Title 15, which is consistent with your state constitution. I would say, in addition, the provision where the town of Jackson does not at all transfer the land, that we retain ownership of the land and retain the improvements at the termination of this lease, consistent with the intention of this lease. It's another supporting argument. I would say in 6.2 that the construction has to be consistent with the permitted uses. The permitted uses are only low-income residential housing. I would, in addition, point out that in terms of mortgages, there's only permitted mortgagees, and the town of Jackson has to approve those, and they have to be consistent with running in favor of institutional lenders. They can be community development financial institutions and no one else. I can keep going.
Well, would you agree, though, the principal one is the one on page 3? And I think this was the one that was cited at our meeting 2 months ago, this 3.1. I mean, you're talking about where affordable's in a definition, in a sort of paragraph, or it mentions affordable housing, but the one where I think it's explicitly stated is 3.1, which is that the project real property shall be used for development and operation of affordable and low-income multifamily residential housing, which is in. Thank you.
Happy to answer, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. I appreciate the question, and respectfully, I would say that is an important provision, but I'm not sure it's the most important provision. There are further provisions we haven't gotten to yet in terms of transfers that protect this for 99 years. So while that is an important provision, all of these provisions work together in this document and create an entire and complete picture where this set of improvements cannot be used in any other fashion for 99 years.
Okay, well,
And they
Mr.
all
Chairman,
work
I didn't
together.
mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and go through those other provisions that are key.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think the remainder of the provisions operate in section 7, or excuse me, Article 7 that I just mentioned, And that was the only point of my comment, that those provisions are critical. And that the town's opportunity to purchase it and protect the interest, including the provision of the maximum resale price that keeps it at a lower price, so that should another purchaser obtain it, the rental rates would be protected. I think all of those operate together. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is affordable defined anywhere? And that's one of the things that, I mean, the question is, what is affordable housing? Well, across 99 years, that definition could change. It certainly could change within the city of Jackson or the town of Jackson. And so that's one of the things, at least in 3.1, and I understand how the concept of affordable housing is interspersed with what you're trying to effectuate in other provisions in this contract. But I think 3.1 in the uses section is really where you're getting the follow through on not just the windup on whether this is affordable housing or not. And one of the weaknesses I think there is that it's not defined. So what's your response to that?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, I appreciate the question and the opportunity to answer. The critical nature of the key picture, the key answer to your question is that it's defined in statute. The Teton County Housing Authority is formed only within the confines of Title 15's housing statutes, and persons of low income are defined in that statute. So that is 1510-101A Romanet 4. In addition, that is keyed to the state constitution, which also has provisions for low income. So that's why both of those terms are used, and that's where the definitions derive. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, Mr. Chairman, how does that become operable in a contract, though? I mean, really, wouldn't you want to define that? Why would you not define that also in a contract and just reiterate it? Because, I think an argument would be that once the WCDA and the 45-year runs out, that would be an added protection, is to just define it within the contract.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. The strength of not defining something in the contract is to continue to use that outside source of law. So we want to rely on the state statutes and the state constitution. That is why we did not define it.
But Mr. Chairman, where do you explicitly say that you're referring to that definition of affordable in statute, other than in saying that this other entity is going to carry it out that's subject to that statute in theory, or at least in their creation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. 3.5.1 references the Teton County Housing Resolution, which creates the Teton County Housing Authority, which references the state statute pursuant to which it's created. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to proceed here to the WCDA issue. Now, I have a letter here from February 28, 2023 from Mr. Horvizland at the WCDA, and there was a constituent that sent an email, sent a letter trying to understand what's going on with the 30 years versus 99 years. And he responded back and said, and I'm just reading a sentence here, the total affordability period for this project prior to being permitted to charge market rents is 30 years. Now, I understand that the argument is that's just the WCDA section, but the way I understood your previous comments is that there's a protection from WCDA for 45, not 30. So what's the distinction in the 45 versus 30? Because this line right here from Mr. Horvizland suggests that the WCDA protection runs out in the 30 years.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. I can't speak to the WCDA's response. I can speak strictly to the agreement that's been entered. And in that agreement for WCDA, section 1.2 for the term states that 30 years is the term, and then the WCDA affordability period is 15 years after that 30 years ends. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, this letter says it's 30, so and then the final question I have is in the application itself, which is that, there's a section here that says the project is also presumptively eligible under the second option for eligibility, as all units of the proposed project will serve households at or below 60% of AMI for a period of 50 years, unquote. So the application itself says it's 50, which I think is kind of interesting because you said there's 2 layers of protection from 0 to 45. You said there's 3 from 0 to 30. So where's the 50 coming from? And then why does the application not say 99?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. I can't speak to the application. That's not the legal binding documents that we ultimately entered. I apologize. I could try and find an answer for you and return it, but I don't have an answer for the application today.
Well, Mr.
Perhaps
Chairman, I think it
London?
is important because there's a lot of disparities, you know, and I mean, this is just sort of a hearing. It's not like an under oath testimony. So we all want to understand what's going on here, and that disparity, I think, is one that I have a question about because it's right there in the application. So.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. Again, I can follow up for you. Perhaps our development partners who are online can speak to that when they make their comment. That's possible. But the legal documents we have entered that are binding, they speak to 99 years, 30 years, and 45 years. 15 getting you to 45. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Arne Jorgensen, Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Jackson. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I also, and this speaks a little bit to some of the questions that have been coming up, was a founding board member of one of our nonprofit entities, the Jackson Hole Community Housing Trust that was created in 1989, 1990. And I say that, I think, relative to, and I'll start with just to follow up a little bit on, and I'm very proud of our staff, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done putting together these leases and putting together these projects. The lease in particular is a tool that was introduced, and I can think back to discussions with Senator Grew, former Representative Andy Schwartz, back in the early 90s about introducing all of the layers possible to protect affordability over time, and the lease was one of those. And I have fond memories of those discussions. They were robust, and something that I really feel we're seeing them being presented in a way that is truly useful and important. I wanted to briefly touch on a couple of points, just following up on what you've heard this evening or today. The discussion about the funds, granting the funds, you've already stated, Mr. Chairman, you talked about the project being under construction. We're very excited about that. If these funds are granted, it will allow us to take, as the town manager suggested, that we're able to take that money and reinvest it. We do an annual housing supply plan where we're reviewing upcoming projects. There's an ongoing need and an ongoing effort there. That's where those funds would go. I would also point out that within the process that we've gone through in this project, we've received points specifically because the project is under construction. And so that was something that within the process that brought us here, that was something that was acknowledged as a benefit, which we know the project will be done. The town of Jackson was very focused on accessing these federal tax credits and finding a way to make them work in Teton County and in a way to respect the needs around the state, given the incredible cost differences. And we made that work, and we're very proud of that. And this grant application is following up on that. I would also say it's an opportunity for our community as a whole to leverage the large number of dollars that we get in private donors as a community, that we get through our specific purpose excise taxes. We had 5 items on the ballot last year. They each passed by roughly a 2-to-1 margin relative to housing. Strong indication of support in our community for these efforts. I also wanted to quickly touch on, and this is some of the earlier questions that the Secretary was asking about the threat. And I want to speak to that because I think at the core of that question, that's a political question. And I think it's important for me to stand up and say categorically, there is no threat to the fair and rodeo on this site. There have been historic discussions about relocating. They're not currently happening. That's not going to happen. And I think that is important for us to say from a political standpoint. I appreciate the comment about extending the leases. The current town council has extended the leases, and actually we have, if I remember right, 3 leases that had different terms, different ending times. We've purposely made a point to make it more predictable, to align those terms and make them more predictable. We look forward to any discussions from the county, from the Fair Board through the county. If there's a need to extend that lease, for example, if they want to make additional investments and they want it a longer term, we're more than happy to have the lease extended or have that discussion. That's something that we will take into account as local elected officials. And we've done so for the life of this property and the life of these activities on the property. And that's something that I look forward to continuing to do. I also wanted to touch, and Chairman, please grant me here a little bit of time about the configuration of the fair and the rodeo. I know that you were talking about that with the Secretary's question. That's a concern for our community. So I do want to touch that a little bit if you permit me to do that. The configuration, and I have family photos, either 1953 or 1955 that my father took watching. It wasn't the fair. It looked to be a 4th of July event at that location. And I can look at that location when the photo was taken, and I can look at the GIS configuration that we've taken roughly every 10 years. That location of that photo is exactly in the location where the stands are today. And the reason I say that is the configuration of our fair and rodeo grounds from the Snow King Avenue north is set in our community, it's established in our community, and it goes back to at least the 50s. And you can look in those same aerial photography by the GIS in 1960s, you start seeing public works uses south of the road. You're starting to see these other uses. Yes, there is one building, the Green Exhibit Building, that was south of the road, was built in the early 80s. I have fond memories of being in that when I was in high school. That we have ended that lease. There was a footprint of property on that lease. We have relocated that exhibit hall to the north of the road, so it's now part of the core fairgrounds area. We've doubled the square footage. We've invested millions of dollars. The county has invested millions of dollars in that. And I'm very proud of that. And I just want to reemphasize this housing will be housing people that are providing services so that the fair and rodeo can happen. And they're providing services so that our community stays a community. And that's something that I continue to be very strongly in support of. The last piece I want to touch on. You've received, I'm told, hundreds of emails about this. I will tell you as a local elected official, I've received one. The call for action from those emails was essentially the same information that was going around our community last year during the election process in a series of full-page ads. I was called out as in opposition to the fair and rodeo. That's not true. A former council member was also called out. I mean, a fellow council member, Jonathan Schechter, was also called out. I believe the chair of the county commission was called out. All of us went ahead based on that same information, and we were reelected resoundingly. Our community supports these efforts. We've done this project in a transparent way. It's something that the community has had ample opportunity to weigh into. And I just wanted to say that our community is supportive of housing. We're proud of this. And I really respectfully ask that you grant this grant to allow our community to continue to do this work. And any of the four of us stand for any further questions.
Thank you. And I'd note that my dad's first rodeo in Wyoming, he kept his horses where the Virginian Hotel is now. So anyway, please, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's another anecdote on why it's so important that we preserve this and we address this. So I want to ask you a similar question. I think you were somewhat clear. I just want to be crystal. You're talking about preserving the fair and rodeo at the current site, not just at any site within Teton County, at the current site.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, I guess the other question I have, and I really appreciate your comments that this ultimately is a political issue, and that the board has to, the city council has to, the town council has to decide how to proceed with. Now, and it's for all public figures, right? There's naturally a skepticism, right? And I believe I followed through on everything I've or at least tried to, on things that I have to get commitments from other people when I was a legislator. I believe I've tried to follow through on everything that I said I was going to follow through on. There's still skepticism. It's for every public figure. And I try not to get offended by it because so many public figures have not followed through on what they say they're going to do. And so naturally people are skeptical. So I guess that's sort of the lead into my next question, which is, you were in my office in January or February of this year, and you said, hey, we want to get a resolution here and extend this lease. And now we're here in December, and you're saying this again, and appreciate that. But for the folks that are really concerned about that, I don't think that that language is enough, that there's concern that why are we going to let this continuing to get closer to expire? The ticking time clock is just continuing. So why don't we try to resolve this? And that's my question for you. I mean, and I appreciate your comments, just as you did in my office in February. What's the obstacle to actually following through? I'm all about following through, getting it done. Advancing the ball is the term I use in my office all the time, whether it's 3 yards down the middle, 5 yards, 7 yards, whatever it is. And there's all sorts of, different policy options that advance the ball down the field. But what are the obstacles to actually getting it done rather than saying we're going to get it done?
Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I really appreciate that question. And I too enjoyed that discussion that we had in February. What we've been doing for decades in managing this property is working. And we have an annual report from the fair. No, it's from the rodeo technically, for the 5 years that I've been sitting and reviewing of that. And then before that, watching them take place as a community member. This was the first year where there was no friction. This was the first year. It was one of the best seasons both entities have had. It's something that's working tremendously well. And I agree with you about the follow through. And you and I had a phone call, if I remember correctly, the day after that meeting, right? And I may have misspoke. You misspoke. You took that we were going to do something here in Cheyenne that afternoon or that week or something, right? And we had a good follow up, and I appreciate that follow up. I think the other piece, and I'm committed to, we are not looking to relocate this activity. Right? I stand here and I'm saying that, I'm committing that 100%. The other aspect that all of us as elected officials are doing are going through and allocating scarce resources. One of those is time and energy. We have something that is working. I appreciate there is a group in our community that may not take that at face value. But as local elected officials, we have a number of other issues that we're also looking at. And everything takes the resources to put that through the process. Right now, this is not critical. I respect tremendously. People in our community may not accept that I'm saying that. I'm telling you as an elected official, this is not something that we need to spend the time right now working on. We have other things like the subsequent housing projects that we're working on, additional housing, additional property that we're purchasing, things that are working to house people in our community, people, support staff in the school districts, critical people throughout our community. That's what we're working on. So respectfully, I don't think we're not following through. It's a matter of us as local elected officials looking at our bandwidth, frankly, looking at what we're able to do and making sure we're moving everything down the road. This is something that's working tremendously well the way it is now. So thank you very much for the question.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
Guess what? I've never really spent that much time around city council, so I don't know how long it would take to actually get a resolution, but I'm assuming that you draft it up, you get, I guess, a first approval, and then probably have 2 or 3 more readings, and then it's done. So, but necessarily, the time that you spent arguing this one, you probably could have gotten the first approval drafted and approved by the city council. And so, your time constraints, I know folks are busy, but I tell you, the people that are going to be busiest are the legislators in a 20-day session, and they do hundreds of actions and cast thousands of votes. I would hope that the time is not a constraint in moving this forward, and I don't think it would be. I think that you can that's something that could be done if the will's there, and certainly I think in a reasonable period of time. And I just urge you to move forward as diligently as you can, and with I mean, a lot of people have great intentions, but they're in the minority sometimes, and it doesn't happen. And so let's hope that you guys can get together and consider doing a structure where you can actually move this to 999 years if you put it in a trust structure. So then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I think the secretary asked some really good questions and the treasurer made some good comments. I do think it's important to note that in general, in the lessor-lessee relationship, I think it's important to remember we're talking to the lessor And it would typically be the lessee that says, hey, I want more lease, make my lease longer. So I think it's important that the town has said they're ready and willing and able to have these conversations, but just in the general nature of that relationship, this would be like us going out to grazing lessees that don't expire for 7 years from now and saying, come on, can you renew? So that putting that in light, that I appreciate those assertions, but it seems it is two parties that have to.
I'd renew. No, I'm kidding.
But again, it does speak to the bandwidth of, I know that this is all really pressing and important to us, and 7 years is, 7 years goes quickly, but it's still 7 years.
If I may, Chairman, just to.
Please, Mr. Mayor.
And I just want to add, I appreciate those comments. It's a three-way lease. So we have the agreement with the concessionaire for the rodeo, as well as Teton County for the fairgrounds. So it's a complicated I won't say it's a three-ring circus because it's not entertainment, it's real.
It's a rodeo.
It's a three-ring rodeo. There's a lot embedded in that. And I think I keep coming at it. If I was on the county side of this equation are we trying to make additional investments? Are we trying to do something and we need a longer term? That's the kind of thing that our relationship has been dependent on. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Jorgensen, I did have a question for you. I'm sorry.
Perfectly okay.
Yeah, It strikes me that this project is well underway and has been underway regardless of what the matter before us is. It strikes me that you, as a town council, have voiced that you have no intent on changing where the site of the rodeo is or the rodeo itself. I guess, does whether we fund this or not fund it in any way weigh on those conversations as you go forward? I think the treasurer raised a couple of points. There's a potential for deed restrictions that you could put on things and all that sort of stuff. But I guess the matter before us really pertains to whether we're going to use federally guided dollars that the legislature said specifically ought to go to housing needs, and whether we're going to use those to fund a project already underway on your property.
So thank you, Chairman. I make sure I'm understanding the question right. This, as we talked about earlier, this is south of the road, south of Snoking Avenue, right? So it has no bearing to the operation of the fair and the rodeo in terms of its future. If this money was not granted, as we've all talked about, the project is going to get completed. We won't have access to those dollars to move into the next project, but that's okay. We'll definitely work through that. There's no bearing that I'm aware of, certainly not from my standpoint. I'm not aware of any from my colleagues' standpoint that there's a connection somehow to this large issue. This large issue is absolutely critical to us. The heritage of the rodeo and the fair to Teton County is absolutely critical. These are not connected in that kind of a sense.
Okay, and then the follow-up would obviously be your intent is to build more low-income housing. My assumption is that is not going to happen on the rodeo grounds.
There are nothing that we have put in place. There's nothing in our housing supply plan. There's nothing that I've heard of from colleagues that is saying, 5 years from now, we're going to be doing X, Y, Z on that location. We've purchased additional land already. We have other properties around the town of Jackson that we are moving forward with on housing. We are not looking at the area north of Snoking Avenue for housing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
You got other things going on. Any other of those going to be ready for ARPA funds before, I think the deadline is May of next year? Is that when it is?
I may turn to Director Norton on that. We're always looking for opportunity, but I don't believe so.
Is May the right month or June? or when?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so the federal regulation requires that the recipient of funds have those funds encumbered by the end of 2024. The state of Wyoming is the recipient of those funds. Therefore, when we award grants to entities, once we have a signed contract, those funds are considered encumbered. We did not intend on accepting additional applications for any of the ARPA programs that we administer. So any future funding would have to come potentially from somewhere else, depending on what legislature does during the session.
Director Norton, do you want to?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, right now we have 3 projects under construction. We have 2 projects that we own the land and we're working towards building permit on one of them. We have an RFP out for the other. I anticipate that the elected officials, depending on how long it takes them to make a decision, will choose a development partner for the land that has an RFP out by this summer. Will we be ready? We certainly will not have broken ground, so we won't get the points for a project that is underway. And I'm not sure that we would be far enough along in that project to then come back to you all and request this funding as it's defined today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just, Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to look at your glide path here. You got, you're what, building about 50 units a year?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, this coming year, we will get CO on 1 57-unit apartment complex, 6 townhomes that are a partnership with Habitat for Humanity. And depending on Flat Creek Apartments, we may get CO on Flat Creek Apartments, which is another 48 apartments.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I would just add to that, in addition to that, in our community, we've had a number of incentive programs put in place by the town of Jackson. So there are a number of private sector developments that the housing department is not part of that. I mean, there's hundreds of units that have recently been constructed and that are in process. So there's a lot going on. But again, that's the private sector using zoning incentives that create a certain number of deed restricted housing that can serve our community. So thank you for the question.
Thanks. Okay. Board, you know, my sense here is that there are a number of people wanting to address the board. I am particularly anxious that we not replow old ground. And so I'm going to try to be as strict as I can in addressing the issues. I think most importantly, what is before us is this matter of using these funds as requested. So I'm going to first look to the audience here, and I would also say, if you are finding that, I mean, this is what we do at the Oil and Gas Commission. If we have repetitive testimony, a person can say, we've heard that, and we'll proceed. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to make clear on today, and I do think, you know, I personally think this meeting probably should have been split up on 2 days, but I want to hear from everybody. And I don't care if it's repetitive. I want to hear from everybody and allow them that opportunity for the complete public comment. And so I certainly want to make clear my position on this. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. But you also remind me that we're also going to have a time limit on comments. And I think the director, I can't remember if we talked briefly about having the ability to time that, and I will be strict.
Mr. Chairman, we do have the ability, Mr. Bump and Mr. Odell can run the timer and let people know when they're 2 minutes or 3 minutes, whatever you choose is up.
All right, thank you. Mr. Treasurer, then Mr.
Yes,
Secretary.
I think, you know, I guess if we're going to try to be efficient and fair, I think we've had about 4 or so pro comments on this that have basically with no timers as far as questions go, but presentations, I don't know if there's a timer on that, but I think we should probably hear some of the con ones, kind of balance it up and see, and then go from there as far as duplicity, because I don't want to hear the same thing twice, but I want to make sure that both sides have an opportunity.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Treasurer. I would remind the treasurer that we had pretty extensive anti-conversation before, which I think resulted in a tabling motion. So,
Well,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, it's very important to note that these are separate meetings. And so the temporal aspect of being able to hear a comment that is biased towards one side when the decision is being made is very important to note. The notion that, 2 months later, that comment is going to be able to be, given that equanimity, I would question a little bit that judgment from the chairman. I also think it's very important that we're fair on this and we allow equal opportunity for both sides. I'd also ask, what is the procedure that allows that sort of time limit? And that, is that in the civilian decorum?
It is the chair's prerogative.
Okay.
And I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I did not realize, Mr. Secretary, that time of presentation was what you used to consider your judgment. So I'll appreciate that. So I guess we'll try to keep track of how much time each side gets, and maybe that's helpful for you. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, so where are we at, about a half hour on the other side? 45 maybe minutes, 50 minutes?
We'll track that. I don't want to take our meeting off schedule. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I might, the presentation we just had was from the applicant themselves, which is a little bit different than public comment.
that is correct. So with that, is there anyone here in the room that would like to address? We don't have anyone here. I see we have Rebecca Bextel up, and we heard from her first last time. So I'm going to move to give, yes. A couple of people in the room, okay. Up, please. Senator Guru, and then I have Bob back there. Will. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, members of the board. Good morning. My name is Mike Carew, and I have the honor of serving Senate District 17, which includes this parcel this application is on today. And I see we're using sports metaphors, so I'll pick one up and say, I think the important thing, and to keep our time respectful of your time, we need to keep our eye on the ball. The question here is about housing. The question here is about allocating ARPA dollars, American Rescue Plan Act dollars, towards affordable housing, which it was designed to do. You've got an applicant in front of you, the town of Jackson, who's made an application, which from what I've been told and what I've seen and what I've heard, actually fits with the ARPA guidelines for that money. Time is short with those dollars, as we all know. The requirements of the federal government are lengthy about reporting requirements. So time is of the essence. So the bottom line is you've got a legislature who set aside dollars for this purpose. The legislature set dollars aside for this purpose. You're being asked to allocate those dollars to worthy applicants. You have two applicants. You have two worthy applications. I would urge you all in the strongest possible terms to consider those applications, to consider them favorably, and let these dollars be used for what they've been asked to be used for, and not risk the danger of having these dollars revert back and then not be able to be used for anything. These dollars were allocated to the state for affordable housing, and I'd like to see them used for that. The legislature approved that, and I'd like you to see you move forward that. With all due dispatch, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Questions? Mr. Treasurer.
I don't want to use much time on this, but just kind of a thought that we might need going forward, because, we haven't used a lot of these dollars. I don't know, if it was because of federal restrictions, state restrictions, or whatever, or if there's anything we can do, that to modify this process in the next legislative session so we can actually get the dollars out. I'm not sure where the roadblocks are, but, you know, and I don't need testimony now, but I think what I'd like to do is work with you to make sure that we try to make the process, I guess, more effective.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate that comment. And while we don't know, as a former senator used to say, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know if the federal government's going to relax its criteria. We don't know if they're going to extend timelines they have in the past. But right now, we don't know that. Right now, the legislature will do what it can to make sure we reallocate dollars that have come in. We start meeting next week in appropriations to start doing that very thing, all with that eye that you just mentioned, to try to make sure that we get those dollars out timely. In addition, though, if I would just make one last comment before I leave, I've lived in the town of Jackson for 45 years. The first house I lived in the town of Jackson was above the rodeo grounds. All 45 of those years, I've lived within 3 blocks of the Teton County Fairgrounds. All 45 years. As a former town councilman and a former county commissioner, along with former county commissioner and former Senator Leland Christensen, former Representative Andy Schwartz, the 3 of us served in what I like to call the golden era of the Teton County Commission. And we served together and we built a building on the fairgrounds, a rodeo indoor arena. We allocated the dollars, the county has allocated millions of dollars towards that arena. We were the catalyst for that, to solidify the rodeo grounds and the fairgrounds at their present location. As you've heard, there is no plan to move the rodeo grounds. We have, in my history, we did have plans to try to move. We had numerous votes on it, and the public, always to move it to get more room, to expand the rodeo. And they were all defeated because they wanted to keep the rodeo right where it is, and that's where it's going to stay. And as someone who's lived within 3 blocks of the rodeo grounds for the last 45 years, I agree with that statement. I've worked towards that goal and will continue to do so. And so thank you for your comments and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Garou, and appreciate your comments and your commitment to keeping the rodeo fairgrounds in that place. I guess, you know, my question is, you know, what do you think is the obstacle? Because you have a lot of experience with local entities, special districts, and local government as well. What do you think is the obstacle in getting this lease renewed? Because, you know, this has been on the radar for 1.5 years, Senator Garou. And you remember, we were talking about this 1.5 years ago, and I've always enjoyed talking with you, and we were in the house together, and anyway, so what do you think are the obstacles on getting this Tee to Green done? And then everyone will be happy because then it'll be in a legal document.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Secretary, and I too always enjoy our discussions. I think actually the good auditor brought it up very well. In the normal crux of business, right now, 7 years for the town of Jackson renewing this lease, I know, because I see their agendas quite regularly. They're dealing with the fire right in front of them, just as you are today. You're dealing with the fire in front of you, you're dealing with this. When that comes up, and it did one time when I was on the county commission, and we granted the extension. It is a complicated, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, it's kind of a complicated arrangement between the Fair Board, the county, the rodeo concessionaire. And so those time figures are put out there because, and the concessionaire will tell you, other concessionaires will tell you, they want to have an opportunity to get in on the rodeo. They want to not necessarily give one operator a 20-year lease or necessarily keep their options open to work with the fairgrounds because they move things around. They built a new building, a new exhibition building on there. We built the building for that. We kind of hem the rodeo grounds in, hem the rodeo arena in with buildings all around it to further solidify that. So why hasn't it come up? It just hasn't been the time yet to come up. I know people wanted to. I know you're going to have a discussion later on today about leasing and selling and disposition of property. And I know that we've all got some very strong feelings about what you should do right now with that, but maybe you will, maybe you won't. We'll talk about that. But it's more of a question of timing as it comes up. But I'm sure you can agree that, you know, it will come up in its due time, and I'm sure it will be extended.
One more, I'll allow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just more of, you know, you can certainly respond to this, but I guess the thing that just mystifies me, like, I mean, you've been a political figure for a long time. When there's something where, you know, there's intent to address the issue and there's people concerned about it, I've always tried to address the issue. If that's, and rather than just continue this powder keg and just continue it sort of ruminating out there, to me, it's just interesting that we haven't gotten resolution on this with just, you know, if that's the intent all along. And anyway, that's just a comment more. I'd be happy to respond, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Powder keg, these terms that get used, I appreciate very much to use them, and they're nice. Powder keg, incendiary term, it's great. There is no concern. There's no fire. There's no there. The rodeo grounds is where it is. The fairgrounds is where it is. With all due respect, and I say this all the time, I can only tell you all that I appreciate, and from the bottom of my heart, and everyone in Teton County agrees, everyone's concerned about the Teton County rodeo grounds and fair. I know everyone's concerned about it. I feel your concern, but I can assure you, there is no concern with the elected officials that I know. There is no concern with the folks that operate the rodeo. I know the concessionaire very well. I know he feels very good about where his position is at the rodeo. And so, as far as I know, this is something that's being propagated by some folks that maybe are just, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'd just say they're a little short on being right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Just one question for the good senator.
Okay, and I really do want to move this.
I know.
because
And this is going to be my last
Okay.
question, I think, to anybody, but you got 45 years experience, and that's why you're doing it. So can you tell me in your 45 years, has the footprint of the fairgrounds been reduced?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it has changed over the years. And parts of the fair, of the grounds that were used at one time during the fair, for example, there's some housing been built on a portion of the fairgrounds. It used to be where kind of a food court, but it was stopped. It was stopped for that use many years before and wasn't being used for anything. And that's why that land was taken. And that section was moved over, just so it was more convenient for the public who were attending the fair. And so it actually made it work better for everyone else. Same, just like everywhere else in Jackson. Actually, Mr. Chairman, while just to give you an idea, my Senate district, less than 1% of my Senate district is owned by private individuals. And my district encompasses the whole town of Jackson, including this site. So we're a little constrained on land these days. And so things are tightening up. We are talking big issues in our valley right now, talking about vertical growth versus not. These issues are coming out, and housing's at the forefront of that. So in answer to your question, yes, there have been grounds that historically were used only because they had the room. We're losing a little bit of that room, but make no mistake, the Teton County Fairgrounds are where they are and where they're going to stay. And the rodeo is where it is and where it's going to stay.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bob.
I'm Bob McLaurin, a resident of Jackson. I've only been there 40 years, not 45, like the senator, and just wanted to speak up and support the project. I had the opportunity to manage the town of Jackson for about 22 years. And during my tenure as the town manager, we never considered the site where this project is being built as part of the fairgrounds. It was always north of the road. So we ask your support of the project. It's a really good project, and you've got money to allocate, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Questions for Bob? Okay, anyone else? Yeah. Here. Commissioner Probst.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll be quick. I had planned on not speaking, but I just want to make one point about the lease term. As chair of the Board of County Commissioners in Teton County, it is an awkward relationship, as we heard earlier, with lots of moving parts, but I just want to stress that the county is fully committed to the fair. And I think the term of the lease is a less significant indicator of our commitment than what we've done over the last few years. And we've built a new exhibit hall. The old one was 3,500 square feet. The new one is 8,500 square feet. It served as a firehouse for a couple of years as we were rebuilding our main firehouse, and it's now been converted back to an exhibit building. We spent $1.3 million just in the last year or so on that conversion. We're going to have a ribbon cutting this spring. I invite everybody in the room to join us. But we're fully committed to the fair. You see that in the exhibit hall. You see that in the Heritage Arena that the county commission in the golden era, or maybe the silver era, put in. We've continued to invest in that. Every year we're buying new equipment, $65,000 in our last 2 years in new equipment, $65,000 in upgrades to the rodeo arena in the last couple of years. We're fully committed. I just want to assure everybody the fair, the county is committed to the fair, and we're investing in it. And yeah, we've moved some things around, but that's very minor compared to the fact that we're continuing to invest, and especially proud of the new exhibit hall. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Questions? Okay. Anyone else in the room here? Anyone? Okay, we'll now move on to online. I'm going to recognize Maury Jones. Jonesy, if you'd like to address the board. I think you've been in the county for a little while as well.
Hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple of questions. You keep saying affordable housing. How much per month would that payment be if, considering the cost of the land, the housing costs or the construction costs now, and the interest rate on mortgage, how much would that payment actually be in dollars and cents if a person rented, if they had a lease, or if they had bought it and had a mortgage? I've never heard dollars and cents yet.
I certainly can't answer that question for you. I'll ask the housing director. If you want to take some time to get the numbers correct, we can do that.
Well, let me tell you why I have this concern, Mr. Chairman. Last week, I believe it was, there was a property advertised in the paper which said it was affordable housing. It was $700,000, and the monthly payment was $5,098, so $5,100. I work here in Teton County. I manage a ranch just west of the airport. As of Sunday, I will have been in Wyoming for 40 years, in Jackson for 13 years now. But my point is, I make $57,500 a year. My take-home pay is about $2,700 a month. I don't think this would be affordable for me, and I'm paid fairly well here in town as a worker. I'm just concerned that nobody talks dollars and cents. It's just always, quote, affordable housing. We want to know what that figure is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And if there are no questions, I'll move on to Mr. Meany. Mr. Meany, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board, for taking my comments. I did speak at the last call, so I will try, to your point, Mr. Chairman, not to rehash old talking points. But I guess, as you have called out, what we're looking at today is the allocation of dollars towards a project. And so for me, these are scarce dollars. They can go elsewhere. I don't think we should spend them just because we have the ability to spend them. That is not my view on fiscal responsibility. So it comes down to the need. Does the town of Jackson need this money for this project? And my answer is no on a number of fronts. One, as they've already communicated, They have substantial financial resources that they've chosen to spend on acquisition of land for other housing projects. There's a number of projects in the town and county where they've allocated their money. So are they in need of this money? I would say no. The second question for me, is there a need from an affordable housing perspective? We've heard lots of testimony today that here are some numbers, here's the need, but kind of riffing off the last gentleman, we rarely get into the details of what drives those needs. And we heard we need 2,000 more units. Where does that number come from? What are we doing to look at the current inventory? What does the compliance program look like to make sure that our current inventory is being used appropriately? We heard a couple stories by the housing director about 2 single moms. Certainly appreciate they're probably trying to work very hard, and that is admirable, and we should work to support them. Unfortunately, I think our current inventory is not being used entirely by those kinds of folks. I think in talking with people I know, we all have firsthand knowledge of people that are abusing the system. And so I go back to the compliance and do we currently have enough inventory necessary to meet the needs? And I don't think we have an answer yet. And we know of a county employee, he works, his wife deliberately does not, so they can maintain an affordable housing unit. I don't think that's an appropriate use of state or federal funding to continue those kinds of practices. We heard some comments from Mr. Jorgensen. I'd like to respond to that. He hasn't heard from anybody because we've tried to engage with him in the past. And being a minority in Teton County in terms of my political approach, my experience with Mr. Jorgensen is if you don't tell him what he wants to hear, he moves on. So that is why he has only received 1 email. The other final comment I would just make is we'll see who else speaks, but so far in terms of support for this, I've not heard a single citizen who does not have a relationship with the government stand up and support this. I think you'll hear from a few other folks today that are actually community members who feel differently. So I'd ask you to consider that. And I'm sorry, I said it was my last point, but one other thing I wanted to mention was I just find the approach of the town around this plot of land, as I mentioned in my last comments, a bit disingenuous. This is public land to be used for public good. We've heard a lot of talk that it won't move, but they fail to take action to protect it. Speaking to the auditor's questions, I don't understand why we need a concession lease to protect the land. The land can be protected. We can put it out for bid for future concessions. That's been my experience in other places where I've lived. So I don't understand the connection there. And again, thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to Tyler Davis. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tyler Davis. I'm one of the co-developers on the private side for this project with Blue Line Development. I've been involved with several housing projects in Jackson, accounting for over 200 units, including this one, including a successful private-public partnership with Teton County. I was quiet and kind of never made public comment during this. I didn't think it was necessary, but I do want to tell my story and my support for the rodeo and how we got here. I was the original applicant for this RFP with the town a few years ago, but rodeo is a very important part of my life, the state, obviously, and the reason I'm in Wyoming today. I'm originally from Florida. My first trip to Wyoming was not to go to Yellowstone like most kids. It was to travel across the country, hitting rodeos along the way to make it to Cheyenne. My dad rode competitively, rode in Cheyenne multiple times at the Frontier Days. Although Florida isn't known for its rodeo, my dad's the only high school national champ bull rider from the state of Florida. Famously, Lane Frost was the national runner up that year. This trip to Wyoming as a kid kind of sparked a huge interest in the cowboy state, the Wyoming, the culture of rodeo. And which as a kid, it's the first time I saw that, University of Wyoming was the mascot was the Cowboys, which I thought was the coolest mascot and still do today. And then I was lucky enough as a senior in high school to get a call and get recruited to wrestle at the University of Wyoming, and was offered an athletic and academic scholarship, which I took. And I remember even in those meetings, Coach Suter showing me the code of the West and that cowboy mentality, and it really sold me to make the trip and move out to Wyoming. As for the local fair and rodeo, I'm very close with the Wilson family who run the Jackson Hole Rodeo. I've coached their kids in wrestling. I've sponsored the rodeo last multiple years. I got right now a shoot at the rodeo has got my company logo on it. I sponsored the bull riding this year for the high school rodeo. I sponsored Callaway Wilson to go to the junior high bull riding world finals. I grew up in 4-H and FFA showing animals. I hope my young daughters do when they get older. Christian Pritchett's on the call. He lives in Laramie. He's the owner of Blue Line. He was a team roper. He was a officer in the FFA like I was. It's a very important part of what we believe in, and it's just we felt it's ironic that this project became somehow tied to the rodeo. I told town officials way before this project ever came that, if there was ever a fight of moving the rodeo, that I do not want it to move. Even though I'm a developer of housing, done a lot of it, I'm very supportive of the rodeo. When I applied for this project originally, it never crossed my mind to be anywhere tied with the rodeo because it is on the other side of the street. I went to the rodeo a dozen times this summer while we were under construction, and it never affected the rodeo. There's no horse trailers across the street. There's no rough stock being, pinned across the street. So it showed that we functioned the whole summer with the rodeo and this project being across the street that is situated right now currently between two apartment complexes, and all the garages and vehicles for the town there. I know you have kind of every right to vote against this, and I'm sure there's a lot of politics and things going on that I'm unaware of. But to vote against it simply because of the rodeo is not accurate, because we have functioned, we will continue to function. And if there is, and I feel we're a little collateral damage between something that may or may not happen in 2030, and if there ever is a situation where the rodeo is threatened to move, I am on the side of keeping it exactly where it is. I've told local officials that, and I don't want this specific project that is getting built currently. It's going to be complete with or without this. But it really gives the town additional funds to do another project somewhere else. And we all know there's a housing shortage nationally in the state and definitely in Jackson, and we really need housing. So what we do know today is we need housing. And this is not going to affect the fairgrounds. It's not going to affect the rodeo. We've already proven that. The one fair building, exhibition hall, is being moved across the street. I think it's a better use. Instead of having to take your kids across the road to go to the exhibition hall, it's now, right next to all the rides, a little bit easier. And to a further point earlier, we pulled up the net rents right now. Our cheapest unit is a 1-bedroom net rent of $670 per month. And our most expensive unit of the 48 is a 3-bedroom with a net rent of $1,923 per month. You can't get a studio right now in Jackson for that price of that 3-bedroom. So this is truly an affordable project. I have grown up around rodeo. It is very important to me. I will continue to sponsor it, and I will fight in the future if needed, if the property were to ever move. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. Are there any questions for Tyler? If there are none, I'll move on to, I think Rebecca Bextel is on 3 times. I suspect it's because there's other people using the link, but Rebecca, I will recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the real Rebecca Bextel. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. I just wanted to move on to some new info. The reason that Councilor Arn Jorgensen, it's disingenuous what Mr. Jorgensen just said. He received well over 100 emails about this, and I know because I publicly requested it. So it's very easy for anyone to go to the town council emails and download those emails. I actually have a list of about 125 emails that he received. So that was just not accurate. Okay. The second thing I'd like to say is We're supposed to believe the town attorney, and we just have to take, I've just watched an excellent presentation by Secretary Gray trying to get to the bottom of this, but here's the facts, okay? We can trust and hope that the town's telling the truth, or we can go off the facts. I want to remind everyone that a person from the WCDA stood up at the last meeting who just happened to be in the crowd and specifically say that the low-income piece expires in 30 years. I also have an email from Tammy Cray dated June 15th of 2022, where she specifically says that the housing expires in 15 years, in 30 years. She is the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the WCDA. I also have read the email dated February 28th, 2023 from Scott, and I don't know how to say his last name, the Executive Director. He clearly says that it lasts only for 30 years. We can't ignore that. I also want to say that this is the fairgrounds. This is 100% the fairgrounds. It's historically been the fairgrounds. We took down a fair building to put up this house. We are taking down a fair building to put up this project. I understand that the last recipient, Tyler Davis, the developer, he received $2.5 million in free grants and a 99-year lease. So I can see why he's for this project. But since he's developed 200 units, I wonder if he knows how to use the Teton County GIS system, because if he did, he could have clearly seen that his project is located at the fairgrounds. I also want to say that the town has a history of being disingenuous. I was the story of the week last summer for KHOL against Town Councilor Jonathan Shetcher, saying that this housing project was not being built at the fairgrounds. I think it's quite obvious. They can say that a street runs across it. They've literally done a pretty good job of trying to pretend that this isn't the fairgrounds. This is the fairgrounds. This town has admitted they have the money for this project. I also believe that the town attorney did not write this lease. I have reason to believe that the attorney for the developer is who wrote this lease, and that's why they can't answer any questions. If you look closely at the document, it's in a different font than the other documents, and there's some other reasons we believe that. I would just like to ask, if the community supported this project so firmly, then why did the town subvert their own zoning process so we could not bring a referendum? I also want to mention that we found out in one of the last town meetings on this issue, April Norton, who's the Housing Authority Director, she just up and said that she doesn't want to manage a federal project, so she's going to let the developer manage the project. So a private developer, I just want to clarify, make this crystal clear. We have given a private developer a free 99-year lease on official property zone, public, semi-public, since 1941. It is where the petting zoo is located for the fairgrounds. It is the fairgrounds. And we also gave him $2.5 million. And now he's also managing the project. And him and his father-in-law, Joe Rice, own a lot of restaurants. And they have probably a lot of low-income dishwashers and stuff. I wonder if they'll qualify for the housing. Please do not reward this bad behavior from the town. They're lying. Okay, that's what's going on here. I'll just say it, they're lying. If anybody knows how to stop this project, my cell phone is 307-699-3519. This developer and the town have gotten grants from the state and federal government, and they still haven't even, they really won't even admit that this is the fairgrounds. Guess what the fairgrounds is called? Elena Hunt Park. It is illegal to take land from all of us to put housing up for a few. Please do not bail the town out on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bechtel. Questions? Okay, we'll go on to Mark Jakowski. Mr. Jakowski.
Governor, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Governor. Governor and board members, thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you today. I only have several points or 3 points particularly to make that I prepared, but I do have some rebuttal relative to some things that have been said by some of the town officials. I live in Wilson, Wyoming. I happen to be an attorney. I'm not here in a representative capacity. I'm also a transplant. My roots in Wyoming go back to 2008, but I hope that doesn't affect my credibility in front of this board. The first, and I haven't commented on this matter previously, specifically at your prior meeting. The first thing I want to point out is with respect to the money that the town by its own admissions admits that it has, is that those funds were pledged by the town council via a letter to the WCDA back in February of 2022. They were pledged to be paid in the event that town applications for CDBG grants were not made. Those grants were not made. They fell through. But the point is, the town is pledged, those funds have been pledged since February of 22. And they were not only pledged in the event that the funds, the CBDG funding fell through, they were pledged as an inducement for the WCDA to grant the town LIHTC funding as well as federal funding. The WCDA appropriated or approved that the granting of that other set of funds. So the town, by virtue of its pledging, has already got something for it. So now it's time for them to ante up, and they don't want to do it. And the reason why they don't want to do it is because they see this other pot of money out there. And this other pot of money is the ARPA grants. But I haven't heard one person from the town representing the town or on the side of the town mention the word COVID today. And the reason why the word COVID is relevant is because in order to get this funding, this project has to be related somehow to COVID. I have looked at all of the public hearings and public staff reports that the town has provided concerning this project. According to Ms. Norton, there were 12 public meetings over the last 16 months. That's as of August of 22 that related to this project. I didn't see one reference to COVID as a justification for this project to go forward. And I would like to point out to you that the target audience or target renters for whom this project is proposed couldn't afford this project pre-COVID. They couldn't afford it during COVID, and they certainly can't afford it post-COVID to the extent that we're in a post-COVID environment. So I think it's rather disingenuous for the town to propose an application for a grant, a requisite for which involves COVID, but there is no COVID relationship whatsoever. As a matter of fact, if you look at the town's ARPA proposal, there is an appraisal tucked in the back of the document that says that with respect to the COVID indication, that there is uncertainty relative to whether or not COVID is having any effect on this project. The application talks at page 28 of the appraisal. It says that there are they reference interviews by the appraiser of 3 landlords, one of whom lessened rents during 2020, and the others, two of whom lessened rents, and the other of whom I believe kept rent stable. So certainly during the early time of COVID, there was no indication that COVID was affecting this project at all. And the fact of the matter is this project has been on the table in Jackson since 2018. That is long before COVID hit our shores. The next point I want to mention, and this is my final prepared point, is that is the zoning issue. Zoning is supposed to be a public process that engages the community and ensures that all voices are heard. That did not happen here. This project was supposed to have gone forward under a rezone from the P/SP zoning designation to NH-1. NH-1 would allow for the zoning of the property in sufficient density to make it attractive to a developer. The town succeeded in circumventing its obligation to go forward under that rezone of the property. And the reason why they wanted to do it is because they wanted to avoid a vote via a referendum that they knew could result in the project being declined by the public. Despite what you've heard, there is not unanimity, or while there is public support for this project going forward, there is certainly a lack of public support, in fact, opposition to this project going forward. And the town council knew that. Back in August of 22, when the town decided to go forward under the existing zoning, there was in effect a grassroots group called Save the Rodeo and Fairgrounds. That group had public town halls. It had made documentaries. It had circulated petitions. It had approached public officials, wanted to meet with public officials concerning this matter. Some of those meetings never happened. So the town full and well knew that if they went through the normal zoning process, that would be a zoning ordinance if it changed, and any ordinance would be subject to a referendum. Now, at the time, the town had previously taken the position that they couldn't go forward under the P/SP zoning. So they had to find a way to reverse their position on that. And the way that they had, one of the hurdles that they had to overcome was to reverse their position that the property was not part of the fairgrounds. You've heard today from Mr. McLaren, I believe his name is, that the town never considered that project part of the fairgrounds. So what that enabled the town to do under its prior position was tell the public, no, we're not taking any of the fairgrounds. Go away, pesky rodeo and fairground people. You're wrong. Well, then they had to change their position. The reason why they had to change their position and admit it was part of the fairgrounds was because in order to proceed under P/SP, the portion of the property that was going to be designated to housing had to be less than 50% of the entire parcel. So the only way to do that was to say that this 1 acre, which had previously been publicly stated by them not to be part of the fairgrounds, all of a sudden magically became part of the fairgrounds. That enabled them to build these accessory residential units, which actually is the housing that's going up on the property today, which is not an accessory unit. And Governor, you should know this because you saw it. It is an apartment building. And since those apartment buildings were deed restricted because of the rent restrictions, there didn't have to be any public hearing. And what that meant is that the town didn't have to go through a rezoning process.
Mr. Jakowski, I thank you. You're at 10 minutes. I want to,
all right, I get it, Governor. I'll wrap up. So in concluding, Governor, I was going to say Your Honor, but if that works. The town is not stupid. It knew what it was doing. They denied that they were going forward under the P/SP to avoid a referendum, but even local elected officials are presumed to know the effects of their actions. And here, the effect of their action was clear, and that was to preclude a normal zoning process with public hearings that ultimately, if the zoning were rezoned, would have resulted in a referendum. They knew that. They didn't want to face it. So they have been disingenuous with the town and its citizens. And I contend that they have been disingenuous with you. Thank you, Governor and Board. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, not a question. I just want to say something for the record. And I think we've all spent a lot of time with the state, local fiscal recovery funds, guidance and Treasury final rules. And like water sewer projects, affordable housing comes under a safe harbor presumptive eligibility. Therefore, it does not have to be tied to COVID. So I just want to make sure to state out loud, but that both the legislation passed by the legislature, that's the reason why there's been no tie, that there's not been discussions of a tie to COVID in the same way that we didn't discuss all the millions of dollars of water sewer projects that we've approved under the same pot of funding. That's all.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Christian Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christian Pritchett. I'm a resident of Laramie, Wyoming. I'm also a principal of Blue Line Development, Inc. We are the co-developer and general partner owner on this project. And here in support of the town's request and here to answer any questions, I also thought Tyler Davis articulated our collective position really well earlier. As he mentioned, I grew up in FFA and involved in rodeo. And when we first became involved in this project, we could not have been more excited that we were going to be across the street from the fairgrounds and the rodeo. We view that as a tremendous amenity for our future residents. And as Tyler mentioned, we intend to be an ally for the rodeo and for the fairgrounds going forward. I wanted to expand on a couple of points that were made previously. I would note that our recorded documents with WCDA do utilize a 30-year affordability period. However, I would also note that the lease for the project extends those affordability periods all the way out to the entire term of the lease for the entirety of the 99 years. I'd also note that the rents that Tyler mentioned earlier are 60 to 100% lower than the average market rents within the town of Jackson right now. And that's really only accomplished through the town's involvement in the material ways that they have participated in this project. And yes, they have committed significant resources to this project, but I'd also note that those have been leveraged in a really significant way. It's through their commitment to the project that we've been able to induce about $12.8 million of private equity investment in this project, along with an additional $12.8 million in construction and permanent loan financing from a private Wyoming-based bank. So I just wanted to point that out for the benefit of the board that while the town's involvement is significant, I think it should be applauded because it has resulted in the private investment of an additional $25.6 million in this project. And it's through that public-private partnership that we're able to accomplish that significant reduction in rents. And so I'm really encouraging the board to consider this request because it's this type of funding that allows the town to continue to fulfill that mission. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Pritchett. We'll move on to Lisa Meany. Ms. Meany.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much, Governor and the board for taking the time to hear our comments. The argument is repeatedly made in support of this proposal that Jackson is in desperate need of affordable housing. As a resident of Teton County, I would like to argue that this statement has not been proven. First, Jackson currently has 5 to 6 affordable housing units on the market that it cannot sell. This suggests that the need is not as great as being portrayed. In addition, it is well known that there is a high level of fraud in our affordable housing program. Those of us that live here all know multiple stories of abuse in the system that continue year after year after year. How many units of the 2,000 stated as needed would be made available if the fraud was investigated? Until that happens, we don't know how many units are needed in Jackson. Please do not use U.S. taxpayer money to support this program until the fraud is fully investigated. The people of Jackson and U.S. taxpayers deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you. I'll move on to recognize, I guess, Rebecca Bextel again. If we can't.
Can you hear me? I think I'm.
Yes, if you'd identify yourself for the record.
Yeah, Jim. So I think I'm on the list, but I'm Jim McKinney. I live in Teton County, and before I retired, I've been there about 20 years. But before I retired, I was in public finance, and I financed and counseled thousands of municipalities and billions of dollars of projects over the years. And I have been very instrumental in listening to this stuff for months and months now. And I can tell you, this has been a boondoggle from the beginning, and just in the way the thing has been handled. I want to say just the fact that the shenanigans that they went to avoid a referendum, and they avoided a referendum because they absolutely knew that thing was dead on arrival. And it's embarrassing that they did that. It was just a legal shenanigans that made that happen. So I'm just underscoring what other people said. We know that the first time I went to the rodeo in Jackson was 1953. This town has grown exponentially since then, but our rodeo grounds are less than half of their original space. They have been nibbling away and invading that property from the get-go. And they are completely being disingenuous when they say they don't want them. We know from talking to people that work in the city who are afraid to talk that I have been ongoing plans to invade that entire property for housing. If you just read the newspapers, they've got 45 acres right now giving to them free. They can't even figure out how to do that. They really don't know what they're doing, and it's embarrassing. And I've been to hundreds of these kinds of meetings in my 45 years in finance in front of city councils. This thing is these people don't know what they're doing, and they are not afraid to fib to us to make things go the way they want them to help their friends. Even to the extent they say that, I was at a meeting, they brought in a constituent, an advocate for housing, that came into the meeting and said that rodeo was not part of the culture in Jackson, Wyoming. I mean, get serious. That's when they were really planning to do more with the space. Now they're being different. I also want to underscore what Mr. Meany said. There should be a 99-year lease between the county and the city on that property. The concessionaire has nothing to do with it. They come and go. The guys that's bringing in livestock and popcorn and stuff, that's a different thing. And those concessionaires will come and go, and those are shorter term contracts as needed. But I really think that if you guys pay attention to this, I know you probably don't have the time to dig in, but the other 22 counties in this state should not be part of this. We have a California-style progressive administration running this town. They don't represent the values of the rest of this state. And I think you shouldn't abet this. And I think personally, all of you should avoid this, because I think you don't want your fingerprints on this thing. I believe this is really an ongoing scandal. And I really hope you'll avoid giving them the money. I know the project's going to happen regardless, but they could enter in that lease. And I think if you're going to give money, make them prove to you first by getting a 99-year lease done with the county. That should be something they could do in a week. So anyhow, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your comments, Ms. McKinney. I'm going to move to Catherine Ruckert.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Governor and Board. My name is Catherine Ruckert, and I am a resident of Jackson. I too live within 3 blocks of the rodeo and fairgrounds. And I just find it astounding that my local officials and local administrators have yet to point out a work plan that was produced in 2022, and it's entitled Fiscal Year 2023 Implementation Work Plan. And it's produced by Jackson and Teton County Long Range Planning. On page 57, the title of this page is called Fairgrounds Neighborhood Plan. And it's a future plan, but it's titled Fairgrounds Neighborhood Plan. Happy to send this report to you guys. But the task, and I quote, is to prepare a conceptual neighborhood plan for the fairgrounds site. And the Joint Long Range Planning is allocating $400,000 to consulting services split between the town and county to conduct this plan. And another thing that I can quote on this particular page 57 of this report, the town and county are well aware of this report, is discussion, I quote, discussion of the future location of the Teton County Fair. So, Governor Gordon, to answer your question more honestly, when you asked, are there any future plans to develop the remaining area of the fairgrounds? The answer is yes. It's on page 57 of this report that they are fully aware of. And then to further that, there was another question posed by Secretary Chuck Gray, why not just renew a 99-year lease? The answer is, the direct answer to that question is, it would ruin their plans to develop the fairgrounds. So, to conclude, please don't incentivize our town's poor management of historic lands, and please don't give an unnecessary bailout, quote unquote bailout. It's not even going to this project with these particular public funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruckert. I'm going to go again to Rebecca. Secretary Gray has a question for you.
Well, Ms. Reichert, I guess one of my questions is, what do you think is the obstacle? I mean, to me, it's just amazing that that we're not able to just get this issue done. If indeed that we're going to keep the fairgrounds at that site. I mean, this has been talked about for over a year and a half, right? I mean, I know you've discussed this. You've been involved in this issue for approaching 2 years, right?
Correct. Yes. And I don't have an answer to why it hasn't just been taken care of. As you've heard from people discussing this, this particular issue with regards to the future of the fairgrounds, you're hearing a lot from administrators and elected officials, the same story. What you're hearing from citizens, regular citizens, is that there is a future plan for those fairgrounds. And there's a reason that they're not allowing and pushing forward a 99-year lease that could easily rectify this situation. And I can guarantee that the majority of the community, I pretty much guarantee it. I can't give you exact numbers. That would be more for Rebecca Bextel, but they don't want to see these fairgrounds move. And they want to keep the history of that particular site. And so if our elected officials agree with that, as they say they have today, which I applaud that they agree with that, they need to do something about it.
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you pointing out that provision on page, it's 57 there.
Yeah, I can drop a link in this chat to this work plan.
Because, there's always this notion, because I've been involved in this issue for a year and a half, and there's this notion out there that, there's nothing here. It's just something that's been made up. I'm talking about what the other side says, and then it's in these written documents, and that's the concern. And then the question is, if there's a consensus that's built up over the last year, is why don't we just resolve it? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruckert. I'm going to move again to Rebecca Bextel.
Hi, this is actually Blair Moss calling. Thank you, Chairman and the board. First of all, the movement, I know we've had to talk about, people have been trying to save the rodeo, but it's been a movement to save the historic fairgrounds in the rodeo. And I'm so grateful to Kat Ruckert for bringing up the fairgrounds and neighborhood plan, because I was also going to bring it up. And and I don't think the town was planning on anyone seeing that, but it is very, very clear in that. And I really, really urge, and Kat put it in the link. I really urge you all to check that out, because it was approved on June 7th, 2021. So that's not that far. And so since we have been told, those of us who've been trying to save the fairgrounds have been told, we don't know what's going on, right? That there isn't a threat, but there is a threat. In that plan, it talks about taking the fairgrounds and making it housing and moving the fairgrounds. So please check that. Also, I'd like to discuss on August 15th, 2022, town planner Paul Alexander stated that when talking about affordable housing, that the fairgrounds are underutilized as they are now being used for a fairgrounds and rodeo, that he believed it was underutilized for this Western heritage community purposes. Also, Town Councilor Jorgensen in May 16th in the 2022 Jackson Hole News and Guide is quoted as, "We need to have a long-term discussion as a community and look forward to that when talking about the fairgrounds and rodeo." And I appreciate discussion, but we do need action. And the people have been asking and going to town council meetings and making public comments and asking for, since the summer of 2021, for a long-term lease for the fairgrounds and rodeo. And I also appreciate, I don't like to, but too many other people in these public comments have been mentioning people who can't make comments for themselves. But we as at Save the Fairgrounds and Rodeo met with Rachel Grimes, and she gave us a list of things of why she actually wants the fairgrounds moved out of Jackson into a bigger location of the county. But she had pages of things that we could have used that 1 acre that that is at 400 West Snow King, that is part of the fairgrounds, that we could have used it for. And I've also discussed with the concessionaire for the rodeo, and he has given me a tremendous list of very, very critical things that would make the rodeo work better, that 1 acre where these apartments are on, that could have been used to make the rodeo better and more efficient. So that is not true. That 1 acre, which is 8% of what's left, is very critical and necessary and could have been used for the fairgrounds and the rodeo to be more effective. Also, I have read all of the town council meetings that have anything to do with the fairgrounds going back to the 1970s. And I will share those with you, and I will save you time because I've highlighted the aspects. But over all of those years, there have been people who have been heads of the fair board, who have been part of the rodeo, and have been community members pleading with the town councilors and the county commissioners to protect this land, to give it long-term leases, that 26 acres has been whittled down to 12.35. Whenever the town has a need for something, they take it from that. And from decades, the community has been asking the town and the county to protect that land and to stop taking land from it for other needs from our Western heritage. And I'm trying to tell you, other communities have limited resources and restrictions on their lands and have great needs for affordable housing, but they don't take it from their community centers. They don't take it from their parks. Like New York City would never take land from Central Park to solve their affordable housing problem. I don't understand why we do this from our fairgrounds and our rodeo. The other thing is, I think we have to take into effect, one thing that's happened in Teton County is that people have been desperately looking for a deed restriction on that property. They said, oh, there's got to be a protection. There's got to be a protection. But I contend that there's no way that the family who donated that land could ever have imagined that the town in the future decades would take land from the fairgrounds and rodeo, from the heart of our Western heritage, in the central part of Jackson, that they would take it for anything other than the fairgrounds and rodeo. So I believe that there's no deed restriction because you can't protect something that you can't imagine would never, ever happen. So I do think we have to take into account donor intent. That land was given to be a fairgrounds and rodeo. It should be protected to be a fairgrounds and rodeo. And we have been asking for a long, long time to give this, what we could give a private developer who clearly, this is a very good deal because they're getting $25.6 million of investments from private people. So this is going to be a lucrative deal, a 99-year lease. Please give this to the people, the town. I'm begging them. We need action now, not words. And and then again, I don't think that the state of Wyoming should use federal funds to reward the town of Jackson when they subverted, and Mark talked to this more, and Jim McKinney did too, so I won't mention this, but they subverted their town, the zoning process, so that public referendum could not be brought. When they told us for months that this property was 400 West Snow King, it's not part of the fairgrounds and rodeo. But then when they realized that they could avoid the public referendum, all of a sudden now they admitted that it was on the fairgrounds and rodeo property so that and called it an accelerate a residential unit, which clearly it's not. We all know it's not. So they use that to avoid public referendum. And so I really am asking the state not to use federal funds to give one of the wealthiest counties in the country money for a project where they subverted the public will and public comment and the zoning process the way it should be used. So I'm just asking you not to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for the record, your comments were about 6 minutes and 7 seconds. So thanks. And a question from the treasurer.
Just one, Kit, could you guys do a public referendum for a 99-year lease?
Yeah, and I think that question is directed perhaps to the town attorney. Recognize you. Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer. I do not believe you can referendum leases. Referendums in the state statutes are reserved for ordinances and zoning. Zoning, yeah.
What kind of ordinance that could be referendum that would basically take this issue to the voter and take it out of the hands of the councilman? Anything?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer. What was being discussed was an initial position that there might have been the need for a zoning change in order to construct this building because the type of zoning it had did not allow or permit the construction of this type of building. That if a zoning change was required to construct the building, then a zoning ordinance would have allowed for a referendum, but no zoning change is needed to construct the building. Therefore, no zoning ordinance was needed. In terms of moving forward, I am not sure that off the top of my head, I can think of a way that you could put an ordinance in place retroactively to referendum. I'm not sure the statutes would tolerate that.
No, Mr. Chairman, just a zoning ordinance for the fairgrounds that are the historical fairgrounds on the other side of the road.
Oh, well, we'd first have to, I believe, have a discussion in the community, which would take some time to create maybe a fairground zoning. We don't have a zoning for the fairgrounds that we could then pass an ordinance to change it to. Does that make sense? That would then be subject to a referendum. The zoning, the current zones in the town, the most relevant one, of course, is a public, semi-public use, which is, I believe, what it's zoned now. That's why I think we'd have to go through a whole process of creating an entirely new zone, go through the comprehensive plan, create the zone into the land development regulations, and then have an ordinance. So that would take some time, but I'm not sure what a planner would say about creating a zone for one single parcel.
Yeah.
Could be some sort of spot zoning. I'd have to think about that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm just trying to figure out some way to actually move.
Yes, I
ball
appreciate the question.
downfield.
I think those land use and zoning questions would raise some constitutional questions as well, spot zoning and conditional zoning, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know the secretary has a question.
Mr. Chairman, can you elaborate a little more? I'm still trying to understand how the city was able to circumvent this referendum. And can you talk more about the motions that were made and that legal process to be able to circumvent that?
Thank you for the question.
And I will allow the answer here, but we are not talking, nor have we talked very much about the particular matter in front of us. I just want to admonish us all on that, but please go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. I think the town manager could speak more to it in terms of some historical reference. He probably has a better memory than me. No motions were made because no zone change was ever required. There was no zone change required to build a 48 unit building on that parcel. Therefore, there was no motion. Therefore, there was no zone change. Therefore, there was no referendum. It's not a subversion. It's simply, it wasn't required. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Why was there no zone change? I mean, you're moving from a more commercial use to a residential use, correct? And you know, town of Jackson, my understanding is they're pretty tight on their zoning. I mean, wouldn't that be the change in use?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray. I believe the public, semi-public use tolerates this kind of building. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we're gonna move, I have Representative Mike Yin at the top of the list. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not sure, based on Secretary Gray's comments on whether I should speak for 2 minutes or 30 minutes, but I will keep my time on the conservative side for all of you. I want to comment that the through line throughout, I think, all of the detractors of the project is that essentially I don't believe that they want any new affordable housing built in the town of Jackson at all. So whether it was this project or a different project, if it was a different project, I think you would still get a similar amount of people who would come out in opposition to any affordable housing whatsoever. We have a very vocal contingent who would not like affordable housing, new affordable housing to be built in the town of Jackson. I do think that the accusation by Ms. Bextel on our town officials and our town electeds are a little disappointing to me. They imply malice. They imply essentially a conspiracy to defraud the town. And I would ask from one elected to other electeds to give a little grace that people who run for office are doing so to do the best for their community and to do the best of what they think for their larger community. So for me and the legislature to do the best for the state of Wyoming. To clarify, the rodeo is run by a concessionaire. So not just the people who sell popcorn, the people who run the rodeo is a private entity that is part of the lease in the as a concessionaire. I think if you want to extend the lease, you should ask both the concessionaire who runs the rodeo and ask the Teton County Fair Board to ask for an extension of the lease. I don't think those entities have really pushed for that, which is why it hasn't happened. But I think if those in favor of keeping the rodeo and worried about it by needing a longer lease, those are the entities that should be approached to extend the lease. To widen the scope a little bit, I think part of the reason I think that I voted in favor of having affordable housing as part of the ARPA bill is that it's going to make an impact on the state as well. So when it comes to state employees, we have many of them that are very much on the verge of retirement, especially in Teton County, where if that person retires, it'll be almost impossible to replace them if they don't already have housing available. So, for example, if we had a snowplow driver available, retire on the state side, and we weren't able to hire someone, then it would cause a lot of massive issues economically and just for people's way of life and being able to get around Teton County if we were not able to have housing stock available for new state employees coming down the road. So I think it really needs to be a long-term vision of the need for affordable housing. And I think on the state level, we're going to need to think about it as well for all of our state employees. But I think within a community itself, there is a need to have more affordable housing stock. I was really appreciative of the developers coming to say what the price range is. And I think even Mr. Jones, if he is in a 2-person single income household, would be able to qualify for one of those apartments. And so I hope he does apply for it when the project finishes. And with that, I'll take any questions. And I do applaud your work, and I don't discount the long day you have ahead of you. And I apologize for not being there in person. I'm at CSG National, attending to my officer duties there. But I appreciate all the work that you're putting into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. For the record, 353. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I just want for the record, I just wanted to say that, hey, what I was trying to say there is just, I think we should hear from everybody. And if we're going to have, I'm not for the time limits. That's my position on it. And certainly won't be a time limit. I look forward to seeing you soon. Next time I'm up there, let's plan on getting together because we haven't talked in a while. And always enjoy working with you on things, even though we disagree sometimes. But I guess my question for you, Representative Yin, what's your view on the lease itself? I don't know if you had a chance, but I just think, and us being in the house for 4 years together, you're the master at defining things, getting the language right, very good at that. I'm very troubled by the fact that affordable is not really defined. And I'm not sure I agree with the town attorney's argument that it can, there's this sort of transfer to statute that definition occurs on because it references. I'm just not sure I agree with that argument. I view it as kind of convoluted, and why wouldn't you just make it clear cut is my response. But just wanted to get your view on that, whether you kind of heard that portion of the discussion and whether you had an opinion on it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Secretary, I do hope if you come in the summer, we could attend a rodeo together. I would love to do that with you, Mr. Secretary. I think it would be quite a tour de force if both of us were together at the rodeo. So I look forward to your visit and happy to host you. With regards to the lease, so a lease is a contract between two or more parties, right? And so the only requirement to clarify within a lease is if there is a possibility of two of the parties involved in the lease having a difference of opinion on what those contractual definitions include. I think within this lease, it's pretty clear that within the 99 years, they still have to hold to those same restrictions for the 30 and 45-year terms. Because again, it is a contract and includes those provisions regarding those other credits. Again, given that I don't think we've heard from both the developers and the town that there isn't really a disagreement on what those terms are, that there isn't a need to clarify anything in the lease because it is clear enough between all the parties involved in the lease. So thank you, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. For the audience here, I will note that we will be working through lunch. With that, I'm going to move on to Ms. Reichel, Suzanne Reichel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you for this opportunity to comment. Thank you for providing space for this discussion. I am a citizen of Teton County. I'm a 4-H leader, mother of a 4-H child. I'd like to provide a little bit of a grassroots look at what's going on here. I've been very disappointed to hear so many people state today things that I feel are not true. I've only been in Teton County for 2.5 years, but since I arrived, I've been trying to get involved in 4-H with my child and have succeeded in that. However, these are some of the things that I want to point out. This building that is going on now, I just drove by there yesterday. It literally looms over the whole situation. It is so untrue that it is not affecting the area. It is not across from the fairgrounds. It's in part of the fairgrounds. We've attended 4-H meetings in the exhibit hall that's now being allowed to become dilapidated. This is a building that was partially funded by things like bake sales and grassroots efforts. It's people have been driving into it. It's dented. We were not allowed to, our dog club could not meet there last year. We had to meet in the 4-H building in the basement and have our dogs going round and round tables and chairs because it was unavailable for our use. The first year we were here in Fair, my daughter had her exhibits in that exhibit hall. That parking lot was used for 4-H meetings that we can no longer park in. The petting zoo that my child and her friends were at is now that site is covered by this enormous project of Mr. Davis and others. It is not true that it has no bearing, the project has no bearing on the fairgrounds and rodeo. My daughter has competed in the rodeo last summer. It is just appalling that people are saying it's across the street. It is not across the street. It's part of the boundaries, and we should all be straight on that, because some of these people are trying to mislead. And it's also totally not true what Mr. Ian said, that we don't support affordable housing. I mean, that's just laughable. but you don't put the affordable housing in the community use areas. So you have the chosen few living where formerly you had access for everybody. Now you have a chosen few, and it's kind of sketchy how some of those few get chosen. Sometimes that's certainly not transparent. And even I, as a regular citizen and volunteer, know about this fairgrounds neighborhood that would develop the entire site. And I just want to say that since I got here 2.5 years ago, I've been trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm part of leader meetings and what have you within the extension office community. And there's many, many people who firmly believe, other volunteers, that they have been promised a new fairgrounds somewhere in Teton County. So they're not going to say anything about stuff like this. But, you know, having looked into it, I don't know where that's going to be. It seems a little bit like, you know, a pie in the sky. We all know how expensive. It's not affordable for anybody to live in Teton County. You could develop every park in Teton County, and there still wouldn't be affordable housing. It's just not affordable because of where it is. It's by the beautiful Tetons. It's by Yellowstone. There's just a tiny bit of land here that can be lived on, surrounded by all this federal land. It's not going to be affordable. And people are getting rich off of this. You know, it is. There's a lot going on here that's not transparent. And to hear people say that it's not part of fairgrounds, that there's have never heard from any colleagues about building housing on the rest of the parcel. No one's looking to relocate the fairground activities. That is just not true. I mean, I'm just a mom and a volunteer. And I don't have a legal background, but I have worked as a volunteer in a community volunteer wherever I've lived for my entire life. I'm 60 years old. So if they can get around the zoning hearing, they can get around the 99-year lease terms if this is sold or what have you. There's a lot of ways to get things done, and a lot's going on behind the scenes. A lot's not transparent here. It is political. Mr. Jorgensen is correct. It's political. Those of us in the political minority who there's ways that we cannot be heard, that our media won't report on a lot of this by choice. And you know what? The people in power are the people in power, but the people who are just trying to live their lives and raise their kids and have a community place where no matter what your income, you can participate, no matter who your friends are, you can participate. That's the historic nature of the fairgrounds and rodeo. And that is being changed. And anybody can drive down Snow King Avenue and see the change. And so I just, I'm passionate about opportunities for children, youth of all socioeconomics. And I just think that was what we had. And I don't like this direction. It is truly being nibbled away at. And there's a lot of just selective communication, and the ends here, I think people believe that the ends are going to justify the means. And I am, just for the record, am in favor of affordable housing, but just in other ways and not taking the fairgrounds. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Thanks very much for your comment. Questions? Okay, we're going to move on to a couple of names that are new. Julian Haas. Julian Haas, are you on? If not, we'll move on to Kelsey Yazab.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. My name is Kelsey Yazab. I am a resident of Teton County. I'm 25 years old, and I did not plan on speaking here today because I am working, so I've been jumping on and off the Zoom to attend to my full-time job. I am a volunteer affordable housing advocate, and I really would like to comment to expand upon and maybe demystify some of these disingenuous remarks that have been made throughout this morning, specifically with regard to whether Teton County needs affordable housing, issues of compliance and fraud among individuals or elected officials. As a resident who desperately needs affordable housing, who desperately wants to make my life here and raise a family here, as other commenters have successfully been able to do because of their economic resources, I am dismayed that you don't listen to the experts who are standing in front of you. You don't listen to the director of the Affordable Housing Department, April Norton, who is the expert in the need in this community. You ask why people don't show up to support these projects. It's because we're working. It's because we are trying to make ends meet, to pay rent, to find another place to live. We are working 80 hours a week just to afford rent. So the idea that people in this community don't support the Flat Creek apartments or wouldn't be able to afford the Flat Creek apartments, I would ask those individuals to look into the housing department rules and regulations, to keep tabs on what the housing department does, because they have an effective compliance department. They have an effective selection process. They have an equitable selection process. There are hundreds of people waiting in the wings for the housing department to deliver the affordable housing that they have proven time and time again that they can do. And I really, really wish that you would just listen to the facts that are in front of you from our elected officials who are doing everything they can, who are leveraging dollars such as ARPA funds, hopefully, to deliver affordable housing to our community when it is so deeply, deeply expensive to do so. And the private sector is not incentivized to build that kind of affordable housing. There are significant restrictions on what an affordable housing unit, on who an affordable housing unit serves. Many people are making comparisons to the workforce housing program, which is a completely different deed restriction. Affordable units, such as the ones that we will see at the Flat Creek Apartments, are income restricted and they require annual verification. If you want to discuss issues of compliance, maybe you should consider that the housing department, Teton County, and the town of Jackson are all struggling to fully staff any of their departments because they can't house enough people to live here and work for relatively low wages in the public sector, especially when there are private companies or tourism operations who will absolutely pay more. Thank you for hearing my perspective. I really, really hope that you will support this project. And it breaks my heart that you don't have any interest in listening or even really interviewing or speaking with the people who could truly benefit from this. You just ask why they don't show up to a public meeting that is extremely inaccessible.
Thank you, Ms. Yazab, for attempting to get on, and thanks very much for your persistence. Are there questions for Ms. Yazab? If not, I want to tell you I admire your persistence and thank you very much and good luck. And your comments have been heard. I'm going to go now again to Mr. Haas or Julian Haas, if you're available now.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'll make it as short as possible. I'm also a resident of Teton County. I've been living in Jackson for nearly 8 years now. I go to the rodeo 2 to 3 times a summer. I go to the fair each time. I love my funnel cakes, but this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about an affordable housing project that has already begun, that has been started a long time ago. The zoning issues have all been gone through. Many meetings have been had about it. This affordable housing project is for people making less than $68,000 a year, of which I'm one. I'm a cook. I work at the Four Seasons. I make barely $52,000 a year. In theory, I would qualify for this. A lot of other people in Teton County and in Jackson would as well. Right across from where I live in a less than 800 square foot apartment, there are 3 trailer homes. And I can guarantee that the people living in those would love to live in something safer and more durable than a trailer. That is why I strongly urge you, please approve this federal amount of $1.25 million for housing for hardworking Jackson citizens and citizens of Wyoming and Teton County that are working and help to fuel the Wyoming tourism economy, among other industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hawes. And we still have Jonesy on, and I'm wondering if we have any numbers. Ms. Norton.
Mr. Chairman, April Norton, Housing Director, thanks for the question. I think we heard before from the developers as well, but rents here will start at $670 per month. The most expensive unit is a 3-bedroom unit that will rent for about $1,900 a month. Right now, market rate studio units rent for about $2,500 a month. So these are significantly below market rate rents.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. Maury, Mr. Jones, I'll recognize you now. You may be muted.
Oh, there, how was that?
That's good.
Okay, sorry. Have so many things popping up on this screen, don't know what to do. Anyway, okay, so from $650 to $2,500 a month, which is significantly below market value, who's going to subsidize that? In other words, are we doing this so the taxpayers have one more ticket to pick up on, one more bill to pay? If not, then that rent's going to have to go up significantly, double.
Mr. Jones, I think your point's very, very well made. My assumption would be that the people who are going to rent these units will be paying for them. And then the money that has been raised or has otherwise been attributed to them will support the construction of those buildings.
Then, Mr. Chairman, are you saying that these units will be sold to people who will then rent them out at a lower price? I don't believe that.
So let Ms. Noble, I'm spitballing here simply because I think you're asking questions that probably.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thanks for the question, Mr. Jones. These units are rental units, so they will be rented to individuals and households who earn less than 60% of median income and live and work in Teton County. Those individuals will pay rents on a monthly basis.
Okay. Once again, if it's priced under what the market is, the taxpayers are going to have to foot the bill.
Fair enough. And then, I see both Rebecca Bextel and Mark Jakowski want another bite at the apple. I'm inclined not to let that happen simply because we're going to get more into a sort of a conversation. I think the points have been made. In the case of Maury Jones, he asked a question that we promised we would answer at the end. With that, is there anyone else in the audience here? Hearing none, the matter is before the board. I would entertain whatever the wish of the board is, and I see Madam Auditor has her light on.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec.
The auditor has moved the director's recommendation. Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Treasurer.
I reluctantly second that motion, and the reason I voted on this thing not in the affirmative the first time is because I don't want to spend 2 damn hours going through this deal because Jackson doesn't have their act together. And it's going to continue this way. So we don't have any place to spend these funds. I think we've only had one small affordable grant, none. These, we just got 2 today. And there's probably going to be 80% of the money left on the table.
Of the ARPA funds, there will be a couple million, and then there's also the 5 million of the general fund money for affordable housing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I just can't believe that a community is this divided and can't get together on something like that. And it frustrates me, but this is the legislative directions that we've had. I think we're kind of backed up into the walls. I think we've a lot of the stuff has been aired out here, and I think people know where they stand, but I hope that everybody can get on the same page. It's going to take some leadership from some of the local political figures to actually work this thing through. Yeah, we can't have Jackson coming to this board and taking this much time again, because you guys just can't get together at the community level. So fix it before the next ones come in there, or I'm just going to keep voting no. I can't. I don't want the process to get gummed up by your feuds. But it's just frustrating, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. The motion is before us. It has been seconded. There is a discussion. The Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be voting no. I mean, we've listened to a lot of public comment on this issue today, and obviously we heard the perspective of the applicant, the town of Jackson, and we've also heard from members of the public, the vast majority that are extremely concerned with using these funds for this affordable housing project. And I think they've raised a lot of valid concerns concerning the project, the historic background, and the impact it will have on the people of Teton County. So on balance, I don't think the board should be using the ARPA funds for this project. I have questions about the legal aspects of this process, the provisions in the ground lease. I think the ground lease, it's just not shored up. I think a few little definitions could have shored that thing up, but it's way too loose for now, to think that 90 years from now that there's going to be a protection there. And the bottom line is this project is going to be occurring anyway. That's been conceded by the applicant. And so I just don't think it's appropriate use of ARPA funds. So I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Superintendent?
No.
That's a no and a no. I'm going to vote aye. That motion carries 3-2.
And Mr. Chairman, and I think for the record, I agree with Secretary Gray from the standpoint that there are a lot of valid concerns that the oppositions to this particular funding thing have, and you guys in Jackson have to recognize those concerns. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. We'll move on now to matter J4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matter J4 is to consider one application for funding from the Chapter 42 Local Government Project ARPA grant program related to infrastructure for affordable housing. We mentioned at the November meeting that we had 2 applications for this pot of funding. This is that second application. Again, applications were accepted from June 20th through August 4th. This is the City of Cheyenne. They're requesting funding for the Pronghorn Crossing project. The project is located on Story Boulevard and will provide 17 affordable housing units, 5 single-family homes, and 3 quadplexes. In 2020, a parcel of raw land was donated for Habitat for Humanity of Laramie County. However, it's not connected to the city's sewer or water systems. The city has requested funds that would be utilized to provide 481 square feet of water main and 1,060 linear feet of sewer main to connect the proposed units to the city's water sewer systems. In order for Habitat for Humanity to proceed with the housing construction, the application is for $1,808,818. The application's been reviewed for ARPA eligibility by the Wyoming Budget Department, the state's ARPA consultant, Clifton Larson Allen, Wyoming Attorney General's office, in accordance to assure that it's in accordance with federal and state regulations. The project appears to meet the purpose of the specific funding allocation, and it is our recommendation that the board approve funding in the amount of $1,808,818. And we also recommend that the board, if they award the grant, require the grantee to work with OSLI, the Budget Department, and the Attorney General's office to comply with all U.S. Treasury reporting requirements. Ms. Blackwell, what have I missed?
I think the only thing you missed is the city did a great job pivoting since their first application was an ineligible activity of purchasing land based on the state statute. And what they provided seems like a great project.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Want to confirm one thing from our briefing that I believe I heard. I just want to confirm it. This would have been SRF eligible probably anyway, correct?
It could have been, yes, sir. Or I think what we were talking about in the briefing was the fact that this would be eligible under the water sewer part of ARPA.
Gotcha.
Because it's one of the 4 main eligible project types that can be funded through ARPA.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do we have folks here from the city of Cheyenne? I believe I see the good mayor. Yeah, you threw your hat in first, did you?
I thought I'd get in here. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I am Mayor Patrick Collins from the city of Cheyenne. We've all been in these discussions recently about trying to improve our economy here in the state of Wyoming. And the Harvard group that's come in has identified that one of the big restrictions that's hurting us is the lack of housing and affordability in housing. Pronghorn Crossing it's truly an affordable place. And the reason is because it's a Habitat for Humanity project. I think it will be transformative for the families that will get to live in this area. I assigned or put together an affordable housing task force when I was first elected 3 years ago. And they gave us a report, and in that report gave us a whole list of regulatory things we needed to work on, and we're working through all those issues. But one of the things that really stuck with me from that report was the difference that homeownership makes on families. The trajectory that families have, their children do better in school. Their aspirations for future education are much higher, and they tend to be better or more successful financially as they move forward. It breaks that cycle of poverty, and it elevates all the members in their homes. You see these folks getting more involved in civic involvement, they have lower exposure to crime, and just live happier lives. Habitat was gifted this land. It is literally across the street from one of our major parks. It's right next door to some really good schools, and it's in a great established neighborhood. What's missing is the infrastructure that's needed to build this piece of property. Probably one of the reasons it was gifted to Habitat is it's a challenge. And if we can get the sewer, the water, work on those roads, we'll be able to build those homes that these ladies were talking about here just a little bit ago. So I would respectfully ask for your support. These folks are going to spend 400 hours of sweat equity on these homes. So they're going to have a lot into making sure that these things are successful. And with that, I would just say that we have a great team here with us. If there's questions the mayor can't answer, I'm sure there's a lot of those. I'd be happy to do that. And I would also tell you, Mr. Treasurer, now that I know you have many to give away, I will work very hard on bringing another project to you very soon.
Madam Auditor.
Mayor, and I think I know where it is this north of Story Boulevard, just to the east of the school? Is that where that is?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's on the south side of Story Boulevard and just east of Metal Art School. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Questions for the mayor? Anyone else that wants to present? Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Under 3 minutes, right?
Well, yeah, that's good. That's good. Any further comments?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm Renee Smith, and I'm the grants manager for the city. And so, as you know, we've worked really, really hard trying to figure out how to solve this problem, and that's my number one job is finding money. So I just wanted to, we appreciate that this was open through legislature because it really solves a problem that we have been working on for years of trying to do this infrastructure. And so I just wanted to say thank you for all of the efforts that have gone into making this just possible for us to apply for. So thank you.
Thanks very much. If there any questions? If not, anyone else to address this project?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Dan Dorsch, Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity of Laramie County. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and also thank you for your service, your commitment to stewarding resources, and dedication to the people of Wyoming. When I practiced this yesterday, it came in at 2 minutes and 14 seconds, so let's go.
Thank you.
Habitat's mission is to bring people together to build homes, community, and hope, and that is exactly what Pronghorn Crossing represents. Since our affiliate was created in 1991, we've built 51 new homes in Laramie County. Our partner families are offered an opportunity they otherwise wouldn't have had, and that is an opportunity for a safe, stable, and affordable home. A common misconception about our homes is that they are free, and that is not true. Our families pay a 30-year, 0% mortgage and provide 400 hours of sweat equity. That means they build their homes right alongside our volunteers. Through Habitat's model of offering a hand up and not a handout, our families are investing in building their home and creating strength and stability for themselves, their kids, and building their future. When completed, Pronghorn Crossing will comprise of at least 14 or 17 housing units and estimated to serve 55 to 60 parents and their children. As mentioned before, Pronghorn Crossing is within walking distance to Meadowlark Elementary School, one of Laramie County School District's #1's newest state-of-the-art schools. And directly across from Pronghorn Crossing is the North Cheyenne Community Park and includes an archery range, playground, picnic shelter, and impressive walking and biking trail system connected to the Cheyenne Greenway, and is home to the Cheyenne Soccer Club with multiple soccer fields. At Habitat, we like to say we don't just build homes, we build impact. Pronghorn Crossing will provide an impact that goes far beyond the building of homes. It will provide impact by turning an unused vacant lot into a thriving part of the community and will create revenue from increased property taxes. It will provide the impact that only home ownership can provide. The impact of home ownership is generational change. It is breaking that cycle of poverty that too many of our families find themselves trapped in. It's providing a safe place for kids to flourish, and it's about being able to be a part of a community where you live, work, thrive, and contribute. Back in April, our affiliate had an event to honor our donors and sponsors. And at that event, we celebrated our history of home ownership and impact that we've had in our community. And we recognized we have much to celebrate, but we also recognize we have much more to build. And believe me, we're ready to build on Pronghorn Crossing, and we're ready to celebrate Pronghorn Crossing as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There are none. 2 minutes, 17 seconds. No.
I'll try to do better next time.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Director's recommendation.
Recommendation's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes.
Chairman.
Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I just wanted to make a comment on this one. I absolutely understand the affordable housing issue in our communities, including Cheyenne, and want to applaud the City of Cheyenne staff and developers for recently proposing the code change that was designed to really bring down the cost of construction and development. And this to me is really the first and biggest step in solving the issue. And it was unfortunate to me that the proposal failed in front of the council, despite what I think was support from Habitat for Humanity and members of the Affordable Housing Task Force. So right now, I just find it too difficult to support funding from the state when the city hasn't taken that step. If those solutions, were to come about, I'd be interested in rediscussing this proposal. But on this vote today, I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to support that one. Certainly understand the superintendent's comments in decreasing the costs and the regulations. But what really drew me on the bright line on this is a water and sewer infrastructure project. And you guys know me, I'm an infrastructure guy. And I think it builds into the comment I've been making now for upwards of a year, which is that these infrastructure projects, these water and sewer projects, there's a clear, bright line on federal eligibility. And when we think about appropriations where projects are just not aligning with federal eligibility, I really think that this is an area where we can get projects out before the deadline, December 31, 2024, because it does look like we're going to have some funds revert. And obviously we've got another legislative session where they might take some action. But I think it's very important for the legislature to understand, and I've been trying to communicate with some, because I'm not sure I'm not sure that I think there's been sort of the message has been lost that these water and sewer infrastructure projects have clear eligibility, and there's huge need across our entire state. The eligibility is very clear, and that's really where the bright line is for me. And so I'm gonna be voting aye. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Thank you. That motion carries. Madam Director, I think we have 3 more matters, if my number is correct. We have the Board of Deposits and we have a walk-in from the town of Wheatland.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
So next we'll go to the K matters, which are the treasurer's office, so we will yield for that.
Gotcha. Is there a board matter?
No, we're just setting up for getting going so that we can have a special board.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
Which is what we do every quarter is, excuse me, our first one, Mr. Chairman, is K1, which we do every quarter, and that's to set the TDOA rate, interest rate. And as you all know, that's based on the average monthly yield on a 1-year treasury bill for the full calendar quarter. So the table is behind there, and as you see, the accumulated average there is 5.39%. I remember a couple of years ago it was 0.17%.
I was going to say, Mr. Treasurer, you're living in high times.
Yes. So Mr. Chairman, without further ado, the State Treasurer requests the board accept the recommendation for the TDOA rate to be established by using the 1-year Treasury bill average yield for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, July 1, 2023 through September 30, 2023. The rate of 5.39% will be for the third quarter of TDOA contract year 2023 through 2024 to be effective January 1st, 2024 through March 1st, 2024.
Is there support for the treasurer's motion? Second. It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
nays? That motion carries.
The next one's for informational only. This is our collateral report, and all of the banks out there have a position where they're over the amount that's necessary to collateralize the amount of deposits that we have with them in the TDOA program. So there are a few banks here, it looks like, aren't taking advantage of the TDOA. program, but the majority of Wyoming's banks are availing themselves to the program.
Very good. Thank you.
That's it on border deposits.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, finally on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board today, it's not actually on the agenda, but we're sort of considering it a walk-in issue, if you will. We do not have a board matter prepared for this, but we did find out about the issue yesterday. It concerns Wheatland and their water tower. So we believe we may potentially be working with them on an emergency MRG application. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Blackwell here in a second to speak about that, but we're expecting an application in from them next week early, and as soon as we can vet it and figure out the next steps, we will likely be scheduling a special meeting of the board to entertain that application. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield to Ms. Blackwell to explain in more detail what's happening here.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the town of Wheatland's water tank is approximately 20 years old. They have, from the time it was erected, they have had issues with it. The original company that they worked with to erect the water tank is now bankrupt. They had been back out to service the water tank many times to fix issues with the water tank. They have worked with a second company to try to extend the life of the water tank. However, it's to the point where they cannot keep their tank full without fear of the bottom coming out, essentially. So what I have talked with the town to do, and Representative Harrelson, is to start working on their application, get it submitted to my office as soon as possible. And if they are done with the application before they can pass a formal resolution, get it to my office. We'll start working it. Once we get the resolution, we have a complete application, and we hope to bring it to the board to fund. One of the issues with this is generally with emergency funds, we can recoup costs that were incurred prior to grant award. However, the town does not have those available funds to front this money and wait till February to get a grant awarded to refill those funds. So that is truly the emergency.
And thank you, Ms. Blackwell. After I became aware of this, I was really happy you were able to reach out and get the information. Board, I wanted this brought to our attention to see if there was any conflict or desire not to be able to go to special session in the event that we have the proper materials before us. This truly is an imminent disaster. It appears to me. The grounds around the tank is saturated. They've lost their EPA rating, as I understand it. And
on that note, DEQ is working with EPA at this time to try to figure out what that whole situation is.
Okay, thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, it seems, and I think we've had to do this for Claremont before perhaps, but I'm confident this is something we could capture in a very brief special Zoom meeting if that. I know it's tough to get on December schedules.
Right. Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thanks for bringing this walk-in matter, for putting that on the agenda. I think it's really important we address it, and I'm available 24/7, 365. I mean, let's get it done. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Do you need anything from us, Madam Director?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe so. I think Beth and her staff will work with Wheatland to get in the proper information for the board's consideration. And as soon as everything is in order, then I'll have Courtney reach out, and we will quickly try to get even a Zoom meeting scheduled so that the board can consider it and move forward.
Fantastic. Thank you. Is there anything else to come before us?
Mr. Chairman, not on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda. We have concluded that for today.
So what I'd recommend, board, is that we adjourn the State Loan and Investment Board, that we take a break. It is now, it looks like 18 before noon. I mean 1, sorry. Well, it's noon somewhere. Yeah,
5 o'clock somewhere
before
too.
1, and that we reconvene not later than 1 o'clock, if that works for you. All right. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna step out. I'll go.
let you know.
No, we're coming back to order. Superintendent is here. Why don't we set up with the preliminaries? I have asked Madam Director that we allow the state forester, because normally, you know, she's just much nicer than Bill Crapser ever was. So, and we can let Bill know that.
I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, I think the former state forester would be horrified that you're giving her such privilege here.
But I've asked that she be able to go first, because I think we probably have a fairly full day.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So we are now convening as the State Board of Land Commissioners. The first item on the agenda would be approval of the meeting minutes from October 5th. Did you want to go through that first or allow?
No, let's go ahead
okay.
and do minutes and if there's a consent list and all
Yep,
that.
we
sort
have all
stuff.
of that too, and then we can turn that over to her. So, Mr. Chairman, the first item would be approval of the October 5th State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
You've all had a chance to review these. Are there corrections or additions? If there are none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the October 5th Board of Land Commissioners meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item, just noting that we've provided the usual reports for the board behind tab B. If anybody has any questions, we have staff here that could stand for those at this point.
Are there any questions for the matters behind tab B? I don't believe there are.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for the meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. And at this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list.
That would be great.
Mr. Chairman, the following items listed on the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda for December 7th, 2023 appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. We have D1 through D20, E1 through E7, F1 through F6, and G1 and G2.
So you've heard the potential consent list. If someone would like to make a
Chairman?
motion to form a consent list, D1 through D20, E1 through E7, F1 through F6, G1 and G2. E1 through E7.
Yes. What after that?
F1 through F6. And then G1 and 2.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list as enumerated.
Okay, it's the auditors made that motion. Is there support for the auditor's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Thank you. We have a consent list. I don't want to take anything off, but in the process of afterwards or something, I'd just like to have a brief description of the oil and gas leasing and how that went. I would entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the items, unless there are any to be taken off the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved to move the director's recommendation on the consent list.
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think that motion carries. I'm an aye.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I believe the next item is Ms. Norris's forestry and fire report, if we're moving her ahead.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Ms. Norris, wonderful to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm going to begin my report with a wildfire update. Last month, we had a late season wildfire on private lands in Albany County that ended up becoming an EFSA fire. The Mason Lane fire was approximately 80 acres in the Cottonwood bottoms of the Laramie River and took county and state resources about 5 days to contain. This was the third EFSA fire for the year. So as of December 1st, the cost of these 3 EFSA fires is approximately $1.3 million. Wyoming has recorded 539 fires with a total of 10,924 acres for this season. This is well below Wyoming's average. Our 6-year average is typically 874 fires and 106,573 acres. So an interesting statistic, we did not record a single fire that went larger than 5,000 acres this year. Our helicopter seasonal positions are currently open, and we are actively recruiting for next fire season. And last week, the 63rd Wyoming Rural Fire Meeting occurred in Casper. This meeting brought together state, county, and federal leaders across Wyoming to focus on training, building partnerships, and networking together. I'm going to move on to staffing updates. I have the pleasure of introducing Assistant State Forester of Operations, Matt Marshall, to the board. Matt comes to us from Larimer Conservation District, which is in Fort Collins, Colorado. Matt is originally from Pennsylvania, and he has worked for the Pennsylvania State Game and Fish Commission and is a state Penn graduate, forestry degree, of course. I'm very excited to have Matt on board as this completes our leadership for state forestry now, our leadership team. So with that, we have hired our rural fire trainer, Russell Haynes. He comes to us from the BLM. We can steal him away, out of Susanville, California. We are in the process. We just heard we officially also stole another federal employee for our fuels mitigation coordinator position coming out of the Arapahoe Roosevelt. And we are conducting interviews for the open crew supervisor positions, and we do currently have the Medicine Bow route G&A position open. Lastly, I want to give the board a real quick update on the National Forest Plan revisions. So Black Hills National Forest has announced a new forest supervisor, and his name is Sean Cochran, and he's going to begin mid-January on the forest. The revised forest plan assessments and responses to public comments were released to the public this week. As a cooperating agency status, State Forestry has been participating in the Black Hills National Forest cooperating monthly meetings along with Wyoming and South Dakota counties and conservation districts. State Forestry has been able to complete 110 LiDAR plots for the Black Hills LiDAR Flight Modeling Project. We have 10 more plots left to complete, which is what we agreed upon was 120. And the analysis for the LiDAR Flight Project is going to begin soon. I'm going to move on to the Bridger Teton National Forest. They are having an agency cooperator meeting next week. Draft assessments are planned to be released now in spring of 2024. And the Bridger Teton is also planning for a forest plan public engagement event with the public in January. The Medicine Bow Route National Forest plan revision process is still on track to occur next year. And lastly, the U.S. Forest Service has created a new mountain service planning group to support national forests with forest plan revisions. This group is planning to hire 74 employees, with at least 50 already hired, to manage Region 1, 2, 3, and 4 forest plan revisions. This mountain service planning group will oversee the 3 phases of each of these forest plans, which is the assessment, the scoping, alternative development and analysis, and the objections and appeals. This group is supposed to be bringing consistency to Wyoming's forests through these forest plan revisions. And with their support, hopefully our forests continue to get the management done on the forests that we need done while they're going through this planning process. And so with that, I'll stop there and open it up for any questions the board may have.
Are there questions? Kelly, I've got questions. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'd love it.
So one of them is with regard to the Black Hills. We were able to get twice the resolution on the LiDAR. That's excellent news. We also have a rail-in project that's going on to keep the mill up there going. My question really goes to the engagement of South Dakota. I know we have counties that are engaged. And I know we have conservation districts. I'm just curious whether the state forester has also been helpful. And I don't want to put you on the spot. You can.
Mr. Chairman, interesting enough, we've been reached out, both the State Forester of South Dakota and myself, from Deputy Regional Director, Regional Forester, excuse me, Jackie Buchanan, in regards to how both states can help with through GNA to get more wood out and available, as the Black Hills has not met their targets. And I've met with my staff this week, and we have agreed to do whatever it will take on the Wyoming side. We looked at the projects, and we're already doing that size of projects currently through GNA. On the South Dakota side, the State Forester informed that he as well has a GNA forester that can help, and that they were also going to be meeting even with the Mystic District Ranger in regards to the project that they are conducting right now with a substantial amount of wood that's not being managed or looked at with saw timber on it. So the State Forester is starting to move into the direction of questioning some of the management decisions that are not occurring on the Black Hills right now.
Fantastic. That's really good news. Next question is on the BT. What do you anticipate out of different? Jackie Buchanan has been a phenomenal cooperator, has been a really great forester. Can't say enough good things. We're talking about a little different region, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just yesterday, I met with the Bridger Teton Forest Supervisor, Chad, and we had a pretty frank discussion. I think Region 4 is going to be working with us closely. There's a real understanding that whatever between those three forests, the workload that's upon us as state agencies, as counties, as cooperating agency status, and the public, there's a real desire for public engagement, which hence why they're planning a very large scale public event. But I do think we are going to continue to need to meet on a regular basis and continue that relationship as we move forward through that forest plan.
Do you anticipate any sort of, I know we have grizzlies, we have grazing, we have other issues there, and I'm just curious if you see anything on the horizon. And one of my concerns has been that there are so many policies, so many directives, so many new things that are coming out of this administration, that it really has taxed our ability to be able to respond to them. Do you have adequate resources to be able to comment on these plans, participate in them, and all that sort of stuff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we are going to need to look at that real closely to be able to do everything that's coming at us currently nationally, as well as locally, between 3 forest plan revisions, 2 RMPs. And then, yes, you're correct. Just yesterday, I learned that we have a new threatened and endangered species listed that could or could not affect harvesting on national lands, and we're scrambling to find that. We have another national comment period on carbon and national comment period on managing our national forest through monitoring. This administration is keeping us very, very, very busy. I'd be very open to additional support on that end of things.
I said that for the legislators in the room. Thank you, Kelly. Matt, welcome. You're going to be doing a little writing.
Yeah,
thanks. I think that's it. I think one other sticky point on BT and maybe some other forests is going to be elk feed grounds. And so that's probably a longer conversation, but just.
I agree, Mr. Chairman. And just so you're aware, one of the things we're working on is shared stewardship. And so we're working with Region 2 and Region 4. Some of that is, I need them both to communicate so that we can do our jobs at the state level and be effective together, working together, especially when it comes to implementing all the grants that we implement through the Forest Service. Outside of that, I think we I have personally been reaching out, and we're going to be meeting with many of our state agencies so that we can start getting ourselves much more organized. And that's also part of shared stewardship. So we've already have a scheduled meeting with Wyoming Game and Fish to get on the same page on many of these topics we're talking about today: forest plan revisions, policy, forest management, projects across the state, in particular in those migration corridors in that area of the states. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to reach out to many of our other state agencies and start looking at how we can build upon each other and work together to continue to take on all of these challenges that are upon us.
Very good. Well, thanks. And I think you do have a good bunch of supervisors to work with. So.
I do, yeah.
Great.
Well,
any other questions? None. Okay.
With that, I just want to wish you all a very wonderful holiday season, and thank you. Thank each of you for all of your support this year. I really, truly appreciate it. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Welcome aboard, Matt. That's wonderful to have you here. And glad to steal you from Colorado. Thanks. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us down the agenda to the H matters today. The first H matter is to consider the proposed disposal of state trust land in Teton County, Wyoming, a parcel that is known as the Kelly parcel. And I'll just provide a brief history and then as to how we got to where we are today, and then I will turn it over to Deputy Crowder to explain the disposal transaction. So this proposal has a long history associated with it. At the time of statehood, Wyoming was granted school trust lands in what later became known as Grand Teton National Park. In 2010, the state of Wyoming owned 4 parcels within the exterior boundaries of the park: the Antelope Flats parcel, the Kelly parcel, the Snake River parcel, and the Jackson Lake parcel, which was a mineral estate. The Wyoming Constitution directs the board to generate a reasonable income from these trust lands to support public schools. Because these trust lands are within the boundaries of the park, the board is not able to realize the full potential economic value of the lands. Prior to 2010, the board, OSLI, and others had discussed for decades the merits of an equal value exchange for these lands. With the help of the late Senator Craig Thomas, the Grand Teton National Park Land Exchange Act was passed in June of 2003. The act authorized federal acquisition of the identified state trust parcels by donation, purchase with donated or appropriated funds, or exchange of federal lands in Wyoming that are identified for disposal under approved land use plans. A consistent effort by the board and OSLI to effectuate an exchange with these lands had been pursued since the late 1990s. On December 10th of 2010, the board and the Department of Interior entered into an agreement for the conveyance of interest in lands, where the department agreed to acquire the trust lands that lie within the exterior boundary of the park on a parcel by parcel basis for a specified amount on or before a specific date. The agreement was expressly conditioned on the Wyoming legislature granting the board the authority to directly transfer the trust land parcels to the department. The Wyoming legislature granted that authority during its 2011 general session. The department acquired the Jackson Lake and Snake River parcels on or before the established deadlines. Prior to the 2010 agreement's expiration on December 12th of 2016, the department, with the assistance from its fundraising partners, was also able to acquire the Antelope Flats parcel, leaving the Kelly parcel as the only remaining parcel of state trust land within the boundaries of the Grand Teton National Park. The legislature considered direct conveyance authorization of the final remaining parcel, the Kelly parcel, to the department on 2 separate occasions, in 2016 and in 2021. Those attempts failed to pass the legislature, and the 2021 bill was the last bill introduced into the legislature into the legislative session for consideration to date. So currently, all agreements and authorizations to convey trust lands within the outer boundaries of Grand Teton National Park directly to the department or convey them in any other manner have expired. So should the board wish to divest itself of the Kelly parcel, it means it must pursue the disposal process under existing Wyoming law. Pursuant to an amendment of the agreement between the department and the board on February 6, 2014, and because the department had failed to acquire all of the parcels within the outer boundaries of Grand Teton National Park by December 31st, 2016, the Kelly parcel was placed on the Category 1 disposal list. Since that date, because all the agreements and authorizations had expired, prior Governor Meade, Governor Gordon, the agency, Grand Teton National Park, Department of Interior, the Park Foundation and Conservation Fund, and legislators, we have continuously had conversations to find a feasible and reasonable solution for disposing of the Kelly parcel. Thus, while a public auction may not have been desired, it was contemplated and discussed as the parcel has been identified for disposal since 2016. So the Kelly parcel was then placed on the Category 2 disposal list on February 18th, 2021, in accordance with the board's rules. Rule 26 guides the disposal, acquisition, and exchange process. Pursuant to the rules, an appraisal was obtained and a detailed analysis was prepared and finalized on October 2nd of 2023. Then pursuant to the rules, the agency, OSLI, we solicited public comment for a 60-day period beginning on October 2nd, 2023 and through December 1st of 2023. Deputy Crowder and I held 4 public hearings in Jackson, Casper, Cheyenne, and Cody, Wyoming. All public comments received have been provided to the board for review and have been placed on OSLI's website for public review. It has now been over 60 days since the detailed analysis and other required information was made available. Accordingly, the board must, by rule, consider an open session the proposed disposal. If the board rejects the proposed disposal, OSLI will remove the parcel from the Category 2 disposal list. If the board approves the proposed disposal pursuant to Wyoming Statute 369101 and the board's rules, it will authorize the sale, establish a minimum bid, and direct the agency to sell the parcel at public auction pursuant to the constitutional and statutory and rule requirements. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over to Deputy Crowder to further explain the proposed disposal transaction that's before the board today.
Sure. I have a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I've been trying to understand and have not been able to get a clear answer is how did we get from the 2021, automatic placement on the Category 2 list or whatever it's called to placement on this December agenda for final action? I mean, I know I have not taken any vote to authorize this on the agenda. And the first notification I got was September 27th, a text from the chairman, from the governor, and I didn't know anything about this. So I just kind of want to understand, how did we get from here to here, this being automatically on the agenda? And that's one of my big questions on this process. Thank you.
Your
Sorry,
microphone.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, and Jason, feel free to pipe in here as we go. But pursuant to the board's rules, once the parcel is placed on the disposal list, then that kicks off the disposal, or the Category 2 disposal list, that kicks off the process. The process meaning getting the detailed analysis, the appraisal, all of the information for the board's consideration. That took us some time in 2021. We have limited bandwidth to deal with everything, but this was on our list. We worked through that process. Once the detailed analysis is ready for publication, if you will, to go to the board and to the public, which in this case was, I believe, October 3rd. Is that right, Jason? That kicks off a 60-day public comment period. So starting October 3rd through December 1st, that's the 60-day public comment period. The rules also require that once that 60-day public comment period has expired, that the matter must go to the board at its next public meeting, which in this case is this meeting here today. Jason, what other detail can you fill in?
Sure. And
Mr. Chairman, I think the director did a great job of explaining the process. It is given to us by rule, so we're following exactly what the rule tells us to do, and it is a different process than the exchange process. And I think the major difference is that we're only talking about state trust land in a disposal process. In an exchange or acquisition, we're talking about acquiring outside of state trust land. We're looking at acquiring federal or private lands, and that takes an initial consideration by the board in executive session to move that process forward. And since we're only talking about state trust land in a disposal sense, the office can do its administrative work without authorization by the board and can provide you with the outcome of all of its analysis process. And that's probably the main difference between the two.
Mr. Chairman, who provides the authorization then? Or like, who made the call? Was it you? Was it Director Scoggin? Is it the governor? I mean, who makes the call then? Somebody had to say, well, we're going to move forward with this, right?
Mr. Secretary, I made the call to move it forward.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess my other question is, what's the citation in the rules? I printed out all the rules. I'm trying to get better at these. What's the citation in the rules on the whole disposal? I wrote it down here. Is it chapter 26, section 4? That's it?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you. Just trying to get really good on these procedures. Thank you.
Deputy Director, you can proceed, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to share my screen. Mr. Chairman, the information I'll provide you here is the same information that's within the board matter, the detailed analysis, as well as what we shared within the public hearings that the director mentioned. We are talking about a disposal of state trust land in Teton County. It's surrounded on all sides by federal land, most notably Grand Teton National Park to the northwest and a little to the south, the Bridger Teton National Forest to the east, and a small sliver of the National Elk Refuge to the south. This picture shows how it lies within northeast Wyoming and how it sits with other state land ownership in that area. Here's a zoomed in picture of the parcel, 640 acres, aerial view. I'm gonna go past this one. This slide's a little clearer to see, but obviously we're talking about the blue square on the map. What we like to highlight in this map is the easements, and most notably the roadway easement and the scenic easement that traverse the southern portion of the property. The Grovant Road is the roadway. That easement is granted to the Department of Interior, and within that same easement, the Department of Interior also acquired a scenic easement, which is 500 feet on either side of that roadway easement for a total of 1,000 feet total outside the roadway easement. That whole easement encompasses 156.74 acres, and that has been there since the 60s. Quickly, we are talking about the Kelly parcel. It's 14 miles northeast of the town of Jackson. It is 640 acres. And like I mentioned, it's surrounded by federal land on all sides. Public access is provided to the parcel through the Grovant Road. However, development is somewhat limited by the scenic easement we just discussed. There are existing uses on the property: grazing and agricultural lease, easements, and temporary use permits. We'll talk about those in a minute. And the parcel is within the Jackson core area, which is subject to the Executive Order 2019-3, which is for the protection of the greater sage-grouse habitat. As we just talked about, the property was originally placed on the Category 1 list by the board on December 31st, 2016, has continually been identified to remain on that list or to stay on that list, and then the director moved it to the Category 2 disposal list on February 18th, 2021. The appraised value of the property came in at $97,539.06 per acre for a total of $62,425,000. However, through conversations within the public comment period, we heard that the property could be valued at a higher rate than that or a higher value than that, and $80 million seemed to be a number that continued to pop up. So we offer that number within the director's recommendation for a minimum bid if the board approves moving forward with an auction and sale. What I want to do here on this slide is show you what the revenue impact would be should the board establish the minimum bid above the appraised value. We have provided this information to you in advance of this discussion. However, based on the state treasurer's five-year last five
returns.
average, thank you for that word. 5-year average of returns through the Common School Permanent Land Fund, if just the appraised value were invested within that fund, an annual return expected could be $3,121,000. If the minimum bid established for at $80 million, that would go up, considering the same average return of 5%, up to $5.1 million. Again, that's a deposit of anywhere from $62 million up to $80 million within the Common School Permanent Land Fund. As I mentioned, we have existing uses on the property. One is a grazing and agricultural lease returning $1,805 per year. We also have 3 temporary use permits totaling $1,040 per year for a total annual current income off the property of $2,845. Technology will work for me in a second. It's important to note that we have 2 valuations for this property. One is the current annual use, which we just described, as well as its appreciation rate. And then also, if the board were to dispose of it, how much could it expect in annual investment earnings? So this table on this graph pulls the 2 together. We understand that the appreciation rate for all open grazing land across the whole state of Wyoming is currently appreciating at a rate of about 3.52%. The appraiser who did the report on the Kelly parcel estimated the current appreciation rate of the Kelly parcel to be 0.6% per month, and that comes out to about 7.2% per year. So if the board were to retain the parcel, the value of it would be expected to increase over a 10-year period from $22 million on the low end up to $42 million on the high end. And again, we're adding the current use income of $2,800 per year in that, multiplying it by 10. Should the board approve disposal of the property, and at the current investment earnings through the Common School Permanent Land Fund this year was 6.4%, the board could realize for the beneficiaries $39 million, almost $40 million, and that's about $4 million per year. The difference in this graph and what it's intended to show is appreciation, what that property could gain in value on a per year basis versus what the funds, if invested, could return back to the beneficiaries. Again, if the property is appreciating, that is a value that can only be realized upon sale. It's not anything that can be distributed to the beneficiaries, and only upon sale can the legislature do that. Contrast that with a sale of the property. Earnings from the Common School Permanent Land Fund are immediately distributable to the beneficiaries by the legislature. As the director mentioned, we did hold 4 public comments across the state, had great participation in all of those public hearings across the state, great participation. Have also received over 9,000 written comments through the 60-day period, so great response to that. What I wanted to do was highlight the topics or the main points in all of those comments. They were opposed to auction of the parcel, opposed to sale to a private entity, feel the highest and best use of the parcel is for long-term protection and conservation, concerned about impacts of commercial development, concerned about negative impacts development may have to wildlife habitat and migration and scenic values, concerned about the continued public use and recreational access, felt there should be a direct sale to Grand Teton National Park, would like to postpone this decision for further analysis, provide conservation groups more time to develop a plan to present to the office, analyze more of a broad economic and tourism impact, seek a legislative solution to the proposed disposal, feel the appraisal doesn't truly reflect the value of the parcel, place stipulations on the sale to protect hunting, grazing, and public access, only sell the parcel to a conservation buyer, and that there is not a current need for the proceeds from sale. Felt that the auction was too risky, I would like to seek other alternatives that would provide a fair return to the state's trust beneficiaries while conserving the parcel. Pursue an exchange with the federal government for federal land elsewhere in the state. Hold an unrestricted auction. And while conservation of the parcel is worthwhile, it would be a breach of fiduciary duty for the trustees to fail to maximize the revenue or make a disposition that does not fully comply with state or federal law. Mr. Chairman, with that, that was a quick summary of the parcel and the transaction. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Did you establish whether there was any access to water or do any percolation tests on the parcel?
Mr. Chairman, we did not do that analysis.
So we have no idea whether or not it could be developed for or high density housing or anything else.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we did not analyze its ability to support any kind of development.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Further questions, comments? All right, with that, we will move to. I have one more. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a view, I think this is mainly for the director, on when the board should be notified on this? Sounds like you think mainly the way the rule reads at the beginning of the public comment period would be, I would suppose, the latest, and the rest would be at the director's discretion. Is that kind of your feeling on that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I believe in following the rules, and I think the rules were followed here. And as Deputy Director explained, this is a front-loaded process where all of the work is done up front, all that comment gathering, all of that, and then it comes to the board. There is nothing specific in the rule that says we need to go back to the board for a specific directive to embark on that process. However, there is the Category 1 disposal list piece, then that's moved to Category 2 if in fact we think it has merit. Given all the history of this parcel, we believed it had merit. We speak to the board members, and as the governor said, he authorized us to go forward to see where it went. So, if that's your desire in the future, we can certainly build in that step, but we followed the rules in this case.
And this,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could make a comment, I don't have a question, but if I could make a comment.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to staff for that presentation. I just kind of wanted to kick us off as we have this discussion. To me, there's absolutely no question that the parcel discussed today is of incredible value and really the crown jewel of Wyoming. Like many of us, I've climbed to the top of the Grand Teton, recreated, hunted in the area. Our state is the place that we love because of beautiful wide open spaces such as the Kelly parcel. As state land commissioners, we of course have a fiduciary duty to our beneficiaries to generate revenue off of state trust lands, as Mr. Crowder articulated, to pay for education. And so we know that the current value of $2,800, I believe it was, a year for a grazing lease on a parcel valued at bare minimum, $62 million, is not my idea of an acceptable rate of return. So, how then do we honor our fiduciary duty to the people of Wyoming, maximize the value, but at the same time, keeping it available for our public? And to me, the answer is really in the state entering negotiations with the Federal Department of Interior to exchange other federal parcels of land within our borders for the Kelly parcel. And the federal government has made it very clear that they're interested in acquiring the Kelly parcel as part of the national park. And we've heard from many constituents, as was outlined in that presentation, that they wish for the same. However, I don't think that the answer is a sweetheart deal to the federal government. Our land and our people, our education are worth more than that. And Wyoming is really who I want to protect. Coincidentally, however, the federal government has its own land that we could truly maximize value to our beneficiaries namely in areas with oil and gas development. And this is not a new concept. In fact, it was explored nearly a decade ago by a group of individuals. What is new, I think, is the reinvigorated voice of the people that we've all heard from, and what I really believe the ability of this board to roll up its sleeves, to protect our state and maximize benefit, and to let the federal government know that they cannot just roll over Wyoming. They need to come to the table, negotiate, so we can protect the Kelly parcel for citizens across the entire country and the world, while allowing us to fully develop our mineral resources. So what I'm getting at is there are other options than the auction that we have on the table today. I think we just need more time to work on this, which I am willing to lead, and for more public comment, which is why I bring this up right now in our discussion. And you know, if permissible, would make a motion knowing that any comment today could and should be heard during that process, but might be more fitting if we head in that direction. So, you know, with that, Chairman, if acceptable, I would move that we table the auction of the Kelly parcel until the fall of 2024 and proceed with a work group to negotiate a land exchange and other options with the United States Department of Interior.
Motion's been made to table. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. No discussion. All in favor of tabling the motion for, I believe, Madam Superintendent, you said a year? Is that correct?
Fall of 2024.
Okay.
Or winter of 24. Yes, a year is fine.
Winter,
However you
fall,
want to specify.
okay. So tabled in any event, date certain. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
I didn't want to interrupt the vote for discussion, but I think there's other areas besides just trading for minerals. I think there's a lot that our federal partners, if they indeed want to be partners, can offer us. I think there's a lot of places where we could have easements and whether they're under park ground for any future undefined reasons, or for other easements, or for trading for land for affordable housing or different needs that are in Teton County. I certainly agree with the superintendent that there's probably chunks of BLM land that are going to interfere with some long 2-mile laterals and some other different things in minerals. But my whole thing is that what I want to do is I want to try to make sure that rather than just having one revenue stream, which would be revenue off of interest income, that we do some exchanges. So we have revenue not only after land sales, but whatever properties taxes that might be available for areas that are more readily developable. And whether it's minerals or whether it's property taxes, or property taxes off of minerals, that we really assess this and try to leverage the future income generating potential of whatever's out there in the federal inventory.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Superintendent, thank you. And just a couple of comments from the Secretary. I was going to thank the staff for your work as well. And I did want to recognize there are several people in the audience, but Mr. Secretary.
Well, a couple things. I mean, for one, I think we should have an opportunity for comment here. There's some that came down if they do want to still comment. I think normally we would have the comment before a motion, but I think at least we should have that opportunity for individuals to comment if they wish to. I do think there's some reforms that are needed in this process. I think we need to have some sort of board authorization to proceed with an auction, and I'm gonna look at drafting some changes to the rules on how we can do that. I certainly think that that having an auction for the Kelly parcel, I've been very clear, I'm totally opposed to. I think exploring the exchange is definitely something that we need to look at and would like to be on the working group. So,
thanks.
Yeah.
And Mr. Secretary, this meeting was the board action for authorizing moving forward to an auction. Just to point out, this is not something that unilaterally somebody can just go out and say, let's do. It has to come before the board. So.
Well, Well,
So-
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just saying that I think we should have a vote to put something like this on the agenda. But I'm totally opposed to the auction, and I think we explore the exchange. But you know, the bottom line here, and I've said this in a couple different places, is the Office of State Lands has conceded that the yearly appreciation from the parcel is going to be more than the investment earnings from cashing out. And I understand the difference between unrealized versus realized, but the bottom line is the status quo makes a considerable amount for the state, even if it is unrealized. And it diversifies our portfolio. We have a lot of money in Wall Street, in boutique firm. I'm very concerned about the amount that we've got in Wall Street right now. And
We're going to put it on.
and it diversifies our portfolio, which when you look at the statute is what the legislature part of what they intend with the state trust lands is to provide diversification in our other investments. It's a diversification mechanism as well as other purposes that it holds. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah.
Matt?
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we need to do, though, if we're looking at exchanges, is that I think Utah has a statute that's more conducive to exchanges from what I've heard, and I've got to look into it, that they can do some things in 5 years where it might take us, quite a little longer. So
Sure.
I think I'd ask some of the legislators to look into those potential possibilities, that if there's somebody, that's got a better wheel out there, we ought to take a look at it.
Sure. And I want to limit discussion. This matter's been tabled. I do want to respect if there are folks here who want to address the board. I'll take limited comments. I know people have traveled a long way. I see Chip is here from Grand Teton. I know it's a long drive. There may be others, but the matter is tabled, and there will be, I think, opportunity for additional engagement per the superintendent's motion. Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is, excuse me, Richard Garrett, and I appreciate your service and your devotion to duty. And if it was easy, anybody could do it, and it's not easy. So again, I appreciate what you've done very much. I would only ask one more thing to be considered, and recognizing that the office is obligated to perform a fiduciary duty, and that is during this period of time when the board and the office will pursue the potential for an exchange, that the board direct the office to have a moratorium on any additional development or lease or unanticipated use that we cannot predict today that would impact, perhaps in a negative way, this exchange discussion. So in other words, true status quo.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
Thank
Your
you,
comments into advisement. So terrific. Superintendent. And
is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, board, first of all, just thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for taking the Kelly parcel matter under consideration. Thank you to the Office of State Lands for the staff work that they have done. We have appreciated the close collaborative working relationship with the state over the last several decades related to state trust lands within Grand Teton National Park. I think Grand Teton National Park clearly recognizes and supports the constitutional requirements for state trust lands to be able to generate revenue for schools. We actually are residents of Wyoming. Many of our employees have students in schools, and so we benefit from high quality education for our kids. I think Grand Teton National Park also is concerned about development in inappropriate places. And we actually are following the lead of generations of Wyomingites in terms of our concerns about development in inappropriate places. It was actually 100 years ago that it was leaders from within Wyoming that came together with concerns about inappropriate development that might harm the resources in Jackson Hole that ultimately led to the creation of Grand Teton National Park. And as we have seen, thanks to the public comment period that you all had over the last 60 days, I was at 3 of the public meetings. Jeremy Barnum, my chief of staff, was at the 4th public meeting, and we appreciated the opportunity to be able to hear from Wyomingites their ongoing concerns about development in inappropriate places. And I think that going forward, we appreciate hearing from individual members of the board, as well as also the public, in terms of wanting to maintain that and not wanting to pursue development on the Kelly parcel. And it's not just about Grand Teton National Park. It's actually about if you care about the pronghorn herds and mule deer coming from Pinedale, if you care about the mule deer herds connecting with the Wind River Reservation, it is ensuring that there is no development on the Kelly parcel that is needed in order to be able to maintain those wildlife populations. So the National Park Service has been and continues to be ready to continue our collaborative working relationship with the State Land Board, with the Office of State Lands, with the legislature to be able to explore how we can go forward with this. As the presentation made clear, is that there were 4 state trust parcels in Grand Teton National Park. We've been successful 3 times before in terms of finding a path forward. We are confident that we can work together in terms of finding a path forward for this the 4th time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip, and I want to thank you for your work on migration corridors, and we continue to work on that mule deer one, so it's exciting work. Thank you.
A pleasure. Thanks.
Please. Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board of Directors. Leslie Mattson, President, Grand Teton National Park Foundation. Thanks to the staff for your presentations. I think what the people heard around the state was the history of the intended use of state lands, and also the history of these 4 parcels. I'm proud to be a part of that history. Our organization was involved with the purchase of the Antelope Flats parcel, raising $23 million in 2016 to maximize the value to the state of Wyoming. We stand ready to work with the Park Service and with all of you in partnership of the protection and purchase of this parcel. While we recognize the exploration of an exchange is something certainly of value, we believe that we can deliver actual dollars in a short amount of time, leveraging Land Water Conservation Fund from the federal government with private philanthropy to benefit the state and the state trust. So we stand ready to do that and look forward to working with you and the legislature to make that happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mattson. Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
The question, you might know this, and I'm not sure whether federal tax credits are applicable and for a private purchase, whether they can be applied to a private purchase or not.
Well, in this case, it would be a combined purchase from federal funding, private philanthropy, so no individual taxpayer is going to be purchasing the property. It would be joint funds pooled together to purchase the property. So I don't believe that could be used.
I'm looking at maybe an individual would want to buy it and donate it to the same causes that you guys have, and whether or not they could essentially finance it from the standpoint of get a federal tax credit and defer their tax liabilities. I don't know whether they can use that to defer their tax liabilities to both work toward the tax liabilities they have, but as a charitable contribution then back to you. I don't know that process, and I don't know whether you've ever done that before or heard of it done.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think that that's something to certainly explore. However, I think that if you were trying to make a direct sale to an individual, you'd be in the same situation that you've just discussed today, that you can't make that deal without an auction. you'd have to go and have legislative authority, but I am certainly not the expert on that.
Okay.
So we stand ready with fundraising to bring maximum value to the state to ensure the permanent protection of the Kelly parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Madsen. Please, come on up. And just identify yourself for the record.
You bet. Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm far better at being an outfitter and a farrier than I am at public elocution, so please bear with me. Also, I understand this has been tabled, but I think that what I have here prepared to tell you is still valid. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jake Hutton. I own and operate JH Outfitting Company with the help of a very talented crew of cowgirls, cowboys, a well-mannered horse herd, and a couple of good dogs. We offer a 7-course farm-to-table, fine dining dinner ride, as well as custom-tailored trail rides on the Kelly parcel. My horse herd also grazes out there. Disposal is the word the State Lands Office has chosen for this terrible idea of a public auction, and it's fitting. Webster's definition of disposal is to throw away or get rid of something. I've sadly had to dispose of a few horses over my life, and I've put plenty of things down my kitchen sink disposal, but I cannot think of a single inch of Wyoming that I would incinerate and send down the drain, and I've covered some country. Effectively managing natural resources and funds for current and future generations. That is the mission statement of the Office of State Lands and Investments. Now, I don't know about anybody else in this room, but if the Kelly parcel goes up for public auction, it won't be me that can afford one of those parcels they plan to chop this piece of pure Wyoming into. It'll be some rich Californian billionaire or a Saudi Arabian sheik. I have a hard time understanding how that is looking out for current and future generations of Wyoming residents. The world keeps making more people, but it's not making any more wild land. We are lucky as Wyoming residents to have much of what's left of those wild lands at our back door, and I see no reason to change that. Education is what this issue keeps circling back to, but I have yet to hear anyone speak about the education the land itself provides. An education we as Wyoming residents know well. Calloused hands, hard work, long days, and opportunities to put meat on your table. Values such as honesty, trust, pride, and compassion. The Code of the West that we live by is built around these principles. The Code of the West also says some things are not for sale. This piece of pure Wyoming is one of those things. The analysis of this property is called detailed is flat out insulting. The assessed value is lowballed. It doesn't mention multiple protected species that call it home, such as grizzly bears and sage grouse, and it has no mention of the live water on the property. With Wyoming being a primarily arid state, water tends to be something we value rather highly. I know my horse herd sure does. It also has no mention of the fact the longest migration route in the state, the Sblc pronghorn antelope herd, goes right through this land, or that after last year's hard winter and pneumonia went through that herd, only 9 known does made it back to Grand Teton National Park. If this land is developed, we are at risk of losing the pronghorn as a species altogether in Grand Teton National Park. When questioned about where the funds are needed, the Office of State Lands and Investments does not have an answer. They just say they are under obligation to make money for the school systems. So I ask you, why does this sale need to happen and why now? As a product of those school systems, I question what good are those schools if we are raising kids up to be successful entrepreneurs such as myself, only to kick the knees out of their businesses as this will do to mine. I also question why there are no alternative avenues for revenue being offered from the Office of State Lands and Investments. A business owner, I understand how important flexibility can be and how dangerous having all your eggs in one basket is. Yet that seems to be exactly where we are. Why are there not any proposals for wind and solar leasing on the lands that already have roads and infrastructure from previous oil and gas leases that are no longer producing? There's a lot of talk about how small the amount of money the Kelly parcel brings in when compared to the income from selling it would be. Well, obviously, if you sell a ranch, you make more than you do operating it. This is no different. I'm willing to pay more for the permits I hold and the grass I graze my herd upon, not that I'm made out of money, but 1 square mile of land should not be responsible for funding the entire state school system. I do not see how this land becoming privately owned benefits us as a whole. Why has a 50-year conservation lease not been considered, or some other form of lease that still allowed the state to retain ownership of the land while still making income? As the next generation in Wyoming, we've been dealt a rough hand. Streams of revenue from oil and gas that used to fund much of the state are no longer there. Our wildlife is being plagued by CWD, and the world has become much more complicated than it used to be. And frankly, we don't trust the government. But our generation thinks outside of the box, stands up for what it believes in, and is willing to do what it takes to make our voice heard. People by the thousands have spoken out against this auction, but I've yet to see a single person speak up in support of it. If public hearings and comment have any actual merit, then I think there's no choice but to vote down this auction. We, the people of Wyoming, have spoken, and we do not support this idea. I hope you hear our voice and vote this auction down and restore some trust in the state government. There's been a lot of talk about the state need to strike while the iron is hot with this deal. Well, as a farrier and outfitter, I understand hot iron well and strike it with a hammer on a day-to-day basis. I can tell you, your work is cold, the shape is off, and the shoe does not fit. I happily offer you all the opportunity to come out on a ride next summer and see this land for yourself and understand the value in it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Other comments?
Boy, that's a tough one to follow. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Jess Johnson. I'm with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'll keep this very brief. You guys have a comment letter from 8 sportsman orgs that came in front of you. I just wanted to reiterate that that came together in under 24 hours. And to get 2 hunting orgs on something in under 24 hours is impressive. To get 8, I was shocked. I think 2 yes, sign us on texts came from a duck blind. So this is very clearly very cared about and something that we're all, worried about the wildlife side of it. Path of the pronghorn, sage grouse core area, bighorn sheep, elk, mule deer, all of that, very vital. But I wanted to also reiterate something else that I thought was very important to say that we haven't heard here today. And that is, as a hunting org, I think oftentimes because of the incredible ability that we have to hunt on state lands and the access that we have to it, oftentimes it is misconstrued as public and thought that we have the same idea of how to manage state lands as we do to manage, say, BLM or US Forest Service. And I really recognize that those wires get crossed often. So I wanted to say thank you to Office of State Lands for the incredible amount of work that they have gone out of their way to do, holding these public meetings, not just in the county that they were required to hold it in, but well outside and all around the state. I just thought that that was such a showing of them understanding the value here and the value of what Wyoming is asking for. So with the 8 orgs signing on, the work that you guys have done, just thank you. We know that this is not an easy position to be in. We know that you are following a constitutional mandate. We understand that you guys' hearts are in the right place. As we go forward with this, when we do talk about the iron is hot because people are passionate about this. It is burning passion at this point. And there's a movement here to do something with it. So I would caution, I know this has been tabled, but I would caution at letting this sit too long to where we lose the passion of the state. We have funding, as we heard earlier, ready to go. This is a wildlife-centric place. We have a national park where this does actually become public land. And I think it's rare when the hunting orgs go, yes, make it national park. But we're here because we understand the value. We're starting to go into the Sblc pronghorn herd migration corridor discussions. Path of the pronghorn is right here. This is some important stuff that's coming up, and it makes sense that this goes to the wildlife place sooner rather than later in that sense. So just caution on the side of losing the passion that the state has. Yes, we do have a fiduciary responsibility. I would argue that Wyoming has spoken. They're saying this is it. This is a good one. And that should have some weight there. But I cannot applaud OSLI for the work that they've done enough. I can't thank you guys for the amount of time and patience that you have all looked through the comments and sat here through today. So just thank you and good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jess. Chairman Probst.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Luther Probst, Chairman, Teton County Board of County Commissioners. You may not know this, but occasionally in Teton County, we disagree among ourselves. And occasionally that spills over to Cheyenne. This is not one of those cases. I want to thank you for your vote earlier to not put this parcel up for auction. I can speak for the Teton County Board of County Commissioners. We voted unanimously to encourage you not to auction it, to convey it to the National Park Service for protection. Speaking for the county as well as for our residents, we look forward to working with you, the legislature, Interior, and others to see this land conveyed to the government, so conveyed to the National Park Service, so that we can activate the investment and generate revenue for the public schools and see it protected. So thank you for your vote earlier. We're very grateful.
Now,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Treasurer.
During this time period, if we could ask you to look at the lands that are in Teton County that you think might be suitable for exchange for purposes that Teton County and Jackson might feel that would be a good exchange, we'd kind of appreciate your guys' participation in that.
We're happy to do anything we can to help. As you know, the county's 97% public land, and it needs to be 640 acres more perhaps, but we're eager to work in any way we can to help with that.
I'm glad you said 97% because there were some comments that we don't have enough public lands and wild space, and I'm going 97. I mean, I knew it was big, but I didn't know it was 97%. You get in southeast Wyoming, yeah, you don't have anything like that. So
Right.
It was just like, yeah, I mean, the only other place you could go is Alaska, I think, if you're going to have more public land.
I think that's fair to say. Remember, about a little under half of that is Yellowstone National Park. And I could take up a lot of your time with the lesson on the geography there, but we are eager to help with this. And despite that 97% number, this key parcel is so important for our migration corridor. So it's not what it seems from a distance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, please.
Chairman, members of the board, Josh Metton, Wyoming Field Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. Definitely want to echo the comments that Jess mentioned. We were one of the members of Sports and Swords that signed on to that. I want to thank you for tabling the auction decision. As others have mentioned, this is a critically important parcel. I've spent a lot of time in that parcel. I've been able to share baby pronghorn with guests in a former role guiding in the parks that migrated right through that parcel. I've been able to elk hunt around the area. I've been able to hunt pronghorn in both just outside the parcel and down in the Pinedale area where they migrate to. So it's a critically important area. One thing I just wanted to share is that with the history of Grand Teton National Park in this area, there was local opposition at the time of the expansion of the park, and it was in the form of you had people like Cliff Hansen, who was our governor and a congressperson, and one quote he said is, "I'm glad I lost that fight. I have to appreciate, as everyone else does, the beauty and the uniqueness of this area." And that was a long battle to conserve something that today everyone widely recognizes is one of the greatest things that we have in this entire country, and certainly a crown jewel of the state of Wyoming. It worries me to hear that that there's thoughts about tying this parcel to other conflicts that are going on with the federal government when we have unified support across the state of Wyoming, when there's clear support for conveyance of this parcel to the Park Service. I don't think that the people of Wyoming want to see us enter into gridlock with this parcel. I think they want to see forward momentum, and they want to see this parcel conveyed to the Park Service. And so I encourage the board to work with the coalition of people that care deeply about this to move forward. And let's not get tied up into the conflict that's going on in other areas that we're dealing with. And I'm involved in that. We're ready to stand up and work with the state of Wyoming, with our partners to address some of those valid issues that are going on in other parts. We don't have to tie that into this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh, and just your point. I know Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Group does work with Wyoming. You appreciate how much leadership the state has taken on all these issues. We're the first state to ever establish a game and fish department because we recognize the value of conservation. The Johnny-come-lately kind of approach that has come out of DC bothers me. So we really look forward to have your help in navigating any of those potential conflict areas.
Absolutely.
Because,
We'll be there.
yeah, people of Wyoming do care. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Marguerite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looks like I'm the last one standing or sitting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. My name is Marguerite Herman, and I'm here in my capacity as a board member for a group called Advocates for School Trust Lands. And it's a group that's been around for 20 years, focusing on prudent management of trust assets. That's the land and the trust funds in Western states primarily, because those are only states who have their trust lands from their active admission still intact. And New Mexico has been doing great. There are a lot of states are ahead of us, but actually we, I think, moved up and we're admired by many people. And for one of the big reasons, and Slib this morning, is that our investment policies have grown our Common School Permanent Land Fund to the amazement of a lot of other states. And so that leads me into my statement, which is, first of all, I think you made the right decision by pulling this off the list. It was sort of on the tracks to auction, and getting it off that and putting it back in the inventory is that I hope that you will not let it sit there too long. And I know that there are some people who think the longer you hold on to it, then we've got the appreciation figures from the staff that, oh, it'll just, grow in value, which as we all know, will not be, you don't get it until you sell the land. But also, we have no guarantee that that appreciation is going to continue. So I hope you will move it to something, and I hope that will result in cash into the corpus of the trust account, where it can benefit from the fantastic management our state has for those funds, because that's where it's going to do the most good and carry out the fiduciary duty that was imposed on the state when we were granted the funds at statehood. So I hope you will do something to convert into cash. And I know exchanges holds a lot of promise, and they have done yeoman duty to get an exchange done. I would have to say OSLI has turned over every possibility, but maybe there are some things, maybe Interior, somebody will discover funds. Maybe there's a new willingness to make the exchange work, but it's hard to put together $100 million worth of federal land exchanges. So I think we, try it again. That's great. But if that doesn't work out, and there are a lot of different ways to cash out this land, conserve it, protect it, keep it in the park, which people have spoken loudly, eloquently, in great numbers. That's what they want. I just want the trust compensated, the beneficiaries compensated for this trust asset. And I think cashing it out, protecting it, getting in the park like the Antelope Flats. And I think I just would urge you not to sit on this land too long, because I think you miss opportunities. And then, of course, we all know about compound interest and that sort of thing. So the sooner we can put this land to work for our kids, the better. And I will say, if there's been a golden moment through all of this, it's been I learned about school trust lands. So that's been good. I think the legislature can learn a lesson too about the trust lands, and maybe you can be the example for getting a creative approach to how to get revenue from the trust lands, because there seems to be some reluctance to entertain something that's has been traditional. And so I think you can maybe show them the way on that and the importance to produce income from the land. And finally, I would have to say is that we have a lot of inholdings in this state. We have a lot of captured school sections, and they're in designated federal designations. And I would kind of like to see that cashed out, exchanged, whatever. And I don't know how many thousands of acres there are. There's a lot. And so maybe this then could also focus OSLI and the Board of Land Commissioners on somehow getting those in lieu lands or something going on with that too, because this is the most classic. I mean, this is like, the extreme case, but we have a lot of acres that are captured, and we need to put to work for, and as our fiduciary duty, to support K-12. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Appreciate it. Representative.
Thank you, Chairman, Board. Andrew Byron, House District 22. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm glad I didn't have to burden you with my pre-drafted comments. It's way more fun to shoot from the hip. You know, depending on how rules allow and with leadership in the House, I'd love the opportunity to participate on that working group. So appreciate the consideration.
Very good. And the legislature obviously also has its own roles that it can take. Not to be too direct about that.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Great. Is there anyone else? We have one hand on the two, and then I want to try to kind of keep us. We're about 2:15, so I'm going to recognize. Is it Peyton Griffin?
Thank you very much, and I'll make it brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, and board and staff members. I appreciate the board's decision to table for a year consideration of the auction of the Kelly parcel. I'm a resident of Teton County, Wyoming, a mother and stepmother to 5, all of whom were born here in Western Wyoming, and I care deeply about education for our residents and also the heritage of our state and region, which we hope to pass on to our children and grandchildren. I've been involved as a volunteer and professional wildlife biologist and educator in wildlife conservation in the region since 1992. My husband has been involved in wildlife management in the region since 1978. And as many have said, I think auctioning the Kelly parcel, and if it were subsequently developed, would hurt Wyoming economically, culturally, politically, and ecologically. Wildlife and wildlife migrations are at the heart of what sets Wyoming apart. The pronghorn and mule deer migrations that go right through the Kelly parcel are among the only such long distance migrations that continue in the lower 48. Pronghorn are especially vulnerable to human development, and the Game and Fish Department, our Wyoming Game and Fish Department, has reported this parcel is also home to many species that have the potential to be harmed, like moose, sage grouse, and bald eagles. Wildlife is a huge economic engine for the state of Wyoming in the form of hunting, fishing, guiding, and ecotourism, as we all know. And the sale and development of this parcel would cause much larger long-term adverse economic impacts compared to a short-term gain. Our large mammal migrations are important globally, and our state university is known globally for outstanding research that has pioneered new methods to study animal movements and ways to encourage wildlife coexistence and human safety through such things as wildlife crossings and overpasses. And our executive orders, which you of course know, Chairman, to protect mule deer and pronghorn pathways and sage grouse and their habitat have also received national laudits. So I also encourage the State Land Board to find a way to preserve the wild populations and historic migrations that pass through the Kelly parcel and work with the National Park Service and others, such as the Grand Teton National Park Foundation, to make sure that we can protect our heritage while also taking care of other human needs and land board obligations. Auctioning the Kelly parcel to private developers would go against the recommendations of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. It would go against the executive orders to protect our state's pronghorn and mule deer pathways and the executive order to protect sage grouse and their habitat. And it would go against the culture, heritage, and larger economic interests of our citizens. I hope that this issue can bring us together as a state rather than divide us and be a way to demonstrate Wyoming's leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. And I see Phil Hawker. Phil, good to hear your voice here in a second. And you may be.
Yes, Governor. Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Great, thank you. Governor, it's nice to hear your voice and to be in touch together. We have a history which I'm very fond of, and I appreciate and respect the service that you are giving to the state in your current role. Not so long ago, my late wife, tragically, Jean and I were quite involved with the Antelope Flats Section 16 transaction, and I have a few brief observations. I'll try and keep them brief because the board has heard a lot and I admire you all's stamina. But I was very impressed then and have been since with the professionalism in OSLI. I think that, in the end, these lands, because I'm tempted to say because they're in Wyoming, not just in Jackson Hole, but in all of Wyoming, have a magic about them that we all appreciate, and you don't need for me to repeat. But they are also lands. And as Marguerite observed earlier, they are assets that are held by the state for a purpose. And land transactions are land transactions. For the Jackson Hole, Grand Teton National Park Foundation and its astonishing leader, Leslie Matson, did an awesome job in pulling the ends together to make the purchase of Section 16 take place. But as we're all aware, that took legislative authorization for the board to operate that way. So I'm glad that you're going to the legislature. I'm very pleased to hear that. I hope that the legislature will look at approaches similar to that was taken on Section 16 and work together with the principals who are going to have to find this money and come up with a reasonable solution. It's not worth infinity. It's not worth, as someone suggested, $1 billion. It's worth a lot. Whether it's worth the currently accepted appraisal value or more or less is something that can be negotiated and resolved. But I think that a resolution that way and a pathway for the board to act and to use its judgment rather than standing on the courthouse steps and auctioning it will work. Standing on the courthouse steps as a nonprofit public service charity trying to match an unknown bidder with unknown credentials and reality is not going to work, in my judgment. And so I hope that this will move forward with the legislature. I hope that the board will follow this and work together with the partners. And I would just like to close with a very touching recollection. Jean and I were in Dornans at what a visiting minister once called the Bar of the Transfiguration. When Governor Meade held a ceremony at the closing of the purchase or the acquisition of Section 16 by the park. And Matt recounted his family's checkered history in relation to Grand Teton National Park, and then expressed his great pleasure and relief that things had been successfully concluded with the land being transferred to park ownership. I hope that all of you sitting behind the table today can meet maybe in the same place. Very good view, and I'll buy the first round with that same sense of satisfaction and have a non-bidding agreed negotiated transaction to acquire this section. The wildlife importance of this section is actually, in my judgment, higher than that of Section 16. The refuge folks have worked very hard to protect the lands immediately across the Gros Ventre River. There was an immense effort, including an exchange, but those are hard. To keep that migration path functioning, and developing this section would destroy that huge effort that's been going on really since the 19th century. So thank you for your patience and for hearing me out. I admire the efforts that folks on all sides are doing to find a solution to this. And if I can help in any way, I hope you'll call on me. One of the effects of being in exile is that I have some good contacts with members of Congress who are well placed, and if I can be helpful with that, I think they would like to be helpful too. Thank you very much. I close.
Thank you, Phil. Good to hear from you, as always. Thanks. With that, I think that brings us to a close. The matter was tabled. We exercised a bit of generosity in allowing additional comments that people had made the trip here. So with that, Madam Director, we can move on to our next easy matter. Thank you all for making the trip down here, and thank you for your comments. They are very important. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is H2, which is final consideration of state trust land exchange in Sheridan County, Wyoming, known as the Columbus Peak Ranch Exchange. And this matter has been tabled. I'll just provide kind of a brief history to set the table as far as where we are. Columbus Peak, on August 6, 2019, Columbus Peak Ranch LLC nominated 560 acres of state trust land for exchange in exchange for 628.35 acres of private land. We moved the parcels to the Category 2 disposal list and the Category 2 acquisition list in accordance with the board's rules. On October 2nd of 2019, the board directed OSLI to complete a detailed analysis for the exchange and to solicit comments. On April 12th of 2021, we made available to the public and Sheridan County Commissioners the detailed analysis for the proposed exchange, and we held the comment period. It extended from April 12th of 2021 to June 14th of 2021. At that time, a public hearing was held via Zoom and YouTube on May 13th of 2021 due to travel and gather restrictions imposed for the COVID-19 pandemic. This matter was first introduced at the August 5th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting. At that meeting, there were several public comments received by the board raising concerns about impacts the exchange may have to existing hunting and fishing opportunities on the state trust lands. Then Superintendent Balo asked whether the exchange applicant and the community could consider working together to see if they could find some common ground. This matter appeared again on the October 7th, 2021 meeting agenda, but a motion to untable the matter failed. The matter was again placed on the agenda for the April 6th, 2023 board meeting, where it was moved to be untabled, but there was no support for the motion. The matter was then placed on the agenda for the August 3rd, 2023 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting, and it was then postponed to the October 5th, 2023 board meeting. And this was due to the Sheridan County Commissioners had asked that a public hearing be held in person in Sheridan County. As I mentioned, the original hearing was held virtually during the pandemic. So Deputy Director Crowder and I held a public hearing in Sheridan on November 13th, 2023 at Sheridan College. We heard a number of comments on the proposed exchange. Copies of the sign-in sheets and comment forms received were placed on the OSLI website. Recently, the applicant obtained an updated appraisal and has proposed a few additional terms, which Deputy Crowder can explain should the board decide to untable the matter today. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would leave it to you and the board to determine whether you would like to untable the matter today.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to remove the Columbus Peak Land Exchange from the table.
Mr. Chairman, third time's a charm, maybe? I would move to untable the Columbus Peak.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. I note that you have made that motion.
Second.
This will be 3. Okay. Is there support for the auditor's motion? Is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. With that, the matter is now before the board.
We have to vote.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. It's getting late in the day. Sorry. Yeah. All right. We will vote. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We have 4 ayes and a no. So the matter is before us.
Mr. Chairman, with that, might I suggest that Deputy Director Crowder be able to update the board with respect to the new appraisal and maybe kind of remind the board what the exchange proposal was?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another presentation, and as the director mentioned, since this transaction has gone on since 2019, it's probably good to just revisit it real quickly and provide you with the basic information regarding the transaction. Our first map shows where the exchange occurs. It's in northwestern Sheridan County. All properties are within Sheridan County. More specifically, the parcels appear close to the town of Dayton. The parcel on the map highlighted here in purple is the state trust land identified for disposal north and west of the town of Dayton, and the parcel highlighted in green just east of Dayton is the parcel identified for acquisition. This map shows the full parcel located north and west of Dayton, with the crosshash portion being the only parcel of the full block around Columbus Peak that is identified for disposal. It is only 560 acres in the very southeast corner of that block. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to highlight on this map as well, there's only one public access point to this whole block, and it is in the very northeast portion of the property. If you don't access it here and walk in through the whole area to access the identified parcel for disposal, you have to get permission from adjoining private landowners. This is the only public access point to the property. Just some pictures highlighting the 2 parcels. On the left is the Columbus Peak parcel, and on the right is the state trust land. And it's going to be a little confusing as I go through this. The Columbus Peak parcel is the deeded land. It is what's currently owned by Columbus Peak Ranch. The state trust land in this picture, highlighting just from the very south and east corner looking up into the 560 acres. It's important to note that there is a large reservoir on the property, and we've discussed it at length, but only the northern half of that reservoir is on state trust land. The southern half is on adjoining deeded land.
Mr. Treasurer.
Can we have just a little discussion about the water rights in that and how that, you know, I'm assuming that you could put in on the state trust land and stay on the surface and not touch the bottom, and you could traverse the whole lake. Am I correct in that assumption or not?
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, to your second question there, I believe that's how access works in the state of Wyoming. I'm not an expert on that, but as long as you don't set foot on the high water line or outside of the water, you can float where you'd like to.
Yeah.
Your first question revolving around water rights, we understand the water right to be very specific. The only beneficial use identified within the state engineer's office is for irrigation and for stock use. No other rights or beneficial use has been identified or approved by the state engineer's office.
Now, does the current lease recognize that water right as far as the leaseholder putting that to beneficial use on specific lands?
The current right identifies those benefited lands. That's correct. Our lease does not. None of our leases identify that.
On any of those state lands, or are they on other lands?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, all of those are on adjacent deeded lands.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, Mr. Chairman, the next pictures highlight something that we heard through public comment, which is maybe a discrepancy on the lands we're actually discussing in this transaction. Again, to the left, on the left picture is essentially the whole 560 acres looking from the very southeast corner looking northwest. The picture on the right is at the top of the ridge there, looking on into the Bighorn Mountains as well as Columbus Peak and what is currently state trust land. The picture on the right is not identified in this transaction for disposal. It will remain accessible and remain state trust land should the transaction be approved. Zooming into the Columbus Peak parcel, or the parcel that we would be acquiring, it sits along the Dayton East Road, or the Dayton East Road goes along the middle of it and northern portion of it. And you can see on the very southern end, there is existing state trust land, approximately 1,900 acres that this property would abut. Quickly, we're in Sheridan County. We're approximately 2.5 miles east of Dayton Road. Or Dayton, the town of Dayton. It is 628.35 acres. We've estimated it to be 225 AUMs in productivity. Again, it abuts existing state trust land of 1,840 acres. That state trust land is within a game and fish walk-in area, the walk-in hunting area number 11. And then adjacent to that is game and fish walk-in area 9. We believe this parcel, should it be acquired, would complement those walk-in areas nicely, maybe included in one, and increase public access to existing state trust lands. Also, this parcel, as it sits along the Dayton East Road, has greater access for future development potential and future marketability. Apologize. Again, to compare the two, the Columbus Peak parcel could have grazing revenue anywhere from $1,200 a year to $5,000 a year. What this contemplates is the board's minimum rate, and when we originally took on this transaction, that minimum rate was $5.53 per AUM. That's what's being received on all state trust land if it doesn't have a competing bid placed on it. We know that this parcel is located on a county road with good access and anticipate marketing it in a competitive way, and also understand that the average AUM fee within Sheridan County gets up over $22 an AUM, which is why we have a range of revenue that could be garnered from a future grazing lease. The investment revenue, I'm going to get into that in a minute, so I'm going to skip over that portion on this slide. But I do want to make note that the beneficiaries on this transaction are the Ag College and the public buildings around the state capitol. To zoom into the proposed disposal, again, we're looking at the very southeast corner of the full block around Columbus Peak, just the 560 acres that's identified on the map. It is approximately 4 miles northwest of the town of Dayton. We have it rated at 210 AUMs, has 560 acres and abuts 1,960 acres of contiguous state trust land. There are no roads that access this parcel for the public. The only accessible way to get there for the public, again, if not granted access through adjacent private land, is to drive up the Columbus Peak Road and hike in. We have existing uses on the property. We have an easement and a grazing and agricultural lease. That grazing agricultural lease returns between $1,161 and $2,528. It's important to note that this property did receive a conflicting bid on it in its past. However, the parties in that conflict are now the full owners all the way around there, and we don't anticipate another conflict to happen on this property. So once this lease expires, it will go back to the board's minimum rate and around $1,160. And that is the only revenue stream from that property. As the director mentioned, an update to the appraisal has occurred, and so I'm going to highlight those numbers here. As expected, both properties did go up in value from the original appraisal. Both properties have gone up at roughly the same amount. The state property has gone up by 31% and now is valued at $2.6 million. The private land, the Columbus Peak property, has also gone up. It's gone up by 28%, is now valued at, I'm sorry, I missed that, confused the numbers. The private land has gone up by 28%, now valued at $2.6 million roughly. The state trust land has gone up by 31%, now valued at 3.3%. Creating a difference in the cash equalization payment from what was presented to the board earlier of $721,000. The summary of the exchange is laid out in this slide. Again, current revenue from the state trust land is just over $1,100, and the revenue from the Columbus Peak parcel could reach $37,000 to $47,000. That is largely from the investment returns based on the cash equalization payment being deposited into the Common School Permanent Land Fund and being distributed back to the beneficiaries. Acreage, again, 560 acres would be disposed of. Acquired would be 628.35 acres. The same numbers apply to the legally accessible acres on both parcels. And the appraised values are highlighted there. For the net impact, revenue would be increased from what we're currently receiving to the beneficiaries between $36,000 and $45,000 per year. And I'm going to stop here for just a minute. At the bottom of that list, you can see the cash equalization payment also has a range on it from $721,000 to $840,000. This is an offer made by the applicant to the board should the board want to move forward. Again, the requirement for the board is to only exchange lands on a value for value basis. It can do so by adding cash into the transaction or a cash equalization payment. It can go up to 25% of the highest appraised value to create that value for value scenario. The
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm sorry, Meg. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a really quick question, Deputy Crowder, on that. So is the CEP, let's see, no, that's not included in the revenue there. Okay. And that 25% limitation, is that in statute? Is that in rule? Just wondering what the flexibility is with that.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, great question. That is an allowance through statute.